we've crafted a comprehensive solution just for you. Whether you're new to the field or looking to enhance your expertise, our expert led courses will equip you with the knowledge and confidence to navigate complex contracts with ease. From negotiation strategies to risk mitigation techniques, our program covers it all, empowering you to streamline processes and maximize the value of every contract. By investing in your education, you'll gain invaluable insights into best practices, negotiation tactics, and risk management strategies, setting you apart as a contract management expert. Imagine stepping into your role with clarity and confidence and the tools you need to succeed from day one. That's exactly what our program offers: practical knowledge that you can immediately apply in your daily tasks, elevating your performance and unlocking new opportunities for success. So, are you ready to embark on this transformative journey and become a guardian of contracts? Buy the course now and take the first step towards mastering the intricacies of contract management.
I'm wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. How you feeling? Yeah. How was your travel? Easy. Well, that's what I like to hear. It's a pretty straightforward flight, right? Straight ahead. Wow. That's up down. There. I love it. Uh-huh. I heard about this. It's affected a lot of our shippings and things like that. They said it was a really bad storm. Flooding and like, how did they? That's the middle of a work week. Uh-huh. That's way too much rain for so quickly. Why you're not? When I say buenos, you say dias. Buenos. Buenos. Ah, let's try it again. You know, we're just saying good morning in Spanish, okay? When I say buenos, you say dias. Buenos. Buenos. Buenos dias, everyone. We are delighted that you're here in a very timely fashion. We know some friends are still coming down from the breakfast area room as they trickle in. Oh, my heavens. Sorry about that. I turned this off. They will be coming down shortly and joining us. Oh, we're super excited to welcome everyone to the second annual HEAL conference. We had such an amazing opportunity to have our first conference, our Health and Education HEAL conference in Tampa, Florida last year. My name is Malika Neith Cornejo. That's like when you take your ma to the lake. It's so beautiful. She says, ah, Malika. Okay? Let's try it together. Malika. You got it. And if you forget at any point, just say M. First initial, that's my artist name. I'm a poet. I'm an artist. I'm a muralist in town. I do a lot of things. I've had many lives. I've also been a former principal in a juvenile facility, teacher for over 20 years, a professor at UNLV at Troy University. But I love to do this. This is what I love. I love people and engaging with you all. So I'd love to know where everyone is coming from. Anyone's first time in Las Vegas? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Anything that you've been excited to do? You've been thinking about on this first trip to Vegas? Well, this is a safe, brave room where the only one that's going to know is Malika and us. It sure does, but we're still in Vegas, so it's still staying here, right? It's right here in this room. If you all would like things, fun things to do, I have a lot of free things that you all can do in Vegas, especially in this area. You're in a really amazing spot at the Golden Nugget because everything is walking distance, and it is not uncovered as on the strip. On the strip, you're walking in the blazing sun. So here you have a lot of access to a lot of amazing things. And when you do go to the strip at the Bellagio, so many places, they have free events. You're close to Container Park, a lot of great eateries as well. So I'd love to know, anyone here from the South? Anyone come from the southern part of the U.S.? All right, where are we representing? What are we representing? What city? Okay, North Carolina. I lived in Charlotte for some time. It's beautiful out there. Yes, Queen City sure is. Anyone from the Midwest? Okay, where are we from? Illinois, Chicago? Okay, I went to school in Champaign-Urbana, and I used to live in Chicago. Yes. Evanston, I remember Evanston. I had a lot of friends who came from university from there. Hey, we got Evanston connection. Look at us making connections. Love it. Anyone from the East Coast? Oh, we got a lot of East Coast in the house. Who are you representing? New York. We got New York. New Jersey, New York. How about you? Pennsylvania. Maryland. Hey, I used to live in Maryland too. What, Prince George's County? Oh, Baltimore? Charles County. Oh, very nice. Fancy. I like it for you. Yes. I sure did. I. I wonder if there's a sound check situation because I'm getting a couple of calls, but I can't pick them up because I'm talking to you all. So we are live streaming our conference for any participants, keynote speakers, and panelists that were unable to make it here in person. So we will be hearing from them throughout the sessions. If they're receiving an award, we're going to honor that time to celebrate them just like we're celebrating everyone's presence here. I also went to school for the DC folks, or Maryland, Howard University, so HU, you know. Yes, And I am a graduate here at UNLV. So love school, love education. I'm also a wellness instructor, Reiki master, and I do a lot of things around healing and that well-being area. So we're gonna get ready to get started in a second. Do we have anyone who's from out of the country? All right, well, I know they're going to be online because I know we have a few friends from Dubai and some other folks, and hopefully we'll see some of you all next year at the HEAL conference in Dubai. Anyone interested in going? What? We're going to Dubai next year, yes. So get your stuff ready. March 2nd through the 4th, I believe, are the dates. So we'll see you at the HEAL conference in Dubai. Without further ado, we're going to get ready to introduce our phenomenal panel that's going to start this morning. We're really excited. I just want to take a moment to celebrate each and every one of you who are here in the room because each of you are contributing to the fields of health and education in meaningful ways, and everything that you are doing is valued, is esteemed, and it's critical for the times that we're living in now. Right? We know now more than ever we need to be innovative in our ways in reaching and connecting with each other. And we've done a lot of that here just on what we just did in this conversation. Where are you from? How can we build a connection that's authentic, that's based in who we are and our lived experiences, and forge forward a relationship of trust, of possibility, and futurities that are really going to elevate not just the children, but all of humanity. That is the goal. And so I'm really honored to be in your presence today. I look forward to learning from each and every one of you. I look forward from you all connecting with each other and making friendships that persist after this Las Vegas experience. So I want everyone to give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourself a little pat on the back for making it here, for all your travels. Just roll it up. And if you would humor me before we get started with our panel introduction, just maybe take a stand real quick. Stand up real quick. We're going to get this body moving because I believe that in order to be present, fully present in a space, we got to move that body. So go ahead and raise those arms up. Put them together. Touch your palms together. If you can, safely try to put those arms to the side. Move away from a chair so in the next one you can actually do a forward fold. And bend just a little forward, releasing any tension from your arms, from your head. Let all of those funny thoughts go and come back up. Inhaling big. Another one, exhaling as you go down. Another big inhale. Breathing positive energy. It's going to be an amazing day. Exhaling any doubt, anything that's been on your mind that is not the HEAL conference. Let it go. Shake those hands off, wiggle those toes, and when you're ready, roll those shoulders back and take a seat, and take a seat, and take a load off your feet. Take a seat, and take a load off your feet. All right, now I'd like to set the stage for the first speaker session of the day. This topic is actually very near and dear to my heart. As I shared, I've been an educator for over 20 years. And this is about social emotional learning, really the power of social emotional learning in education and nurturing holistic development. The topic is essential for the conference because, again, it highlights the significance of being in alignment with your mind, your heart, your spirit, and caring for your body. And then when all of those four bodies are in alignment and are being fed by things that you enjoy, by food that is good for your body, by moving it around, then you're going to be able to be present in a space to learn and connect, just like in a classroom space. So focusing on nurturing holistic development, social and emotional learning, equips students with the crucial and necessary life skills to master the transition to adulthood, and to master the tasks that we will give them in life, but also to do it in a way that embraces empathy, resilience, and a profound sense of self-awareness. All the temples in Egypt read at the top, know thyself. If you go to the Washington Monument, there's a symbol, a hieroglyphic, that also shows you, know thyself. Knowledge of self is the key for personal growth and well-being. We'd like to welcome our session moderator. If you please rise. And help me with your last name, love. Heather Fonstock. Love it, even easier. Heather Fonstock, and she will come to the stage and introduce the rest of the panelists. If the rest of the panelists would love to welcome you up to the stage, you can enter on either side of the stage and just walk up very carefully. Please join us in a round of applause for our panelists as they dive into the latest and most practical strategies to guide us on how to ensure our children are emotionally and mentally well.
No, I've actually got something over here on that screen over there. Oh, I'm good. I don't need all. You can hear me. Go ahead. So I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves. It's easier. I am a teacher, but I'm bad with pronunciations. So go ahead.
Good morning, Vanessa Scurry.
Good morning. Dr. Rainier Miller.
Good morning. Happy Friday. My name is Chris Willett.
And our panel is about the power of social and emotional learning, basically nurturing a holistic development. And over there, I did find a little graphic. I didn't know what kind of technology would have, but basically holistic education is so many components put together. And it's not just academics. It comes from, their emotional needs, respect, fulfilling the student and no matter their age, no matter their ability, no matter their learning style, but giving them all the components to be a well-rounded individual. And so that's kind of the platform of the social and emotional, because sometimes we get so focused on the academic pieces and we forget about those and the data-driven and things like that. And then if you'll scroll through, keep going. One more. One more. Oh, wrong way. Keep going. Okay. So I did find some stats that I thought were kind of interesting, and this is from the CDC in 2020, 2021, and this is about high school seniors, high school students in general. 42% are diagnosed with some kind of depression. 35% are diagnosed with some kind of poor mental health, and 85% were diagnosed with some kind of actual stress disorder. And that's high school students in the United States. And if you back up to the other one, keep going. Well, that's upside down. There we go. So I know this one's hard to read, but on the left-hand side of this stat, at the where the yellow bars are, the very last one, that is the level. It's in April of 2023, 28% of students' population in the United States were diagnosed with some kind of anxiety disorder, and all the anxiety disorders are listed kind of there. But we're the outlier. The next country underneath of us is Portugal at 8%. So what are we doing? What are we doing that's so different that makes us such an outlier and created an anxious, student? What is different? And I think that's kind of where this goes. We're obviously doing something as a country to not give them social and emotional learning. So it's kind of where jumping off point. What are we doing?
So when we're looking at cultural norms, when we're looking at what's going right now in terms of what are they being exposed to, kids are, as we all know, they absorb what's around them, whether it's through genetics, environment, a combination of both, which is a debate that's been going for centuries, nature versus nurture. We really have to take a look at priorities and culture as it shifts and the exposure. When we're looking at things such as maybe they're getting most of their information from their peers on social media, what are the priorities that are being in front of them in terms of what are they focusing on, what are they feeding on, and what is the effect that's having on them mentally, which of course affects their development, their growth, and how they turn out as adults.
So one of the most powerful tools when I'm working with the educators in whatever building I'm at is to have them follow a day in the life of their student, right? And to shadow a student. So the most recent occurrence of this at Emma Willard, we had a student who wakes up at 7 o'clock, goes to breakfast for 7:30, has choir at 8, has class at 9, has class again at 11-ish before lunch. Then lunch hits, then another class in the day, then hopefully a session with a learning specialist, and then you go right to sports, and then you go back to dinner, and then you go right to study hall for 2 hours right before bed, and just leave a little bit of time at the end of the night for you to do everything you need to do, and go to bed and wake up and do it all over again. It is really powerful to have your teachers, your educators follow their students for a day in the school, so that they can get a sense of not just our own islands that we get on, but the whole picture, that holistic picture of our students, because we ask them to do so much more than just learn.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, so many kids, when I was in the public sector, they would come and we would say that they're when they're falling asleep or they're acting out, a lot of times they're labeled as a bad kid, or they get some kind of diagnosis, or they get an IEP or a 504. But if my schedule in the public sector wasn't so fully loaded, take the time to ask, did you eat breakfast? What happened last night? What time did you go to bed? There's something else going on in their emotional psyche that they're not here. And if you don't have a student here, you're never going to get them to get academics. That whole day is lost. So there have been many times when they come in, we've had students that have 5 young siblings, and they're their caretaker during the night. And that 1-year-old got up and cried all night, and he was the caretaker. So when he came to school, because it's a safe haven for him, I let him sleep. I gave him that 45 minutes so that the rest of the day he could be productive. And I think that's what it is. We need to, and that leads us into another panel, but we also need to be afforded the opportunity to take the time to have those conversations, to learn about the emotional well-being of that student, and build those relationships, because all too often that's the key to some of the social and emotional, is just being afforded that time to do that and not being removed from the classroom to go do other things.
Well, I'm going to say that I've had the privilege of working with 3s and 4s, and my goal was to lay the foundation. Statistically, our students don't want to be in school by the 2nd grade. They have ineffective teachers, which compounds that effect. And so when I graduated, I was like, I want to teach early childhood because I want all of our kids to love school. And it just goes right to what you're saying, Heather. I had a young student. He would come in. He wouldn't talk to anybody. He would sit in his cubby. And after about the first time of me saying, are you coming to the circle? And he would just look at me like, no, I'm not coming to your circle. And I just learned to leave him alone, because I don't like to get up at 7 either. So I left him alone. And when you leave them alone in that space, he got up, he put his book bag away, he put his jacket away, he came to the circle, and he was way more involved than he would have been had I been like, you're coming to the circle, we're all going to the circle, get to the circle now. And I think that we talked about how I'm going to lead into another thing, but I just found out that's another topic that'll be on a panel, so make sure you go to that one, of teachers having SEL for themselves. I think we focus on our children a lot. We need SEL for students, SEL for students. We really, really do. But if I am not a whole person trying to teach a student who is not a whole person, none of us are going to achieve the goals that we have planned. Right. So definitely, for a holistic approach, I think we need to meet our kids where they are. And it's hard because curriculum says do this. It's hard because testing. It's hard because all of the mandates from people who don't teach, we have to follow. But sometimes you have to be a rebel with a cause, and you have to take the time to do what's best for that particular child. All of them may not need it, but if you have one who does, then you have to figure out how to meet their needs within the framework of everything that you have to do.
Absolutely, and also acknowledging that kids don't all learn the same. Mm-hmm. Some kids, they have anxiety, social anxiety. They have these impressions of what other people are going to treat them like when they're in the classroom, and so keeping that in mind as well. That's why there's a sudden growth where now I'm seeing, there's a lot more Montessori schools, there's a lot more customized, My daughter's in a high school where they allow kids to be in class by themselves. Didn't know that was a thing till recently. But people are starting to realize that, wait, we cannot have a cookie cutter approach to learning environments. And then also keeping in mind in terms of the home life, kind of piggybacking on what my colleagues are saying. If there's things going on in the home life where the teacher is not aware, but maybe there's one parent in the home and they're always having to work, not really understanding the effects of the home life on the child is always going to put you in a situation where you cannot help that child to learn.
And I think as we build those relationships with our students, it's really important for us to, as educators, to not assume that we now have a relationship with that student. Students don't share a large portion of the things in their lives for many different reasons. Oftentimes when it comes to learning, it's because of shame. They felt less than, whether one time in a classroom because the teacher made a comment after they got the wrong answer, or a peer said, hey, why does that take you so long to do that? So we need to be careful as we build those relationships to also hold that space for the moment when the student wants to walk away and not listen to us, because as humans, as soon as we know someone wants us to do something, we immediately push back. It's a subconscious response, but we immediately push back on that and an effect to not do it. So that is a wonderful example of that. Yeah, those relationship building is the core though. You don't know what you don't know, so you have to keep trying. And as an educator, that is a lesson in humility, because you have to keep going back and listening. And we can make mistakes, and they're so powerful in these students' lives. It's just it's a fine line to walk.
It is. I want to just talk about that relationship piece. When you said that you don't know that you formed it, because it's very true. We've had students who struggle with behavior, and they say, oh, go to Miss Miller's class. And so you get them because you're supposed to be the person who's the mean teacher who's going to put them back in place and make them behave. But sometimes when they come and you are that teacher, and maybe you don't reprimand them, maybe you don't do certain things, but instead I'm going to give you some work to do, or it's time to leave, let's clean up this, let's help the younger students, give them a little responsibility. But then later on you think that you've established a relationship with this child, and when they don't listen to you, you're like, oh, I thought he liked me. But it's not always true. Like, you have to try to establish those relationships, but sometimes if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're just not going to click with that child, but as long as you still maintain a respect for that child as an individual and they still respect you, I think it can work out. But students do what they want for the teachers that they want. They pick you. They know which teacher is authentic, which one is there for their support and wants the best for them. And so they usually do a lot more for teachers that they feel that way about than for teachers who are just like, oh, she's my friend, she always has to come to my room. That's not really the authentic relationships that they thrive on. So,
Well, and part of all of that in building the relationships is also what we have found. I established a school 12 years ago. It's a project-based learning, and basically every student comes with a toolbox, and they need their own toolbox. No matter their diagnosis, we all learn differently. We all need an IEP, to be honest. I needed to have been shown how I learned so that I could have been successful. And we allow our students to do just that. And we work with the medical community, we work with the technology community, as well as ourselves to build this environment. Sometimes the students will come to us with a diagnosis or whatever, and they have therapists and things we can work with, but sometimes they don't. And I don't ever want that to be a crutch either. I don't want them, oh, well, I've been diagnosed with ODD or ADHD. Okay, so how are you still going to take that and be successful in the real world? Let's do that. But also, that doesn't mean that you sit here and learn a formula. Let's go outside and figure out how you can build that ramp. Where are you gonna take these skills in the real world, and how are you gonna tackle that? Because it's all about building that relationship and empowering them. I think the biggest thing for us too is we empower our students, and that drives your relationships. It drives the social, it drives the emotional, and it can be done in the public sector. It's just that when I was in the public sector, they frowned upon it. Okay, well, no, you got to put the chart on the wall, or you got to meet this data requirement. But society has changed, and academics and this field has to change with it. And that's kind of, what all this is. We've got to change. Obviously, it's not working. Look at the numbers. We're so outlied. We're such the outlier. We've got to do something, and we've got to do it now, or, heaven forbid, our when they get ready to take care of us. Yeah. I don't know.
I think it's a valiant effort to want to individualize learning for every student, and I think sometimes we run into the barriers, right? We don't always have a water view school coming out and being created.
We just need more of them, that's why.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, so how do you balance that out, right? Like, because then teachers can feel like they are losing their power to actually reach the student. So how do you balance that out with each student? We know from neuroscience right now that you're right, every brain is uniquely wired, and it's from our previous experiences and our life experiences. And so how do we maximize that with our students? And again, meeting them where they are at is one thing, but like really empowering them to have that agency, that choice, right, in their learning. Like, what do you want to learn? There are some core things you need to learn, and I think as educators, we have to help establish those. And then here are the skill sets that are going to help you as you go to the next level, as you go into the world and the workforce. So it's really important that we get there.
Well, and I think for me, the biggest thing as from the academic side to lead into the social emotional is mostly high school. I mean, I focus mostly on high school, but was the question of why do I need to know this? Where am I going to use this in the real world? If we as educators or as medical, no matter your career field, if you can at least explain to them when you teach them something, where and why they need to know it. I mean, algebra, no, we don't use letters in real world, but every time you look at your watch and you figure, oh, I got 6 more hours to dinner, that was algebra if you wrote it down. We're just not taking the time to write it down. So explaining to them when we finish a lesson, before the students get up from that table, they are told where and why, whatever we just did, history, math, English, forensic science, whatever, where they're going to see it in the real world so they can at least appreciate it, even if that's not their career field. And I think part of that is what we do to empower them and give them that social and emotional piece, because they're able to understand, why am I here? Why am I sitting in this seat? Or why am I doing this assignment right now? Because I don't need this in the real world.
I really love that point because, our universities are facing a crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Because more and more of our up-and-coming students are like, I don't need this. I can sit at home, come up with my own ideas, and I don't really need school to make them happen. And so we really need to kind of look at where does education fit in with the current generations? Where are we going? There's so many different things now that people are suggesting should be implemented into a typical educational program. They're like, okay, we're graduating, but we don't know how to do A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. How about basic living skills in terms of doing my taxes, understanding that. So not just looking at the educational system and where it started and what were the purposes back then, but also maybe we need an update.
I think we need an update. I think COVID showed us we need an update. There were so many gaps everywhere. Teachers didn't even know how to go virtual, so it was a really showing experience. But I think that maybe the problem or challenge is that we stopped collaborating, right? We stopped collaborating. So where are nonprofits? Where are churches? Where are community organizations? I was teaching, then I'm in central office, and I established a nonprofit because I realized that the students on this side of this county weren't getting the same benefits of students who are closer to the universities. All right, so Maryland University, they have tutors that go out. They have STEM teachers that will go out. But on this side of the county, they don't come because the students can't get transportation. So I'm thinking, like, how do we bridge those gaps? How do we create opportunities for students who don't have that same access? If it's transportation, if it's money, if it's digital access, whatever it may be, how can we bridge that gap? Educators can't do it alone, especially as you've said, like, we're in public school, so our hands are kind of tied. It's state testing, it's local testing, it's district testing, it's this. Don't teach the test, but I'm testing all day. So it's a lot, But maybe we need to collaborate better with our other organizations. So if our students need STEM and the University of Maryland offers free STEM, then why can't the school bus go pick the students up and bring them to the other side? You know, if there are nonprofits who do IT training, then why can't someone who's doing that reach out? Because I can't do it all, right? If I'm in a classroom, I have my own things that I have to accomplish, or I get penalized, and then the principal gets penalized, and it's a big mess. But if we have more collaborations where the leadership is allowed to reach out and pull people in, and I've seen it happen, so it's not like it can't happen. We visited schools in Boston. There was a teacher-led school, was another school, but they had distributive leadership, and they had all kinds of institutions that came in. Their kids got to go to farms and see how farms work. I mean, all kinds of things that you don't think are relevant because you're sitting here trying to teach algebra. But if they could take that knowledge and go on a trip somewhere where they see it in action, you know, so I think maybe part of it is bridging those collaborations. I feel like we may have had more collaborations when we were all in school than what we see now.
I think, and I agree with that. We coin it as we need a more sense of a community everywhere. I mean, growing up, even in where I live, was a community, but everybody looked out for one another. And when I was in school, everybody knew, even though I graduated with 800 kids in my graduating class, you kind of looked out for each other, and we don't have that anymore. We're too divided. It's like I don't have enough time, and that's the other thing. Like, because we're not a community, those people that are trying to be the movers and shakers for these kids to make these changes, we're only one, and so it's going to take all of us together, like what we're doing, to come together and make these shifts. You know, and to spin off on one other thing is like the sense of community. One of the things that I'm learning from the students. Yes, COVID just amplified it. It's already there. Society is too quick to say, these kids coming up are lazy. They don't want to work. They just want to sit at home. And it's not that. They don't know how. We as a community need to take the time to educate them on how to communicate, how to come away from that screen, how to build a relationship, because it's not that they won't be successful. It's the fear of taking that first step into Food Lion to be a cashier. Oh my God, I got to deal with people. It's not, but then once they do it and they realize that they can, sky's the limit. You know, they'll go on to something else. But it's that initial step. There's so many that say, I can't leave my friend. I only have one good friend. But that's the friend that they've had all of this time, either through a screen or through texting, and they can be who they want to be. They don't have to actually engage. We need to take more time to be a community and give them those resources and give them those opportunities, whether it's a life skill or whatever. Because, again, something's not working, or we wouldn't be here.
I think schools all over the place, as we started coming back to fully in person, I heard of multiple different areas across the Northeast that these kids aren't the same anymore. Our students aren't the same, and it's wild to me that there was a hope that they would be the exact same group of students that you had before, and I think that gets into that we've done it the same way for so long because it's worked. Well, we also miss those new opportunities, and so we actually have to look at the group of students we have in front of us and recognize their strengths and recognize those areas where they can grow so that we can deliver these skills, and we can be deliberate about how we deliver those skills so that students can take those and then kind of maximize their own potential.
Yeah, and that comes back to empower. I mean, and to build the social and emotional intelligence. Empower them. They all have a skill. They just need the opportunity to figure what it is. And they're not all 4-year bound. They're not all 2-year bound, but they have a potential somewhere. And we just need to tap into it and not overlook it. Oh, they're just misbehaving. Oh, they're being defiant. No, figure it out. Like, take 2 minutes and ask them how it, and maybe they won't share. Maybe they don't have the trust, but eventually they'll find someone. It's just, what do they say when we're having a bad smile? Make somebody's day a little brighter. For the same reason, I use Mama Duck. I don't go by Heather. They call me Mama Duck. I use it on everything. Why? Because it makes you smile. Make them smile.
It makes me think of the ducks who cross the street and they fight cars when the babies are behind. and when you get too close to them, they turn around and they just look at you, and you're like, oh.
That's kind of how I got it. I'll be honest. That's kind of we were going somewhere, and that's kind of how I got it. I was like, get in line, and it just the rest is history. So.
We all need some mama ducks, we do. And I think that if you're here listening, you're probably a mama or a papa duck somewhere. Just fighting for your students, trying to make sure that they get what they need. It is hard. It is, I keep hearing, oh, these COVID babies. These are not COVID babies. They're just babies who came during COVID. COVID is irrelevant to whatever your baby is going through. They are all digital natives. We are not. Okay, they were digital natives before COVID, even more so now. We talked about having our students come back after COVID, and what were some strategies you used to get them reading because your reading scores went up? Well, I'm a rebel, so I didn't follow the curriculum. I did what I thought was necessary because I just kind of felt like, what are they going to do to me, put me in a classroom? So so if they needed to stop and learn how to write, then we stopped and we wrote. If I asked them, how many letters do you know? And the little boy was like, 1, and I was like, that is a number. Like, it wasn't so much that they were COVID babies. It's the fact that during COVID, we were all digital, and everything we were doing was screen time. And they already were doing screen time, but now that's all they want to do is screen time. And the powers that be just thought we could come back and have no screen time, or all the assessments on screen time. But you have to manage your blended learning. They can't always be on the screen. You have to do stuff in person. But you don't give me the leeway to do what I have to do for them. And so I just think sometimes you have to stop and you have to be a rebel. And you don't have to be a rebel for every single student because some students get more support than others. But in that moment, if you need something, then maybe I need to figure out how to give it to you. If I can't give it to you, maybe Miss Curry down the street, down the hallway, maybe she can do it. I've seen her do it in her classroom. Maybe she can do it. But for some of our students, we do have to stop and do as much as we can while still following the curriculum and staying on day 3, week 1, lesson 5, and doing that. But it's just hard because I just think people who make the rules just thought education stopped in March 2020, and then it came back in August 2022, and it was the same. And what happened to the virtual programs? Now we have no virtual programs. But the kids excelled at that, so why not keep that for the students who excelled at that? Some of the teachers excelled at teaching that way. They're not so good face-to-face, but you put everybody back face-to-face. So I just think that they really just didn't make those changes to keep up with the times. They just wanted it to be the same, and it's not. It's not.
Well, I'm going to change it for just a second because I know in my class, if I'm talking and I've talked a while and I don't turn it back on the students and get them engaged, they're going to be. So I'm going to ask a question. So does anybody out here have a suggestion on, so let's focus on community. How do we create this sense of community for social and emotional well-being? Does anybody have a suggestion? Like, I think this is the time for us to talk about this.
You want me to take the microphone down?
Go for it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Team effort.
Okay. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, I can repeat the question. So my question was, what are some suggestions from you guys, as far as creating the sense of community to embrace as a community, because that's what we're here for and that's what we're talking about, social and emotional learning. What is it? What is it going to take, and what are some ideas that we can share and bounce off of each other?
I think cooperative learning would work well to serve that purpose, and in an educational setting, it can be used at any grade level. With cooperative learning, you have a leader, you have helpers, and everybody has a role, and they, it's a team. They work well together and communicate, and So I just think it would touch on a lot of those things that you're all talking about that there's a need for.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, back here.
So I'm a gifted and talented math teacher, and I
Thank
agree
you.
a lot with. Sometimes I wonder why. So I agree with you.
This is your why.
Yes, and I agree with you with we need to bring the social emotional lessons back into the classroom. We have to help create a community with our students. We have to get them connected together as a group and to break out of their comfort zones. The great thing that I think we need to do with not just the gifted and talented kids, although that's where most of my experience is, but all of our kids is, I think we're kind of stuck in the idea of seeing it from education as individual educators and the school, and then looking to build from there out. I think a lot of the problems that has happened with our students came from that screen time, came from the social media. And I think if we're going to make these connections and we're going to start helping them, we need to overcome their distrust, their animosity, their disconnect from education community, which we're a very big part of, and we have to do that with their parents as well.
Mm-hmm.
When you ask so many teachers, what's the biggest problem with education, sadly, they're going to say it's the parents.
Yeah.
And we, just as the teachers, we're going to need a society as a whole to start getting on those social media platforms and saying, we need to get together. We need to find a way to be one large nationwide community that wants to trust each other and wants to help each other and wants to grow together and wants to heal. But we're not. Our social media is trying to destroy our community. It's
Yeah.
trying to destroy our kids and build distrust. So I think we need to, I don't have a how.
Right.
I think it's going to be this massive organic sort of process nationwide of people saying, I'm going to try this little idea. I'm going to go out there and try to heal in this little way that I can and spread that out there until we start looking at each other as allies.
Yeah. It's going to be like that stone. We've got to make the ripple, and we've got to get the ripple to start somehow. So, yeah.
But it needs, I think we need to stop looking at we, the educators who are doing it. We need to make this big plea with the nation and say, hey, all of us, we got to start doing our small part. We got to work from the outside in. I don't see it working until we do.
No.
Thank you.
You spoke so eloquently up there about a young person who was able to help. You activated them by helping someone younger. So my question to you, and also that structure can get in the way of access. Structure can get in the way of connection. So as a mother, a late in life mother whose children both went through middle school, I wonder, since we're taking suggestions here, when could we go back to K through 12? When you help those middle school kids, you give them little partners that are in first grade and second grade, secret partners, little angels, there's all different names for them. But one of the things that I saw both with my grandmother, who was a one-room schoolhouse teacher in rural Oregon and Washington, to my sister and now my niece, who's a principal, we're a family of teachers, is that whoever designed middle school was a sadist. And all of the teachers are heroes and sheroes in my mind because you separate out kids in one of the most heinous times of their life, and then everybody just stares at them like they're in a petri dish. I mean, if that one structure, honestly, if we could start to, and you know, there's schools everywhere. It takes will, but that's my suggestion.
Okay, well, that's why I'm here.
Thank
We
you.
are a one-room schoolhouse. We are 6 through 12, pretty much, and that's just it. And what we have found is you when you do something like that, you're able to find, they all have leadership potential, and you're able to see that them establish that, and they don't realize it in the moment in play, or when they're out on the field playing flag football, or when they're working on a science project, but it's there. And the younger ones, you have role models automatically built in. And so it's there. It just looks a little different. But yes, you need more water views, I'm telling you.
I think we have one.
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
Hi. So I'm coming from the lens of a parent, right? Sometimes I feel that in the education system, a lot of decisions are being made for the students without the parent.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a great topic, and I encourage it, right? But there couldn't be any nurturing necessarily if the parent is not part of the plan. And I understand that there may be some time, restraints to be able to reach out to the parent, but it would be helpful to not only reach out to the parent when the child did something or misbehaved, didn't follow the rules, but hey, did you know your child had potential to do this? Did you know your child had a talent for that? And here are some resources in maybe your community, or maybe we can get together and find those resources in your community where we can continue to foster that talent.
Yeah.
So the onus is not only on the teachers, on the educational system. If we're talking about community, there cannot be community for the child if the parents are not involved.
Right. And one of the things that we have found successful is a student-led conference, and you bring the parents in twice a year and let the students, they have a plus delta for us. One thing they've done well, one thing they want to change, and we share that with the parent or guardian or whoever they may be with, because the child does have an opinion, and that's their one time when you bring their parents in, because sometimes when they're at home, they're not going to share that. But for some reason, when they're sitting with your somebody they have, whether it's a teacher or whoever, that they've built trust with, they'll share those plus deltas, and that's that golden opportunity to open the door for conversations so that when they go home, they now feel like their voice has been heard and they can carry that conversation, continue it once they get beyond your four walls.
I can't remember the title of this book, but the relationship at home and the relationship in the education system should support the values of the parents in the home.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to your point,
Mm-hmm.
twice a year, that's commendable, I understand, but maybe increasing that now, especially we are looking at social media where it's amplified, right? The children are watching what's happening in social media, they're watching television, and these imageries, they're coming at them really quickly. And in education, we have an opportunity to move just as quickly. The use of social media for reaching our students, but also reaching our parents. If we can engage more parents in the rooms more than twice a year, maybe quarterly, I understand.
We do every day.
Okay.
We use social media and collect and BCC emails. You can actually do it every day, and you can individualize it, and that's why the BCC. So,
I just want to add to that sometimes, as an educator for a lot of years, parents, parents have had a bad relationship with education, and they bring that relationship to their child's relationship with education. And so when I started teaching at 30 with 3 children, I don't present as a 30-year-old with 3 children, and I think parents would come to the conference and they came like really, my teacher was terrible, you're gonna be terrible, the school is terrible. They just really came with negative attitudes, but once you start talking to them and you say, yeah, but my daughter did that in school, and they're like, oh, you have kids, I think that part of engaging the parents is showing them that the relationship that their children are going to have are not going to be the same negative relationships that they had. And then we need parents like you to come to PTA meetings, to be the president, to be the secretary, but to engage parents from your side. Because a lot of times when we as educators try to engage parents, it doesn't have the same effect. But when they see other parents, we have social media where there's a chat, and I know one of the parents is like, I have a rising first grader at this school, and this is what I see going on. And then other parents from the same school chimed in. But if we don't have parent advocates to help us, it's hard sometimes to make that parents more engaged. And to include them is harder. And I have two over here.
Well, I think we only have time for like one more. Yeah,
Good.
we only have like a couple minutes.
Thank you. I love this because I really highly believe this is more important than the curriculum. Over the years, as a healthcare provider and as a mom, I witness a lot of things really wrong, especially in elementary school. And I think it should be really honestly started early on, because taking these teachers and, just let them teach straightforward topics, it's detrimental to a lot of kids. And if you're not advocating for your kids, you'll miss in a good kid, honestly. I seen, as a healthcare provider, a lot of kids put in Zoloft, which is a drug for depression, at 5 years old or 6. And how do you know he's depressed? As you said, and I love what you do for your school, because this is really needed more and more. And collaboration with healthcare providers and parents, it's important. But I understand some parents, they don't want to be involved and they don't want to be advocating for their kids. But I think the teacher, my opinion, my suggestion is teachers in elementary focus on that. Teachers group is very important because they carry on. These kids will go on in life to witness what happened to them in elementary, like third grade. I've seen kids in third grade where they're labeled as hyperactive and they're trouble, and they're not.
No.
They're not. They're very good. They're just having, as you said, they're probably misunderstood, misread by the teachers. And the teacher, I'm sorry to say that, some of them, they're lazy. They don't want to invest time and energy to, and there's a lot of good teachers too. We just wouldn't want to dismiss that. It's just, I think, more of training and take these teachers and continue education maybe and teach them this stuff, because this is amazing. I think looking at the holistic approach and know what's going on in their lives. Like my son now in high school, and just an example, we had our house burned last year. He didn't tell anyone. So he was going through a lot of emotions, so I had to reach out and talk about it, and it helped. And once they understood what's going on from the other end. So I think this is amazing. We need more of this. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. And okay. Oh, we got time for one more.
And I think the speaker ahead of me I'm coming from a healthcare lens, but also a person that had the opportunity to be in Head Start and then studied kids for like 10 years trying to figure out the socio-emotional learning piece. And key to what I identified even in my study was that we have to teach those SEL skills early, 3, 4, 5, and 6, to create that strong foundation. I'm also coming from a lens of substance use, because those same skills that we should be teaching early on, or that we can teach early on, those strategies that we teach them early will also help them when they're approached by the depression, they're approached by the OCD, the anxiety. I'm calling it an approach because it is a disease that approaches the body, and we speak of the mind and the neuro. But what strategies do they have that they were able to develop in order to avoid trying to self-medicate? And so I'm coming from two separate lenses, but the strong piece is foundation.
And I'm going to conclude with one thought, one thinking point for you guys. So as teachers, we're taught Bloom's taxonomy, which is a triangle. And the very top is to create, and the very bottom is you're supposed to be your foundation, and we build upon it. Well, maybe we're looking the wrong way. Maybe we need to look at the top, at create, and work our way down.
Backwards mapping.
Yes. Yes. So thank you.
Thank you, folks.
All right, we're going to do things the Freedom School way. Anyone ever heard of Freedom School? If you have not, on the break, I invite you to pull out your phone, look up Freedom Schools, because Freedom Schools does everything with an integrated social emotional learning approach, except we call it emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually safe. Okay? So we call it EMS. In the spirit of Freedom Schools, I'm going to invite everyone to engage in a really fun celebratory song. It's called the Good Job Song. Everyone here can spell good job. I'm very certain we can do this together. So as we spell the word good job, as in single letters G-O-O, we're going to clap in between each letter. All right? So here's how the song goes. We're going to say good job, 2 times, and clap 2 times. I'll model it first. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. All right, you got that? That's the first part of it. Okay, let's try that together. Everyone, a count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. Now we're going to spell it. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job, good job. Later on, we'll learn the Spanish version, okay? All right, so we just want to thank our panelists again for really getting us started on the critical aspect of what relationship building really is. When we have time in the break, I'm going to model a lot of these things throughout the entire weekend because that's just who I am. It's not a strategy, it's not a teaching method, it's a part of me because I am emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually safe, and that is my job to keep it in alignment. And so I'm here to share what has been passed on to me by my elders and to pass that on to you so you pass it on to the children and everyone you know. That's how it goes. So you'll hear a lot of singing and chanting and a lot of excitement. So we're going to sing and enchant. Get ready for Crystal, who is coming up to talk to us about the power of rest, discipline, and a little bit of faith and resiliency. So please give a high round of applause for Miss Crystal Fouché. How I say your last name, darling? Your last name? Oh, I did it right. Okay, I always want to honor everyone's pronunciation. So Crystal Fouché is the founder and managing partner of C&D Consulting, LLC, and she's here to prepare us for a transformative experience. So please get your notes out if you don't have them out ready. Welcome, Crystal. Come on to the stage.
Good morning. Is everybody awake yet? Yes, we are. Woohoo, lots of coffee? Yes. So I did catch a little bit of the panel before us. So I think this is actually going to tie in perfectly. But I would just love to get a little read of the room. Like, how many educators do we have? Healthcare workers? Great. I am talking to the right people. So I wanted to start. Do I have the slides or no? Or I don't need them. I can do it without them. Okay, just kidding. I can do it without them. Rest. That's where we're going to start. I can do it without them. Don't worry about it at all. Now, why y'all give this to me? Y'all know I don't know how to work these things. That's a pointer. I think this is what we got. I can roll with it though. So when I came up with this talk, the power of rest, discipline, and a little bit of faith, my assistant died laughing in her chair. She's like, "You're going to talk about rest?" I said, I actually am. I said, because it's one of the things that we don't get enough of. In this high stakes kind of environment that we're in education and in healthcare, rest often feels like a luxury, like we don't deserve it. We're always go, 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 but we never take the time to actually slow down. However, I'm here to tell you and to give you kind of permission to say that rest is not a luxury. I actually had some statistics up here on my slides to show you kind of what it looks like whenever you go from sleeping from 4 to 5 hours per night to actually sleeping 7 to 8. And I think applicable to us, that's also applicable to children because they will need more sleep than we do as adults because they're still growing and learning. I recently started reading this book called Change Your Schedule, Change Your Life. And it talks about the Ayurvedic physician, Dr. Kashagar, and how you need to follow kind of your circadian rhythm. Right? Sun goes down at a certain hour, sun gets up at a certain hour, and if we follow where the sun's going down and the sun's coming up, we actually get better sleep. Has anybody ever noticed that you kind of get better sleep if you sleep maybe 10 to 6 versus like 12 to 8? It's a big difference in your body and how you change it. And do we have any parents in the audience? Woo, yeah, whoop, whoop. So I recently joined the club. Thank you. And let me tell you, it was a change that I was not anticipating. When they always said, you know, enjoy your sleep now because you won't get any, I really didn't take that seriously, right? I was like, oh, you know, because you get the old thing, you sleep when the baby sleeps, right? I'm like, oh, yeah, great. But they don't tell you when you're the baby sleeping, you still need to do the laundry. Somebody needs to cook. Somebody's got to go to the store. And then we had a whole different story that I won't get into because my son was born in 2020. Boop, boop. So a totally different experience. But I go back to the fact that if we help to regulate our systems, if we help to get on a better path and kind of going from, because I didn't know where to start with rest, right? You hear get 8 hours of sleep. But then once I learned that 10 to 6 is not the same as 12 to 8, and then it made a big difference in my schedule, life started getting better. I was able to plan better. I was able to kind of come in and not be super mom, but definitely have more energy than I did maybe the week or two before. So I encourage everyone, children included, that if we are going to start somewhere, rest is where we need to start. I believe in a strong foundation. I believe I heard this young lady over here speak about this earlier. I definitely say start with your rest. If things are not going right, if things are foggy, 9 times out of 10, I feel like I am not a doctor, by the way, but so many things could be regulated by just rest. Moving on. Discipline. How many people characterize discipline as habit? Is that a good way to kind of think of discipline? Habit. When I was growing up, my dad made us make the bed every single morning. I had no idea why, because I was going to go right back home and get right back in it. I was like, why are we making the bed every morning? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I fought it, and I didn't like it, but I respected my dad, so I got up and I did the bed every single day. Not realizing subconsciously he's teaching me discipline. He's teaching that even if you don't want to do it, or even if you don't feel like doing it, the power of that habit, the power of that discipline will take you further than just kind of, sometimes, I'm not even going to say education because we're not going to sleep on that, but the power of the habit, the power of doing the same thing every day, the power of showing up, the power of being on time. When we make these little bitty changes, these little bitty habits in our lives, it makes a huge difference. And because that gets to that rest, right? If I make it a habit of going to bed every day by 10:30, I'm shutting off the phone, I'm shutting off the TV, then I'm going to get better at that, right? And I'm going to get more rest. More rest means I'm more productive, means I'm a better partner, a better spouse, a better child, in the case that we were talking about earlier. Discipline, it expands in more than just your professional life. What if we expanded discipline into your personal life, right? How am I showing up for my spouse? How am I being a accountability partner? How am I protecting someone's mental health? How am I staying committed to my own growth, both professionally and personally? So discipline can actually, in my humble opinion, carry you further than just your basic education. Does that make sense? Great. I love interaction, so please feel free to nod a head. You know, if we want to raise a hand, I'll take that too. And think about discipline. I look at it as like a muscle. The more I use it, the stronger it gets. Because guess what? I don't always want to get up every day at 6 o'clock. I don't. My family's sleeping. It looks so peaceful. But when I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and I get a yoga session in or something to start the day, it helps get my day right. I also want to talk about, with discipline, because I think they kind of go together, resiliency. How many of us have had to make a pivot in life? Hello? Resiliency. I don't think that can be taught enough, right, and early enough, because life is going to throw curveballs left and right. How are we going to deal with it? What are the boundaries that we're going to put into place to help us deal with that whenever it does happen? Because believe me, it will happen. And let me just kind of back up. Resiliency, which I don't think I need to define it for this room, but resiliency is the ability to kind of bounce back from adversity, right? What happens when life gives me lemonades? I think about the story you just told me earlier about you saw a problem in the school system. You're like, hey, I created a school. Like, what bravery is that, right? The fact that you took on that and said, you know what? I'm actually going to do that. I'm actually going to start a school because I see a gap. I see a need for something. So the interplay of faith and resiliency. A little bit of faith. And I don't necessarily mean that religiously, right? Just the faith in oneself. And just a little bit of faith. Because sometimes, I don't know if anybody's ever suffered from imposter syndrome. Haha, that's a joke. I'm sure we've all faced it at some point in our life, right? So whenever we've faced an imposter syndrome or something that's, deeply affecting us, what kind of got us out of that? Was it believing in yourself and thinking, you know what, I can do this. I can start this school. I can start this business. I can do this job. Anybody ever got a job and they got on the first day and they were like, what the heck am I doing? What am I doing? Yes. I think that might be more than half the people in the room. Even if you don't want to admit it, it's fine. But whenever, or not necessarily a job, whenever you've gotten yourself into a situation where you were like, I am not qualified to do this, or you think I'm underqualified to do this. But what if you flip that mindset? What if you said, well, what if I am qualified? What if I can do it? What's the worst that could happen, right? I think faith and resilience, and faith in oneself is what I'm talking about, is deeply interconnected. Faith fuels the resilience by giving us hope and confidence to keep going. Resilience, in turn, strengthens our faith by proving to us that we are capable of overcoming challenges. Together, I think they create a powerful cycle that enables us to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and determination. I want to make sure we have time for questions. And again, I am not a doctor, so if you ask me anything technical about rest, I don't know. I just know that deeply and personally in my life, if you change that mindset and then just trying to juggle everything, right? I'm trying to juggle a job. I'm trying to juggle being a spouse. I'm trying to juggle being a parent. Where do I even fit rest into my life? But having the courage to actually take that step to say, if I actually do this, I will become a better person. As we move forward in our personal and professional journeys, I want you to remember that the power of faith and resilience, let it cultivate your faith in your abilities, your decisions, and your dreams. Let it build your resilience through every challenge you face, that each experience that you go through will make you stronger. I want to back up. I want to back up to resilience. How many people out here are in leadership positions? Oh, yeah, that's all the room. Look at there. Congratulations. Yes, someone saw faith in you enough to think, you know what, this person can lead a team. This person can lead a business. Yes, or maybe you created it yourself because you saw that there was an actual deficit in the industry that you were in. Resilience, I think, is one of the biggest things that in management, I don't even know if people put that on the interview question sheet. But if you've ever been in some type of management position or some type of leadership position, there's always another level that sometimes gives you stomping orders that you agree with, and sometimes you don't. And then what do you do whenever you get into that position, right? What happens when you need to lay off a team? What happens when you need to deliver some bad news? And I really wanted to just address the leaders in the room because I think there is not enough support systems for us whenever we have to go through those things, and the mental and physical toll that it actually takes on you. And so what I wanted to kind of reiterate is that, one, you're not alone. You're not alone. And in this world that we have to deal with, where we're coming with charging orders that, like I said, we may not necessarily agree with or even understand at the point, your resilience is what's going to keep you and your team above water. And what I mean by that is I had the same thing happen, right? I was in charge of a team. I had to do a massive layoff. Well, what do we do in that, right? Because in that moment, you may only be thinking about yourself. But in that moment, you also may be thinking about your team. Because not only is this a team, but these are people. They have families. They have lives. They have people that are depending on them. And I want you to know that even in your darkest hour, that resiliency, that discipline, that same habit of doing the same thing over and over and over again will save you. In that moment, for my personal decision, I had to network. All of the conferences that I had attended, all of the business cards I had exchanged, all of the LinkedIn requests that I had accepted, it was time to go to work. It was time for me to place my team somewhere else. And that's what we did. We had a session. We said, you know what, we're not going to work today. We're going to sit down. We're going to do resume reviews of everybody in here. We're going to work with our peers. I look at yours, you look at mine. Who do you know? Who do you know? And how do we find what your next step is going to be? And I'm happy to report that in about 30 days, everybody was gainfully employed. So I just come to you today to say that there is power in rest, there is power in discipline, resilience, and just a little bit of faith in yourself. I open the floor for questions, comments, advice, high fives. Awesome. Good job, good job. Any personal stories you want to share? Sure, absolutely. So my name is Crystal Fushi. I am from a little town called Siler City, North Carolina. I grew up on a farm. Imagine that. I grew up on a farm. To parents, was always taught and instilled in me that, you go to school, you get a good job, you stay there for 40 years, and you retire. So in my world, that's what I thought was going to happen, right? So grew up, went to school, undergrad and law school, got my first big girl job, stayed in there 5 years and had a restructure, and then had a decision to make. And so then that led me to creating my company that I have now. So I do consulting work called C&D Consulting, where I work in the pharmaceutical world. So I actually construct the contract for when a pharmaceutical company is getting ready to test their drug, kind of first in human. So I draft the contract between the pharmaceutical company and the hospital where they're going to actually run the trial. And so that's kind of what got me started in this industry. I was very green-eyed. I had the legal perspective of what was going on, but I had no idea what clinical research was. I had no idea what a CRO was. And so I had to learn. And so from there, fast forward, it was great that it worked for me, but then I thought, well, what can I do for somebody else that wants to get in the industry? How do I give back? How do I get people involved? And so then I started an online training program. And that's kind of how I'm here today and kind of how it relates to the HEAL conference. And it's generally, I would say, geared toward, either newer attorneys or someone with a legal background that's wanting to get into negotiating clinical contracts. At the time, it didn't feel that way. At the time, it didn't feel like resilience at all. At the time, I just was like, what am I going to do? But yes, now that I'm on the other side of it, I can say it was resilience. It was the discipline. It was just to kind of keep going. And that really was what it was. And for me, it was my team is what was driving me, right? I am very much, I don't know, I don't do well in leadership because when I'm a leader, I'm a leader. I brought you in, I'm responsible for you, I told you about this job, and now all of a sudden I gotta lay you off. Oh Lord. You know, you talk about the sweat coming. So then I was like, you know what? We're actually gonna have a session where we're gonna read resumes, we're gonna talk to each other, we're gonna network. So yes, so now I can define it as resilience, but at the time it was literally just putting one foot in front of the other. Yes.
I think it's important for us as educators to actually model the resilience
Yes.
for our students and not just say like, I was resilient there, but actually talk about what we're feeling and what we're going through.
Yes.
Because those thoughts are the thoughts that our students are having when they're
Yes.
running into those roadblocks.
Yes.
So how can we model that more? I think that's just what we need to focus on.
Yeah.
Build resilience within our students.
Yeah, when I think back, I don't recall one teacher ever saying, hey guys, I'm having a bad day. Or, hey guys, you know, something bad just happened. My house burned down, or something like that. I don't recall them ever saying anything. It was like they had this picture perfect life. And so in my mind, as an adult, as a kid, I'm thinking that's what I model in my adult life. But as adults, we're messy. We don't have it together. We're just surviving from day to day a lot of times. And so I think whenever we create that, I think that's a very, very good comment. When you create that, I don't want to say inhumanness, but you know, you create this like, I must be this way every single day. I can't have a bad day. I can't do this because kids are like that. They're going to have good days and bad days, just like grown-ups, just like adults. I think that's highly important. Very good comment. Yes, let's be real with the kids. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Human connection. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. 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 Yes, ma'am. Mhm. 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 Well, my first question to that would be, and caveat, I'm not a teacher. Do you have the support system to even make that possible? Can you even dial into your students? Like, what I mean by that is, is it overcrowded? Can you actually dive into what your student is feeling at the time? Do you have the time to do that? Plus the pressures of integrate testing and everything that comes with it. Like, do you even have the support system to make that happen? Right. Right. Mhm. 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 Wonderful question. Wonderful question. I can say I don't know the answer. My guess would be probably not. Yes. It's a topic for tomorrow. Wonderful. Wonderful. I got one right here, and then we'll get right to you. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. See, I did have them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. These ladies in the front. Yeah, can we get a mic for her? She's so nice with her soft voice.
My comment is on the capacity for teachers. Throughout my whole undergrad and master's career, something that truly helped was when a educator or a teacher supported the students' efforts. So there are a lot of students who are organizing, doing community building, and putting in a lot of work and effort into doing that. And if you don't necessarily have the capacity to make that change, because that is a lot for just one teacher or a few teachers to be always trying to make a change, there are a lot of students who are trying to make big changes like that. So it goes a long way to, you know, if they draft a bill and they're trying to push for something in student government, for you to sign on to it. If they're having a meeting or they have an event or they're trying to start a project and to show up to their events, that went a very long way for me. And that kind of support, you're still making a change through someone else's efforts and through your own efforts by supporting them. So there's just so many ways to show up for your students and to build that resiliency. And it's about empowering them and making them feel like they can use their own agency to make a change. And you're making a change by helping them make a change. So there's just so many ways that we can build community and make a change.
I just want to say something about resilience because it's very important. And I would like to see more of positivity classes. Like, you know, I actually do CEs for the nurses just about positive, just being positive. You know, say this word, how simple it is, but it goes like way far. So I think teaching people how to be positive and think positive, even if it's a very bad situation, just look at any little thing that positive in anything and grab on it. That helps to make you more, you know, powerful and keep going as well. But I love what you're doing.
Yeah, my grandmother used to say it costs nothing to be nice to people, right? Or even flash a smile, because everybody's going through something. Whether or not they say it or not, everybody's going through something, or they're getting ready to go through something. And she was like, it costs absolutely nothing just to be nice to people.
I also wanted to say I love to get things down to their tiny little bits. So when you were first talking about resiliency, and the gentleman, he's gone outside now, but thinking about what teachers can do, I love words. I love to go to their etymology. And if we look at resilience, it means to jump back, to recoil. So when my kids were little, and I had a son who was RAD and ADHD and had an IAP that thick, and one of the skills that he got was to take the breath, take the deep breath, and they would take the breath together as the class, 3 deep breaths. That takes us, each of us, when we do that, takes us back into ourselves. And to me, that's the recoil. That's the jump back. Find yourself again. Now, whatever's happening out there, I got a chance. I can navigate, right? And so I so appreciated that from his educators. And then also the tapping. The tapping really, really helped to just, again, it gets us back into our body, gets us to our frontal lobe, and you can have a lot more resource. So thank you for bringing this
You're welcome.
forward today.
You're
This is
welcome.
great.
You're welcome. Yeah, quick note, we have a rule in our family. You get 5 minutes to just kind of lose it, right? If you're going through something, you get 5 minutes to shout, yell, curse, whatever it is you need to do. You got 5 minutes to get it all out. And then after that 5 minutes, then we're talking about what we're going to do next. What's our next steps? How are we going to either fix it, or did you just need to shout? But yeah, we have a 5-minute rule in my family. Yes, sir. Gracefully in heels.
Yeah, appreciate that. I just wanted to go back to the early part of your presentation when you were speaking about rest, and I was just curious about how you define rest.
Sleep.
Sleep. Okay. All right.
Actual sleep. I was referencing a book, and in it he's literally talking about sleep, because some people rest by watching TV or mindlessly flipping through your phone, but I'm actually talking about actual sleep. Like your eyes are closed, you are asleep from 10 to 6, and just making sure that you're taking that discipline to actually get the amount of rest in, because we can all lay down at 10 and look at our phone to 12,
Right.
or answer emails, or what are we doing for lunch next week, or what's for dinner tomorrow. We can all do that, but I'm literally talking about sleep.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. No, it's actually called, they took it back down. You highly recommend it? No, it's called Change Your Schedule, Change Your Life by Dr. Suhas. I don't want to mispronounce his last name. I think it's Kruzager, Kshis, Kshirsagar. There's actually a picture of the book on my slides. See, I was gonna do that because I knew there it is right there. Yeah, and he was basically saying it's not you, it's your schedule. So you think things are going wrong in your life, it's not you, it's your schedule. And if you actually just get your schedule on target, how everything else will change in your life. And he even goes into, when do you need to eat? What do you need to eat? What type of body type you have for your exercise? Because where somebody might like powerlifting and that works for their body, you might just need to walk, right? That might be all you need to do. And he really breaks down how you can you're getting to better sleep, which in turn goes to exercise and just having that mind clarity. Okay, thank you. I was about to say, I'm over, I'm so sorry.
All right, this is a different song. This one goes like this. You know you did a good job. Repeat after me. You know you did a good job. So say you did a good job. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. Your turn. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You did a good job. Good job. All right. Oh, we singing. Okay, so we're going to work on this all week, and by the end of the weekend, you're going to put all these cheers and chants in your pocket, even if you're healthcare providers, because I promise you, everyone needs to know that their just presence in a space is a good job, that they are seen, recognized, and appreciated just for existing. So in the spirit of recognizing you exist and you're human and you have needs, we have a 30-minute break scheduled for right now. Please join us back in here by like 11:27, so we can get ready for an 11:30 start time. Coffee, tea, and refreshments are available in the breakfast room. That's Pebbles 1, 2, and 3. And feel free to network. Continue the conversations that have started this morning and connect with each other. We'll see you all shortly. And thank you so much, Crystal, and to our morning panelists for your flexibility and everything. And check out our exhibitors outside. Crystal will be out there as well. you hear the sound of my voice, clap once. Hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. Hear the sound of my voice, clap 5 times. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for returning so promptly. I appreciate you all. Hope you had an opportunity to be human for a little bit and just take care of your bodies, take care of your needs. We have an exciting agenda to follow. Thank you again to our morning panelists and keynote speaker. We are getting ready to hear from our next panel. Our experts are here to explore and extend their views and insights on how mentorship promotes growth, inclusivity, and gender equality. They will share their insights and experiences and also strategies for personal and professional development. So please join me in welcoming our session moderator, Janet M. Harvey. And if all our panelists would like to join us on stage as well, please take your spots. Janet, you got the mic.
Thank you very much. I'll use this one here. Donna, action. And where's my... Okay. Did you take a break to rest?
Yes.
Oh, I don't like this. I can't see you guys over there. All right, now I got you. Now I got you. Okay. Is that good? We're good. I want to say thank you to this panel because one of the things that I think is a mark of resilience is the ability to respond just in time. We got a note, hey, you guys are on a panel and you're going to talk about the role of mentorship. I'm like, okay. And we had a Google Doc. 2 of us met for 30 minutes. 3 of us met for 20 minutes. And otherwise, it's all been done asynchronously. So if you think you have to do a whole bunch of planning to make something magnificent happen, check your assumptions. It's just not true. So we've decided that one way to make sure that you got the very largest amount of content possible, we are not all going to say the same thing. Everybody has a different point of view, and it's one of the things I really value about all of you. As you can tell, you have ethnic diversity, you have age diversity, you're going to find out you have professional diversity, and extremely different points of view about mentoring and being a mentor, being a mentee, and what those processes are like. This is such an important piece of the evolution for each of us into maturity as an adult and the contribution that we make in society, no matter what professional role we have. So you're going to hear first our personal stories, and then we'll talk a little more technically. You're going to have questions, so please write them down, because if you sit on them, you won't be listening to anything we're saying. So write them down so you can bring your attention back, and then we'll leave 10 minutes at the end for Q&A. Sound like a plan? Awesome. Okay. I will tell you that without mentors, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys. I obviously was born with a mark on my face, which means the day I walked into kindergarten, I got bullied and made fun of, and that was true for my entire life. I learned resilience, thank you, my friend, to say, wait a minute, but that's not all of who I am. But there were teachers, there were sports coaches, there were older students, there was the school nurse, and every step along my life journey, somebody was there for me to turn to say, how come that happened? What's driving the experience that I'm having? What don't they understand about the wholeness of who I am? These are not technical questions. They are, like our first panel, the social and emotional language of being a human, of what I would call the right to dignity. Mentoring is hugely important in my book, and I've been the great beneficiary, and I give back. I currently have 8 people that I'm mentoring in all kinds of different ways, whether it's leadership, or it's in the work that I do as a professional coach educator, or people who are professional coaches around the world, who are feeling stuck and needing support. I'm thinking about one young woman in Nigeria. She's in Lagos and suffering under really great gender bias and role bias inside of her organization. And I know for sure that if it wasn't for our time mentoring once a month for an hour, she would have quit. You don't leave jobs in Nigeria and expect to survive and take care of your 3 kids as a single mom. It makes a difference, a big one. So let's hear from our panelists. Each of you can take a moment to tell your personal story. Who wants to go first?
You should go first.
He got it.
Sure. Okay, the topic being women, right? So I want to focus a little bit on the fact that behind every successful women, there is a supporting family, there is a supporting husband, and supporting kids, right? So I think I want to basically a little bit dwell on my wife's journey from or movement from the corporate world to the entrepreneurship world, right? And it wasn't easy, right? And even in my professional life, I have had to work with and even be what shall I say, reporting to a few women, right? So, and I found that women have been like very nurturing, caring, emotional, and they are great taskmasters. So I want to call out that there should be a right mix of women and men, and they should collaborate. And such collaboration improves the life of not only the family, but also the work culture and the companies that we deal with. So I want to call out for more women power in the leadership. Yeah.
Here, here.
So my story, it starts when I was a child. I didn't have very many role models. My parents weren't educated. They supported me as much as they could. So I was always seeking out my own mentors. As a child, trying to find that teacher, you know, as a friend, right, trying to find those friends who could support me. So in my first 2 years of teaching, I did the same thing. I just thought like, well, there's all these experts here. Like people have been teaching 20, 30, 40 years. And they turned them into my mentor because there was just no mentoring program almost 30 years ago when I started teaching. So along my journey, I've realized the power of mentoring because I've had to find my own. But also, as an educator, I fell into mentoring as a role in my 3rd year of teaching. So I spent those first 2 years really seeking it out. And in my 3rd year, my department chair said, "Oh, you should mentor this first-year teacher." And I said, "I don't even know how to teach. I'm in my 3rd year. Like, I'm still learning myself." But that was really a transformative moment for me, to take that step to work with somebody who was only 2 years younger than I was, just starting in this profession, a young woman, and ask myself, okay, well, what expertise do I have? I must have something I can offer. And that year I kind of flew blindly, but then decided mentoring is very powerful on the mentor side. And so I started to mentor other teachers, and after 10 years of teaching, I designed my first mentoring program. That's part of what I do now is design and implement teacher induction programs for beginning teachers. And so that's just a little piece of my story of how I came to be here.
Thanks, Donna.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hiba Al-Khatib, and my passion for mentorship really started at a young age now when I reflect on it as a product of not seeing myself in the spaces that I was a part of. And when I got to undergrad at UC Berkeley, given the reputation of diversity and just how amazing of a school it is, I thought that would change. I thought that I would join these spaces, particularly in public health, where my identity as a Palestinian, Muslim American, and daughter of immigrants was embraced and acknowledged. And I did not find that mentorship or that community. And that was a really big problem for me, because if you cannot acknowledge, the health of a people who look like me, the health of women who look like me, the aspirations of women who look like me, then that is, lacking humanity and the dehumanization of a people. And so that's something that did not sit well with me, and so I quickly realized that I needed to make a change, not just for myself, but for students who are going to come in the future, and trying to get rid of that struggle and barrier for them. So for me, I guess that's the first point of mentorship, is trying to make other people's lives easier. And the real value is embracing their identity. So I created Palestinian Public Health, which is my organization, and created that space on campus and across the nation and globally for students to get together and to meet with mentors. One of our main pillars is advocacy and mentorship. So to meet with mentors who, even if they don't necessarily have the same background as you or the same story as you, they at least give you that ability to embrace who you are. They acknowledge your identity, they acknowledge your struggles, and they give you that platform where you don't have to choose between career development and your identity. And that's what I noticed when I joined almost every health organization, and the only time my struggles as a Palestinian was brought up was when I brought it up. And that's not how it should be, right? And then the mentors that I would go to is probably just that generic definition of here's a step-by-step, do this, take this class, do this extracurricular, you want to go to med school. And that's not what mentorship is, right? It's a sustainable relationship where sometimes it's just checking in on the person and really empowering the person to believe in their own resilience, their own identity, their own power, and giving them that platform to grow.
And you, my friend?
I know those are some tough acts to follow. My passion for mentorship, it really comes from someone did it for me, right? I like to call myself, I am a leader by default because I don't like chaos. But because I am an extroverted introvert, usually I'm very quiet when I enter a space. And then if there happens to be chaos, then I'm like, okay, let me step in because I don't like chaos. And so in my professional career, like I said, when I started out, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, very green, had no idea what was going on. And then just so happened a great mentor was placed in front of me as my boss. And she was absolutely amazing in the way that she kind of took me under her wing. She taught me how to move in spaces, because now I'm in a professional world. So I came from, being in school all my life, and now all of a sudden I got my first big girl job, right? And so teaching me how to move in those spaces, teaching me how to speak. And so I had someone to do it for me. So once I gained the knowledge and the experience of being in the career, immediately I thought it's time for me to give back. I need to bring others with me to actually know about this career, to actually know that they can do it, to actually see people that can do it, because subconsciously that's what was given to me. At the time I didn't realize that's what was happening, but that was given it to me. And so now that I have a platform, it's very important that I explain to girls and girls who look like me that these are actually careers that they can go into, things that they can do. I'm very much advocate in that you can do whatever it is you want to do as long as you have the patience to learn it.
Patience to learn it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And the courage to own one's identity, and to demand that it get respected, and to also, it seems to me our next question is really about what are some of the current gaps that we see out there. Why aren't people being mentors? Why don't people seek out a mentor to support themselves when they're not feeling confident or competent or ready or good enough, whatever the phrases might be? I think I've got a lot of experts on this panel, so I want to let them talk specifically about mentoring, and I want to just offer 3 things to frame. There is a mindset myth that if I seek a mentor, I'm admitting I'm weak. And I can't afford to do that, so I won't. I'll fake it till I make it. Which creates that thing that Crystal was talking about called the imposter syndrome. There is another mindset myth, but this one is for mentors who think it takes too much time away from the important thing that they do professionally. And they forget the reciprocity in life. When we give back of ourselves generously, we will always receive in return 2 or 3x that same amount of energy. We need that serotonin hit. And until we start breaking that mindset that is so self-focused in order to take in other focus, we're going to continue to have people who have imposter syndrome and who struggle, who feel not seen and heard. The greatest crisis we have in America, for sure, and I can see it in the European countries that I'm in as well, is a sense of belonging. I've been othered. I don't belong here. And we all know what the ripple effect is when we don't belong. We'll save that for another panel. The third is a cultural mindset. And in some ways, I think this is the most difficult one. In many cultures, the idea of being available to receive, which means you're accepting that I'm not the smartest person in the room, I'm not the only one with the answer, and yet without this, we don't have collaboration. So there are ways in which identity has created barriers, and part of mentoring is about pulling down those screens and creating a space to be exactly who you are. So with that, let's talk a little bit about the gaps you all have seen in your experience. So we have technology and academia and public health and clinical research and a JD. Oh my gosh. Don't get me started on the legal profession. I won't go there. Right? We have lots of different angles here to talk about what are some of the gaps that you see that keep mentorship from empowering girls and women.
I can start.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a great intro. A major gap that I think I want to piggyback on, which was just mentioned, was the time commitment. So a big misconception is that when you mentor, you have to meet with your mentee like every week, every day. It takes a lot of time. You know, you have to have every answer. That's something I always hear. Like, what if I don't know how to answer their question? And so when I think about the kind of mentor that I want to be on, or I want to be, excuse me, I think about the privilege that I had to have a mentor since I was born, which is my mother. And I think about what I appreciated so much about her mentorship, and the values that I tried to carry with me. So one of them was that a lot of times when I go to her, sometimes she doesn't even say anything. Like, I just tell her what my problem is, or I just express how I feel, and I just want a listening ear. Okay, other times it has been, oh, I feel weak. Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. And she'll simply say, yes, you can. And I'll be like, yeah, you're right. I can. Or I'll be nervous about a speaking session or a presentation. And then she'll remind me about how many speaking sessions and presentations I did and how wonderful it went. So it's not that she had an answer, it's that she empowered me to remember who I am and the skills that I bring forth and the strength that I have within myself, right? And a really great example is when I started Palestinian Public Health, I had everything prepared, and I, of course, went to my mother first to tell her that I was doing this, and that little voice in my head was like, what if it's not successful? So I went to her and I told her, you know, do you think this is a good idea? Like, what if it's not successful? And she looked at me and she was like, well, we'll never know unless you do it, right? Like, how am I supposed to know? And then I was like, I never felt so dumb. I was like, yeah, you're right. Like, we will know. And she was like, you know, even if nobody supports it, even if it's not successful, the worst that can happen is failure, and the worst is that you tried. And if you're just impacting one person, she said this, she said, if you're just making a difference in the life of one person, and I'm proud to say we've made a difference in a lot of people's lives. A lot of people have pursued public health just because of this community and safe space and mentorship that is available. That is a success. So this idea of you have to commit so much time, you have to have every answer, you have to influence the life of so many different people, you don't. If you can just influence one person, if you can just empower one person to feel like they can use their own agency and voice and feel empowered, then that is a change, and a big change that they'll carry on, and a legacy that you've just instilled in at least one person.
Hey, but I want to add a little data to that. We know that 60 minutes spent with another human being in a deeply respectful conversation, which we call professional coaching, but mentoring is similar to this, will touch 1,600 people in 30 days. Let's let that sink in for a second. When we are deeply seen, felt, heard, and understood, we change the way we talk to everybody in our lives. One person makes a big difference. All right, who are you passing the baton to?
I know somebody here was trying to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, in the education space, we're lifelong learners, and everyone needs a mentor, whether you're first starting out or you're 30 years into the profession. And one of the major challenges is time. So if you're an educator in the room, you know that you are expected to do more and more and more and more. And I've just seen the evolution of that in my time in education. So time is a major factor, and particularly for beginning teachers who are really struggling because they're just trying to figure out, what do I do tomorrow? How do I survive? And they need that mentor to work with them side by side, to co-plan, to co-teach, to observe them, give them feedback. And as I already said, like, as you continue through your career, like, those mentors are so essential to us continuing to learn and grow and improve. So time is one challenge. Another challenge in the teacher education space right now is the teacher shortage. So there just really aren't enough qualified people to mentor. That's something that I'm finding more and more. And finding those teachers who have that depth of expertise, who can be very flexible, can be facilitative, instructive, and know, like, collaborative, like they know when to take a stance. Like, okay, now we need to work side by side. Okay, now I need to ask you some questions and push on your thinking, or I need to just tell you what I think you should do, right? And how that might impact your learning. So just finding those people, because so many people are leaving the profession, is increasingly challenging. So those are just two. There's more, but those are two to start with.
You want to pass to the right?
Yes. Sure. I want to come from a little bit like combined perspective, right? So basically, I believe in the honest truth that life is beautiful. Like, you will, in the walk of life, encounter both situations, right? So one where you can be a mentor and where you can be a mentee, right? And I believe in being a student of life for the most part, right? So learn from everybody, and suddenly life is beautiful, and you will get opportunities like where you get to be a mentor. And so the power of influencing and getting influence, right? So both are important. And I am in the education space, but more from the technology perspective, right? So I find in my walk of life that I find it the easiest to deal with computers because it doesn't yell back, it doesn't talk back, it doesn't have emotions. But when it comes to people, I feel that as human beings, we need to be the bridge between technology and the people space, right? And therefore, it's important to I have learned a lot from people who have spent years in the industry just doing technology, just doing like database, just doing like the back end or just doing the front end. And it's like at a stage of life where I get a chance to now lead technology initiatives or contribute to the education space via technology. I feel that I feel honored. I feel honored that I get a chance to mentor others, and that itself is a great responsibility, I feel, and therefore I salute all the teachers of the world, because the power of mentorship is really something with which you can rest better, sleep better, and I think that's the perspective I wanted to bring. Yeah, go ahead.
That's great. Yeah. And Crystal, how about for you?
Yeah, kind of piggybacking on what you said earlier, I think that the gap for young women is just the resource that's there, right? I don't think it should fall squarely on the shoulders of the teachers to be the mentors, right? I think if in any community that we look in the United States, hopefully there are some successful women, I believe, wholeheartedly in that community. And I believe it's more about getting them together to actually acknowledge that, hey, there's a space, or we need to create a safe space for young girls to come to talk about their goals, their dreams, what's bothering them. And I think that is the gap that is missing. If we rely, so teachers have so much to do. They can't be everything, right? And they want to go home and have families too. So I think if we actually created that, and again, with the time, it doesn't even have to be every single day or once a week. Kids are very savvy. Most of them have cell phones. You could probably just create a Zoom meeting, like, hey, guys, let's just create a Zoom space. If they want a one-on-one, that's great, but some people just do better whenever they're, they feel less, what's the word I'm looking for? They'll open up more if they're not in a crowded room or they're somewhere that they just, comfortable space. But I think more as women, and I hate to say it because then I feel like we're having to be the superwoman, right? We got to do it all. We got to mentor, got to be a mom, got to do this, got to do that. But for those of us that may have a little bit more time on our hands, and there are some that are out there, if we could start creating a space for these young women to actually come in our communities to speak about these issues that they may be facing, or even knowing like what they want to do in life. Someone in 8th grade might not know yet, and then even you exposing yourself to them to say, hey, I do this, have you ever thought about it? Well, hey, I didn't even know it existed. So even just kind of creating that space, I think, for young women is probably the biggest, or one of the biggest gaps and hurdles that we see. And then putting that pressure solely on just our teachers to actually do that as well. We can do more as a community.
You're reminding me of one of my favorite healthcare organizations. Kind of goes the extra yard. They don't hold mentoring as discretionary. It's embedded into the fabric of their work. And Bring a Child to Work Day, to your point, yes, they absolutely do it. In fact, they do it once a quarter.
Wonderful.
And they've implemented peer mentoring at every level of the organization. And it's something that happens for 6 months after someone is onboarded. So there are some ways in which not just education, but the corporate world, once you step into it, where mentoring is much more prevalent. And I guess the question for me is, what is it? What is it in the emotional zeitgeist of society that we think that it's somehow shameful to need?
Well, as women, we suffer from that superwoman syndrome. I got to do it all. I got to take care of mom and dad. I got to take care of husband, a wife, kids over here. The dog's got this appointment. We have this, and it's because we have a nurture. We're natural nurturers, right? And so because of that, we tend to take on more, and we need to set more boundaries, right? So that we don't feel overwhelmed and overworked because we are taking on all of these responsibilities. But I think, that's to me where it comes from. We have this kind of superwoman syndrome, and that you might think I don't need the help, but you might think more, well, I just got to do it all. And if it's going to get done right, I got to do it all, right? That syndrome there we have to let go of and actually empower others to do it because they can, and you don't have to do it all.
Which is really how I learned about the world of work, because one of my first mentors was a man. And he made it really clear to me that if I kept on the trajectory I was on, which was I work 7 days a week, usually 12 hours a day, and he said, you'll never get promoted because you don't know how to let anybody else do anything for you. Right? So I think there's some interesting dynamics. Maybe it's gender identity. I think there are lots of things that go into identity, not just that influence us to think that we can't show weakness.
Yes.
So I wonder, what are some resources besides programmatic solutions? Yes, mentoring programs are necessary, especially in education and in healthcare, because of the caring nature, right? We want to give of ourselves. What are some other resource structures that we think would help people normalize and find benefit in getting a mentor and being a mentor?
Okay, before I try to delve into that question, right, Janet, I wanted to also talk about the mentors, just because the topic is mentorship is girls and women. I sincerely believe that to clap, it needs a diverse set of hands, right? So, and therefore, the mentors, when we talk about, I want to encourage women to have men mentors, and as well as to be mentees and mentors, regardless of, I think we live in a complex world where the problems are need all of us to collaborate. And to collaborate, I think we need to give up our gender identity for a little bit and see what roles we each other play, right? Because in my walk of life, I've seen women who are really good taskmasters. They are very empathetic. They are very, they can, what shall I say? They are like in most companies that I have walked through, right? So they are the ones who are committed to the cause for a longer time. They are like, while the bro code, basically, usually people jump around a little bit more in the men folk, right? But women have been committed to the cause. So therefore, I think it's important that we all collaborate together, right? So, and collaborate together, I think, being the only man on the panel, I welcome women with warm hands, and I think we all should collaborate. That's the first point I wanted to make. So, yeah.
And you modeled that beautifully with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And in terms of resources, I feel you shouldn't go looking for a mentor. Like, that's the first part, right? So basically, wherever you see a gap, I think there are tons of resources. Like LinkedIn is a great resource, or in your walk of life, in family, work, or friend circle. I think you will always, and it's not necessary always to have a single mentor too. So depending on the knowledge gap that you're bridging or that you want to inculcate, I think it's you should look for what shall I say, micro commitment from mentors too. So I think you should look all around and learn from most people. So I think that's what makes the world beautiful, I feel, yeah.
For me, there's a lot of thoughts coming. When I was an undergrad, like I said, I did not have those resources laid out. I did not know who to approach, who to talk to, who to get mentorship from. I was blessed to have an inner circle, right? My family that was extremely supportive, my mother, but school-wise at like the university, I was all over the place. So naturally, I went to the advisor, and it was not helpful at all. He could not answer like any questions, and that's part of what we're discussing here. With it doesn't fall on just the leadership, right? The academic leadership, the counselors, the teachers, because they don't always have the answer, and they don't always know what to say. And oftentimes, that just might be their job because they have a passion for it, but they did not go to the same school. They are not doing the same thing, so they don't always know what to say or to do. So after that experience, I found community on campus, right? I said I'm Muslim, so I joined the MSA, the Muslim Student Association, and I found older women, right? Older men who are juniors, seniors, who are about to graduate, who went through the same struggles that I'm going through, and I told them, who do I go to? And it ended up being them, right? They would tell me, oh, this class is hard. Or, this class is easy, don't spend so much time, right? Or they would give me previous study guides or resources or guide me, right? And they also didn't always have the answer, but it was a step in the right direction. And then in terms of my Palestinian identity and being in the health space and not seeing Palestinian health, ever mentioned, well, then I was like, okay, let me step into that mentor role, let me make that change. Right, let me start that change, and then other people who are probably also internally passionate about it but have not found that community, now they can join me, we can join forces, and we can build a community, right? So it's like leveraging your own power, it's finding that community, it's finding those diverse voices, and it's not always easy to find a mentor. And the other thing that we did, one of the first things that I did when I started my organization was a Palestinians in Public Health panel, right? So these were real people who are in public health, and not all of them even did anything about Palestine on the panel. But just the fact that their identity was front and center for young girls, for young men who want to be in this field, it made a difference. It made a difference to see them staged, right? It made a difference to see that you can be successful being your full self, right? And then a part of our organization is so many different diverse voices. We worked with a Black nonprofit that is just absolutely amazing, and our struggles are interconnected. So we help them, they help us. We run a community-based clinic and we do a breakfast program that's modeled after, the efforts by the Black Panthers. So there's just so much opportunity for community building, so many diverse voices that can come together. You don't all have the same story, you don't have all the same background, but if you lead with compassion, I think that's a main point for a mentor. You need to be compassionate. You need to, understand that there is love in this world, there is humanity, and there's just so much opportunity for growth. And the last thing I want to say is that the inner circle makes a huge difference. If you're surrounded by friends who are not supporting you, who are giving you backhanded comments, when you want to start something, they're like, oh, it's too much work, right? If my mother had told me, oh, it's too much work, why you can be successful. Yes, I think success is subjective, right? Anyone can be successful. But is that what you want out of this life, or do you want to make an impact and feel fulfilled? So if she had told me it's too much work, I don't know if I would have done everything I've done to this point. So if you feel like your inner circle, your friends, those are mentors for life, right? They impact you, they impact your outlook on life, they impact the change you want to make. And if they're not being supportive, then you might start letting go of your passions based on their discouragement. So mentors are very diverse.
So I'm hearing use your agency on your inner family, and that will give you the formula to collaborate. Yeah. That's beautiful, Hiba. Thank you. Go ahead, Donna.
Oh, I was just going to say that, of course, there's lots of mentoring programs out there, right, and organizations. And there's so much informal mentoring, right, as we're hearing on this panel, that is so powerful. So take a step back, look around your community, look around your workplace, and ask yourself, is there someone here who can be an informal mentor, right? It doesn't have to be a formalized, you must spend so much time with a person per week relationship. Mentors are everywhere. So that's, I guess that would be my recommendation.
Punchline. Okay, Crystal.
Oh, I'm so privileged to be on this panel. And when she talked about older men and women, juniors and seniors, I said, oh, Lord. Look, as a child in the 1900s. Back in the 1900s when I was in college. I think as a mentors, we need to go to where the girls and the young men are, right? I think that's one of the things we need to do. We need to go to where they are. Yes, you can connect on LinkedIn. Yes, you can try to find somebody, but we need to go to where they are, right? As adults, right? That's what we need to do. If we want to have more mentorship in communities, we need to go to where they are. That's one. Secondly, as a mentor, you need to pick people that want to do it. Because when you have a mentor that feels like they got to be drugged into it, or they really don't want to do it, they're not going to be committed. You don't want them to be a part of your community. Don't be afraid to say no. Thank you, but no thank you, right? So let's make sure that they actually want to be a part of that role. And for young, like I said, one, if we show up in the community, I think one that will start helping them to know where to actually go and to go out. For those who, because I think when I hear girl, I think anywhere from 14 and older. So a 14-year-old is probably not, some of them will, but some of them won't have the courage to actually get on LinkedIn and talk to somebody that I don't know that might be a mentor. But I encourage you to get out, to talk, to find somebody you kind of vibe with, right? Because each mentor that I have had, I had to have a vibe with them. We had to kind of get along. It wasn't going to do me any good if, our personalities didn't mesh, right? Yes, I can learn something from them, but I'm going to learn something from somebody more that I mesh with. And, when you're seen in the community, when you're known in the community, I think it makes you more approachable, right? When I go talk to students, I don't look like this, right? I got on a t-shirt, jeans, we're playing basketball. I'm going to them, I'm meeting them where they are. And I think sometimes we can get so far in our careers or so high up, that we actually forget that at one point we were kids, at one point you were this shy little kid. How do you actually reach back out? But I think the biggest thing is, as adults, we need to start going to where there's a gap, right? Start going to where young women are. Start going to, how you want them to lead, or come into STEM, or come into whatever career you want them to come into. But yeah, we have to go to the people.
I think there's another word besides compassion, which I love that, Hiba, that you brought that in, and the word's vulnerability. I think that it's important for young girls in particular to get that they don't have to grow up so fast. Yes. Right? You're fine right where you are. Yes. And I was there once too. I know what it feels like to feel uncertain, to be doubtful, to have those moments when all you want to do is go hide in the bathroom and cry. Okay, that's a moment. I had those too. I'll share a story with you. And what's your story? Right, to give it back. Sometimes mentoring is not formal. I really appreciate the moments. Take advantage of those moments to see someone, truly. So we have about 4 minutes left. Are there any particular questions that you wrote down, because I told you to do that so that you could listen? Do you want to ask us now?
Can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
You were talking about circle of friends, and I think that is huge. where you are in your life. My friends, when I was 20, I have a couple, but it looks very different now at 44. So one thing you have to know is that when you're preparing to go to the next level, everybody can't go with you. So those that are not supporting you, you thank them for the friendship and the time they had, but your circle, it's gonna look different as you navigate life, as you move further, as you grow. So don't be afraid, because a lot of times as women, I think we have a tendency to try to hold on, right? It's what we know, it's comfortable, it feels good. It's just to make sure that you're open to new opportunities, because your friend circle will change, and you want it to change, right? You want to be surrounded with like-minded people. You want to be surrounded with people that are doing better than you so that you can learn from them. So just don't be afraid of that.
We could go on for hours, and we won't. Are there any particular questions? Come get a mic, please.
Keep keeping those steps going. Actually, just as I was listening to all of you, I thought, if all of the mentors that you've had, what is one line that you just can't ever forget? Like, it's so much a part of you, and you got that from your mentor.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier. For me, it's that you'll never know unless you try, and that the worst that can happen is that you fail and that you try again. And the other one is that leaders build leaders, right? My mother always says this: you are a leader and a mentor if you truly want to see other people succeed. And that's the circle of life, right? As you get more successful, you should be pulling more people up with you. And I always think about this because, yes, I worked hard, but I could have been born in Palestine where my family is, and I definitely would not have had the opportunities that I had being born in America. So by chance, I am a woman born here, right? And through my faith and my religion, I believe that, God allowed me to fill this role of leadership, and I have a responsibility to give it back, right? I have a responsibility to amplify voices that have been silenced and bring them up with me. And I truly believe that everybody has the ability inside of them to make a change and to be powerful, but sometimes it just takes someone telling you that you are capable, right? So I think it goes such a long way for you, if you see somebody down or you see someone discouraged, to be like, yes, you can. Just try, be their first supporter. A lot of the students that I mentored, and I talked about that panel. When I did that panel, I was an undergrad. And then throughout my master's, I sat on Masters of Public Health panel and gave it back. And now I mentor students who want to be in public health, and I'm giving it back. And a lot of times I tell them, well, they're like, is this a good idea? I'm like, well, I don't know, let's try. And I'll be your first supporter. I'll come to your event, right? So that just goes such a long way in never forgetting that even when you are successful, that you need to bring other people with you, and you have a responsibility to give back and to not be selfish and just thinking, oh, I did it, why should I not care about anyone else? So yeah.
Thanks, Heba.
I think some of the lessons that I've learned are that it's important to have a vision, right? So it's I don't know whether I learned it from a single individual or over life. I think it's important to have a vision, and to execute that vision, it takes a lot of hard work, right? So what I find is that it's important to have a goal, and important to be guided. And once you have the vision, you will realize that if it's your own vision, you will need a lot of people to collaborate, and therefore, whether you call yourself a mentor, a mentee, or whatever, I think you need to collaborate. I think to get to somewhere in life, you need to collaborate. That's the bottom line I want to get to. Yeah.
Well, on that note of collaboration, many years ago, I helped start a school, and it was side-by-side leadership. So our principal was there and was an important decision maker, and also all of us as teachers were decision makers. And he said to us as a faculty, this is really hard work. And sometimes you might make assumptions about other people. You might come to the space not feeling positive or carrying something with you. And he said, assume goodwill. He said, this is really what has carried me through my career. And just step back, check your assumptions, right? And assume that everybody has the best intentions. And that has been so instrumental, both as a mentor and as somebody being mentored?
I'll leave you with my favorite. I say it all the time. Leaders eat last. It's a book by Simon Sinek if you haven't heard of it. But as a leader, your job is to actually pull your team along. Your job is to get out there in the front lines and help, that you're not somewhere just yelling from the rooftops. But I live by that motto, leaders eat last.
And mine is, I don't know is the doorway to everything you want in life.
Very good.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's try our good job together. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. Spell it out. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job, good job. Spanish remix, remix. Muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien. M-U-Y-B-I-E-N. Muy bien, muy bien. Tomorrow we're going to do it in Spanish, so I hope you practice your abecedario. Okay. Thank you again to our panelists and our phenomenal moderator. Really important conversation around the role that we play in each other's lives, in building each other up, in helping ourselves grow and glow into the best version of our highest human potential. We're going to move on to our next topic, false beliefs in today's leadership. So really diving deep into the shadow aspect of leadership. Strengthening your leadership is absolutely critical in your approach. In the upcoming keynote session, our speaker will help redefine your vision of leadership. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Peter A. Wishney. He is a leadership coach at Coach Peter Wishney. Please give him a big round of applause.
Hello. Hello, hello. You can see me, right? Thank you. Okay, great. Now do we have a clicker? Oh, that's the clicker? Thank you. There you go. Oh, great. Well, that's a little too early. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, HEAL Conferences, and thank you for everyone for coming here to listen to me. You guys are absolutely amazing. Absolutely. I mean, there's so many leaders in this room, but there are 3 false beliefs that if you can shift them, it will make a big difference in your life and everyone else's life around you. How many of you, any of you doctors who actually treat patients? So I'm going to tell you my story. So in the medical field, you enter the medical field most likely to help people, right? We love to help people, and we love to take care of our people. So let me tell you about my story, and that is when I was 3 years old. I think this is the one. That's going the wrong way. That's, got it back. Big green button? Oh, thank you. Beautiful. When I was about 3 years old, I was diagnosed with asthma and almost died of it at that age. And as I grew, my asthma plagued me so much that in 5th grade, I missed 40 days of school. And I used to love going to the doctor. How many people would say, I love going to the doctor and I can't wait to get an injection? I wish my doctor would just put that needle in my arm, and I can't wait for that. That was me. Because when you can't breathe and you're walking around with an inhaler, and when you go to the doctor and he puts a needle in your arm, and I'm like a kid, and I'm looking at this needle, and I'm staring at the needle in my arm, and I can see the medication going into my arm, and once that happens, I feel better. I can breathe, okay? And breathing is, it's everything, right? And what we need to do is breathe and put back oxygen into our careers, into other people's lives, right? So as I'm getting this medication, feeling good, that doctor served me, helped me, and he gave me a normal childhood. So years went down the road. Ever since I was 9 years old, I wanted to be a doctor. I became a podiatrist. It's not because I like feet. I love helping people, all kinds of people. I love kids especially. I take care of a lot of children and children's foot problems. I'm also was the doctor to Rutgers University. but I loved doing that, and I just love what I did. So I went through medical school, went through my residency and my fellowship, and after that, I never worked for anyone. So someone asked earlier, like, who worked for people? I never worked for anyone in my life. And there's a reason for that, and that's one of the false beliefs, and I'm going to tell you that in a second. Okay, so I just never worked for anyone, and I opened up a practice. 29 years old, I owed $100,000 in student loans. I bought a practice for $100,000. I had $100,000 in a credit line. But I remember the first day after all the papers were signed, saw my name on the door. I entered my office. I walked in the office. And I was like 29 years old, bright-eyed. My future's ahead of me. I can't wait to start taking care of people. My first patient is in the waiting room. About an 80-year-old man sitting in a chair with a cane. And he looks at me, and I'm like so excited. He looks at me and he goes, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm Dr. Wishney. I'm the new doctor here." And he said, "I don't care. I want the old doctor." And he walked right out. That happened to the next patient as well. $300,000 in debt. I lost the first two patients just like that. And I was scared. I didn't know if I was going to make it. And I took that feeling, and I knew the thing that I was meant to do, to serve other people, might not happen because I did not understand the business side of things. So, here's that big green button. Sometimes you get your prayers answered. There's clues all around us, but with that cell phone thing going around, we don't listen to the clues. And this time I listened to the clue. I listened to what was going on. I had this machine. You remember this machine? A lot of us do remember that machine. That's called a fax machine. Okay, and a message came to that fax machine. And it said, "Learn how to run your medical business in 2 days for $99." I said, "Woo, that's it. That's going to answer my prayers. And that's going to, in 2 days, I'm going to go there, learn everything I need. In 2 days, I'm going to run that medical business like no one ever ran a medical business before." And I got there. And I went to the 2-day meeting. And then I was young, naive, and I did not know about the salesperson after the meeting situation. You go to a meeting, and then there's a salesperson, right? And he's trying to sell you stuff. So I gave the salesperson a hard time. I spent about 5 hours with this guy answering questions, guarantee that, I'm going to do what he says he wants me to do, and I'm going to get what I need. And I did. Okay, and after I signed the papers, I maxed out 2 credit cards totaling $18,000. I owed $300,000. I was losing $7,500 a month in my practice, and now I laid down 2 credit cards for $18,000. So I'm sitting in my bed that night looking at the ceiling and going, what the heck did I just do? I had no right to spend any more money. And how many people here can say that at that situation you would not even think about paying another dime to anyone else until you started making money, okay? But like we just talked about on that panel, great job, Janet, and everybody on that panel was fantastic. I can tell you that, I needed the support, I needed the help, and I did anything I can do to get that. But later on, I realized in that moment of investing in myself, that was the moment that turned my life around in 2 different ways. One, that year, the first year of my practice, I made more money than the doctor prior to me in any one of his 17 years of practice. And I kept on learning and learning and growing the business for about 32 years. And I kept on growing it to 2 offices, 5 other associates, and I just loved doing that. I was able to help a lot more people. But most important, what I got out of that day was I learned the love that I have for taking care of my patients matched my love that I have for running a business. And that's really is important. How many people, now I'm going to turn this around a little bit. We talked about IT. You talked about computers. You don't have to talk to people, right, Laxman, right? Let me tell you that whatever you're doing, maybe you're not seeing a patient or a client or customer directly, but you're working on IT. Who's your end user in IT? It's people. So either we are working directly with people, or the end user is most likely a person. And we forget that. Or we're working with people, and that could drain us. And that goes back to what you were saying. You need rest because people can drain you. And if you don't have rest, you can't handle and take care of them, mentor them, what have you. So that's what I learned that day, and that was really, really important. Okay, so you can have stress, or you could be a victor, and that's Vince Lombardi, one of the great coaches of in football of all time. Okay, so let me tell you about the first false belief. So before we go into that, that's about control, and that's why I never worked for anyone, because I need control. Okay, so so the three false beliefs, the three shifts. If you make these three shifts, at the end of these three shifts, what we have is not only will you love doing your business and have everything else, but most importantly, if you handle these three shifts and make these three shifts, not only will life not feel like you're pushing a cart uphill and having constant stress, like from the office, you will feel like you'll be the driver in the driver's seat, moving that cart wherever you want to go and however far you want to take it, okay? And it will open up a better version of yourself so you have the energy to be with the people you love, and that is your family, a significant other, and the people around you. So that's really important to make these three shifts. So the first one is control. We as leaders love to be in control. We're in control, and control is not a bad thing, but control is we want to control the outcome. So we control all the processes through the way. Okay, so but the problem is when you control processes, you are controlling people, and you're micromanaging people because for the benefit of you to get the result that you want. So how many of you really love to be micromanaged? No, but that's why we're leaders. Okay, we do that micromanaging, so we don't need to micromanage people. People, your team, the team around you. I don't like to call them employees. They're part of your team. And they need to know that you have faith in them, that you can trust them. And when they can come to work and feel that they can say things that make a difference, then you know they're in the right position. People need to know, people want to be in a position where they can grow with you. They truly want to be part of a company that grows. And you have to give them that right, even if you know what you're supposed to do. You know how many times you know the answer, and so you don't give other people the opportunity to answer? The best thing to do is leaders ask questions. So even if you know the answer, I would say to you, Lux, I'm sorry, you're right here. So, what did you think about this situation? If I know what I think you should know about that situation, I ask you your opinion. I ask everyone's opinion about what they think and get them involved. Okay, and that's really, really important to do so. Okay, leaders are great coaches. Don't think of yourself as a manager. Don't call yourself a manager. You are a coach. You're setting up a game plan for the day, for the week, for the month, for the year, and you're coaching people to reach that game plan. And what coaches do versus managers. Managers manage people. That's where they were managed. As a matter of fact, I never had an office manager. She was my pal, my practice administrator leader, okay? And the job of that is to develop other leaders. I'm very proud to say that I had people in my organization left my office from a front desk receptionist person to actually working from Bloomberg to be a translator and to work in finance, and she never had experience. She started at 19 years old with me, and I developed her, grew her, and she had the confidence, became one of the first female leaders of her age range, or age group, the youngest female leader, okay, at Bloomberg, okay, and she started as a receptionist in my office. So that's my job, and when a doctor leaves me and opens up his or her own practice, I did my job, because I'm developing leaders. And you want people to actually leave you and grow. It's the only way it has to be. Okay. So leaders are also great listeners, great communicators. We think people understand what we're telling them. and they're not, okay? You just assume. So you have to get them to repeat back or somehow to tell you what they know, what you think their job is, what their purpose is. And that leads us to, you need to share this. And you might have this in your organization, but you don't use it. Most people don't use it. You need to have a vision, an essence statement, and a mission. Vision. Where is that company going? And a lot of people don't like to share the vision. Why? Because how about if we don't achieve that vision? We look like failures. Okay, so, but you have a vision and you have to share with the whole team. Essence is how you want your business and your organization to feel like. Every person that comes into that office, from the UPS driver to a patient, to a customer or a client, to the front desk person, to everybody who works there, how do you want them to feel? And don't just say it, write it down, put it in a statement, okay? And use it part of your weekly meetings, monthly meetings. Make sure people understand what the main thing is, okay? What's so important. And the mission is where we're going, the vision is what we want to be, and the mission is who we are, okay? What we must do on a daily basis. So you empower your team. I'm going to give you a little example of what I talk about in my office, and you can use this for any way you want. So we give out sometimes products to patients, and such as if you've ever been to a doctor, maybe they gave you eyeglasses, night splints, a walking boot when you fracture your foot. And these things don't cost a lot, but the insurance companies do reimburse it at a nice rate or what have you. Patient comes in and says, I use this like this is the Nordstrom way. Patient comes in, says, I don't want this anymore. And then you have people argue. Well, you used it. You know, you already said yes to it. And they get upset. Empower them to make proper decisions from everywhere you go. You're like, if you go to a restaurant and the food is not good and they take it away, do they take that off your bill and give you a free dessert? Do they do something for you? So you have to, no, it's let me speak to my manager. No. You want to empower the team to make that decision, because then the team person feels good that I made the decision and I made the person happy. So just take it back. Refund the person the money. Okay, that's how you handle it. Just know it's less stress for your staff. It's less stress for the server. You just start feeling good, and then you don't have to be involved. Okay, and that's part of your mission right there. So, let me just want to, okay, good. She's not, I just want to make sure if I have time for stories, because I got stories. Let me tell you about quickly how not to manage and where we learn to lead and manage people. We learn to lead by watching the people around us, observing what they do, and just, you know, it's in our subconscious. We don't realize what we are doing and how we are leading, but where it comes from. So when I was 9 years old, I was visiting my father's office with my mother. My father worked, as you can tell, I'm from New York City. I know a lot of you thought I was from Georgia, but not with this accent, okay? But my father was in the garment center in New York City, and he was vice president and part owner of this company, and they were a textile converter. They received materials, dyed them, sent them out to people like Louis Vuitton, and that was one of my father's materials on that handbag you see in those fancy hotels here. So you can imagine the stress that kind of industry has. When you walk through the garment center in New York City in the 60s and 70s, that's, by the way, Hibba, that's the 1960s and 1970s. And you can imagine the stress, you can feel the stress, you can hear it, see it, and feel it through the area. So picture, I'm walking in the office, and there's a big room, 9 long desks, everybody's smoking like a storm, and my father's in the way back, and I'm like literally pushing the smoke away just to see my dad. And I'm like so proud. You ever go see your dad, a mother at work, and you're so proud? And my dad's like the boss man. He's on the phone, and he's saying, where's my freaking materials? He didn't say freaking, but where's my freaking materials? Where's this? Where's that? And everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's like getting upset, and stress is like crazy. But then it's time for me to like run a practice, and I couldn't keep an employee to save my life. And the reason being is because I didn't curse at them. I didn't yell at my staff. But sometimes I'll make a little funny face like, what the hell are you thinking? What's on your mind? You know, for $10 an hour, these people don't need to stay with you. And I had to learn myself to be a better leader. So one day I looked in the mirror. You know, a lot of us blame kids today, not you, Hibba, but kids today, they don't care about working. They got poor work ethics, and we blame that on the young organization. People of my generation just blame them, and that's not true. So many people from all walks of life, all ages, really want to do a great job, okay? There's always someone like that, but overall, most of us want to do a great job. We just don't surround them with the right tools and the right people. So one day, after losing a couple people, I looked in the mirror and said, well, I guess the problem's me. And so what I do when the problem's me, I just go to Barnes & Nobles and get another book. I read a lot of books about leadership, because buying books is cheaper than therapy. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, so that's what I did. And eventually, I became a leadership coach, and I learned how to be a better leader. But leaders, first thing you do is no such thing as motivating people. You don't motivate people. They're self-motivated. You have to hire people and motivate them. But once you hire them, this is your job. This is your job as a coach. You need to train them. And you need to train and retrain them. Because a month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, 5 years later, they're going to forget what they did. And this is why, seriously, Walt Disney, Disneyland, trains Mickey Mouse, seriously, and every character, every single month. They retrain them. So that's why you go to Disney and everything's like perfect, okay? You go to fancy restaurants around here, like at the Wynn. Everything, water's always filled. You got one person just does water, one person does coffee, one person does dessert. I mean, that's why your bill is so high, because you have too many people there. But you have to hire properly, train them, and retrain them. Okay, and that's really, really important. So okay, so let's talk about this. So you have to nurture them and develop them. You have to develop them like the Chinese bamboo tree. Anybody know about the story of the Chinese bamboo tree? So the Chinese bamboo tree, you have to put the seed in like any other tree. You have to then water it, fertilize it every day. Every day, water it, fertilize it every day. For 5 years, nothing happens. Nothing happens. There's still no growth at all. 5 weeks after 5 years, that bamboo tree is now 90 feet tall. Okay, just in 5 weeks, after 5 years. We give up on people way too early. Way too early. So just remember that. If someone shows up, in my mind, someone comes to work on time or early, stays late, does whatever he or she's supposed to do, we then have a person who shows some loyalty. Loyalty is something, again, you can't teach. Now you have loyalty, you care about the person, you keep on training this person till they get it to the way you want this person. And also, they might be in the wrong position. You might have a great person, but they're doing the wrong job. So find the right job for that person. Don't get rid of that person. Find a place for that person. And so you have to nurture them. Okay. False belief number 2. Just checking my time. About time. Okay. It's time. We think we don't have enough time to do it all. We talked about time previously on that panel. Okay. Time. I don't have time to exercise. I don't have time to eat right. I don't have time to spend with my family and kids. I have to work hard. I have to work late. I'm doing this all for my family. Okay, kind of mentality. I don't have time. You have plenty of time. Okay, and the first thing you do is you take care of yourself. Eat right. Okay, you go to bed, you have normal sleep. You drink lots of water. But taking care of yourself, what happens? You have a lot of energy, more energy, to deal with the people around you, because that's what you have to do. So having time is very, very important. And you just, taking time to be with your team. That's where I'm headed here. So time with your team. I know doctors who I coach, and all they do is see patient after patient after patient after patient. And the thing I say, so what you asked me what I learned over time, you need to slow down to speed up, okay? Because if you're constantly on the go, you don't have time to be the creator. Because as leaders, we need to create. We need to create programs. We need to create marketing programs. We just need to create. And in order to create, you can't create when your mind is bogged down with information. So I've always had a rainmaker day, a day that I take off from seeing patients and work on the business. So work on myself. Every day you need to work on yourself. Every day, because they say the oxygen mask, that comes down. The first thing you do is you put yours on first, and then you put the one on next to your put the one on your child. So you have because you have to take care of yourself first, so you can take care of others. So remember that. And how you do that? You have to know the one thing, the one domino, that if you push that domino down, everything else falls down. The one big needle driver. We're trying to do so many things. If you take all the lists of the things you want to do, pick the 1, 2, 3 things that if you do them, everything else will fall into place. They all form into categories. We just have a big list of things we want to do. But it's what's the really one important thing you need to do to be the biggest needle driver. Okay. Leaders are great planners. Plan your day, plan your week. What you're going to do every Sunday. I do this Sunday night. When you're going to exercise. You don't have to do what I do, some crazy hour-and-a-half routine. Okay, 20 minutes. Okay, plan your meals, plan your day, plan your week. Plan, like, who do you need to speak to? How are you going to speak to them? Visualize the conversations, these tough conversations. Visualize them before happening. Otherwise, you don't know what's coming out of your mouth sometimes. And learned that the hard way. Okay. False belief number 3. I don't need anyone's advice. We just talked about that as well. And John Maxwell, who I got my certification with, says it's what you learn after you know it all that counts. Okay, so we don't know it all, right? So there's something called alliance, a mastermind. Anybody heard of the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill? Chapter 2, the power of the mastermind. You can't think everything yourself. And if you think you can, because you only know what you know based on your experience and the knowledge you've learned, but there's so many people here from different backgrounds, different diversity, you need to listen to them. The first mastermind ever was the mastermind of Thomas Edison, Benjamin Franklin, Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, some simple names like Alexander Graham Bell formed the first mastermind ever. Imagine having those people in your mastermind. I think every problem I ever have would be solved like in 5 minutes. I could just imagine one day, Andrew Carnegie would go over to Thomas Edison. Hey, Tommy, come here. I think you got this good idea about that light bulb. I think you should still do that light bulb thing. You got it, man. Let's get that light bulb. Imagine having people like that support you or surround you and having a really, really good time and just creating. We need to take the time to form an alliance with powerful people like that, okay? That's the power of the mastermind. 2 or more people actively engaged in the pursuit of a definite purpose, the positive mental attitude, okay, constitute an unbeatable force. So this is my team on administration day. We go out and we close the office and we go bowling and eat pizza. And this is my group, very diverse group. Different backgrounds, different races, different religions, families, all important. You're forming one big bond. And people loved coming to work. And when people loved coming to work, and when your patients, clients, customers love coming to that organization, when everybody comes to that organization loves to come to work, you have formed a great, great company. And with that, I say thank you. Thank you. I want to give everybody a gift. If you go to that QR code or Practice Accelerator Bundle, okay, which is practicebundle.com, you will get an editable organization chart you can use for any organization, and my 25 money leaks checklist, okay, and that's where most organizations are leaking their money, by going to either practicebundle.com or that QR code. Okay, thank you again. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Good job. I'm telling you, you did a really good job. You did a very good job. Good job. I'm telling you, you did a really good job. Good job. Woohoo. We got the Sean Paul remix on deck. I got a lot of them, okay? We can do this all week. All right, everyone. We are now at the time of our recognition session. So when I say I have a recognition, I invite everyone in the room to say recognize. I have a recognition. I said I have a recognition. I would like to recognize all of the award winners everyone who is receiving an award. Today, we have a group that's going to be designated for this session. So we have some helpers that are getting situated. So give a round of applause for everyone receiving awards today. Woo! All right. Listo, we are ready. Our first award recipient, come to the stage. Actually, let me check in with our AV Tech team. I think we had some virtual award sessions we were doing in this session, or we're going to do them in the afternoon. That looks as we'll do them later. I'm so okay with that. Totally fine. All right, so let me go back to my list. You know how life is. We just going to go with the flow. All right, please welcome the Director of Learning Support, Learning Specialist at Emma Willard School, Christopher Willett, our first award winner. He is receiving the Influential Leadership Award in Education.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you can have a few remarks. Just keep them brief.
This is freaking dope. I love working with kids. It's awesome. Thank you.
All right. Our next award recipient is coming from CTO 01 Analytics Incorporated and Gifted Gabber Incorporated. Please welcome Lakshman. Help me. Lakshman P. Paramash. Say it one more time, beautiful. Parmesan cheese, okay? Please give him a round of applause for the Influential Leadership Award in Education.
This sounds wonderful. Thank you. As I mentioned, I have learned a lot from my walk in my technology and education, and learned a lot from people. And this is very wonderful to receive this award. I thank everybody whom I have been mentored by, and I would like to mentor others through a vision. I have a vision to educate the youth and the teens of this world, and I wish to do that through technology. And I hope I get through this opportunity, I get an opportunity to collaborate with you all to achieve my vision. Thank you.
All right, coming up, we have the Oak Center for Educational Advancement founder and CEO, Dr. Donna Hyatt. Also receiving the Influential Leadership Award in Education. Another round of applause for Dr. Donna.
Hello, everyone. I just have a few words to share. I just wanted to share briefly a small part of my story. It begins in a very unlikely way and has led me to embrace education innovation and just a deep commitment to this profession. So growing up, school was really a challenge for me. My early experiences in the classroom were really not all that inspiring. So picture a sage on the stage, the teacher delivering the rigid lecture, the one-dimensional authoritative approach. It just left me at the time, as a young girl with a curious mind, I felt overlooked, disconnected, and irrelevant. I didn't learn well in that environment, and lots of other kids didn't either. And if you're an educator, you can probably relate to that. So my parents weren't formally educated. We lived near the poverty line. My father left us when I was 13. My mother suggested, just don't go to college, pick a safe profession, be a secretary, stay here in New Hampshire, which is where I grew up. And it just wasn't the life that I wanted for myself. I had envisioned a different way forward. And so I didn't have a lot of guidance, but I started, seeking out my own mentors. I slowly started to discover new ideas and information. I began to write my own story, and education itself became my beacon. And it was really the way out of what I perceived at the time to be a very bleak future. So the schools I attended, well, they seemed to be designed to gatekeep and stifle the creativity of students, and I knew there must be a better way. And my first year of college, this was really transformative for me. I became a historical interpreter at a museum of New England history. And successfully engaging museum visitors meant making them active participants in their own learning. And that was something I had never experienced. And so for me, the hands-on interactive approach was really transformative, and it began my lifelong pursuit of creating dynamic, inclusive, and innovative learning environments. So what's an innovative learning environment? It's anchored in student-centered active learning. It creates an equitable classroom community. It drives whole school change and builds collaborative leadership. It empowers teachers and students. It facilitates constructive learning, and it embraces a diversified approach to involve students in their own education. Innovative education encourages learning by doing. It values diverse perspectives and experiences, and it adapts to the needs of every student. So I founded the Oak Center to develop a deeply responsive contextual approach to transformation in students, teachers, schools, school districts, and corporate organizations. Institutional transformation is not only possible, but it's really necessary. It begins with relationships, valuing teachers as the experts they are, involving students in a shared leadership structure, and only by doing this can we engineer the whole school culture shifts that are often required to move education forward effectively. By embracing these principles, education becomes the powerful, authentically collaborative, life-changing journey that it should be. And by the way, this is precisely the opposite of what I've just done, standing here and talking at you for 3 minutes, which is not particularly innovative, but I did think it was really important to share that little piece of my story. Thank you.
All right. We have the Certified Professional Career Coach from First Gen Careers, LLC. Please welcome Betty Nelson McLeod, also receiving the Influential Leadership Award in Education. Woo-hoo.
I didn't have a speech prepared, so I'll just speak from the heart. I started First Gen Careers because I'm a first generation leader myself. And there was definitely a need, and I filled that need. First generation, meaning that both of my parents are from outside of the US. I'm of Haitian and Congolese descent, raised in the United States. And for first gens, we come with a different set of perspectives and experiences. Although I was able to experience the education here in the United States, once I graduated college, I noticed that in the corporate space, it was a culture shock. And I was in spaces where I was expected to make decisions for many people who I've never met before. And I was looking for support, but I didn't know what that support looked like. So I created it. And I'm fortunate enough to support others and coach others and help them transform their lives through my coaching practice. And I was sharing in my interview earlier that Maya Angelou says that your legacy is every life that you touch. And I have built that legacy through every life that I touch, and I plan on continuing to do just that. So if you believe in this vision, and you want to participate in that vision, I believe that everyone has a value. Speak to me later on and see how you can participate. So thank you to my family. I'm sure they're watching, and my friends, and thank you to all my clients who have trusted me to also partake in transforming their lives. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have the CEO of Genesis Medical Research Group, Gaina Whitaker. Did I do that? All right, Gaina Whitaker coming up for the Influential Leadership Award in Healthcare. Please give her another round of applause.
Just real quickly, I just wanted to say this is an honor to really be here. And I know a lot of people are here for many different reasons, but when I sit here and I think about being in this moment and thinking about where I've come from, I'm really thankful. I know that Betty, your story is amazing, and listening to all of your stories are amazing. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from high school. I come from a family of hard workers. They kept a job, they worked hard, so me going to college is something that wasn't really talked about. But I'm thankful I'm working in one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world as a director, and I also have my own business. I actually created a curriculum for diversity in clinical trials. The underrepresentation in clinical research is really important, and there's an FDA mandate that's going to be a fireside chat on Sunday that's going to be presented by Barry Holmes. So I just wanted to let you all know that continue to be inspired. I'm listening to all of your stories about leadership. The doctor story was awesome. I mean, just all of your faces being here. I'm just thankful to be in the presence of people who really care. And this whole conference is about HEAL, which is our methodology at Genesis, but about healing this nation. And it starts with leadership, and it starts with you in this room. So I thank you, and I hope that you continue the charge to continue to build up the community and everyone who is looking for some support. Just hit me up on LinkedIn, and I'll see whatever I can do to support your mission and your vision. So thank you, everybody, and thank you for this recognition today.
All right. Up next, we have the social business partner of Alovia, Shirley Miller. Shirley Miller is receiving the Influential Leadership Award in Healthcare. Please give it up one more time.
Believe me, this is a shock. But I want to thank them for choosing me because I'm out to share Olivia with the world. And to be able to, our goal is to feed 7 million children in one day. This is a step closer to it. Thank you.
All right, our next recipient is the founder of Tailor Made Services. Please welcome Taylor Jane Ford, Influential Leadership Award in Education.
I too didn't have a speech ready. I just got married in Vegas on Saturday, so thanks. Thanks. So I'm still coming down from that. But Tailor Made IT Services was born from me wanting to be an entrepreneur. I lost my sister in 2018, and I went to school for chemical engineering, so I've always been in tech at some point in my life. But I realized after her death, I wanted to have an impact. and I had a cushy office. I was the first African American woman to ever have a director position in IT at the company that I was in. But I realized I wasn't making an impact for anyone other than me and my family in my life. And I decided that I wanted to serve the underserved. I wanted to be there for the underdog. And most importantly, I wanted to make sure that there was equity and access in technology and education. And I take that to heart. I hire for my community. I serve my community, the charter schools and the private schools within it that serve underserved neighborhoods. And I've never really even gotten an award like this. I haven't even dreamed about it. But I'm appreciative of my team. So all of them are back in Pittsburgh, servicing the community while I'm here on my honeymoon and being married. But I just want to thank God, because without him, I wouldn't be here. It's a testament to my life. I want to thank my sister, because although she's not here, I can feel her with me on this stage. And I want to thank my friends, my family, and my clients who support me each and every day, who supported me when I had nothing and it was just ITs for me, and who supported me when I changed it to tailor-made IT services. I want to thank you all for this award, and it's been an honor.
All right, our final award recipient for this hour is the Reverend from Personal Motivation Hypnosis Clinic. Please welcome William Mitchell for the Influential Leadership Award in Healthcare.
I'm very grateful in so many ways to so many people. I got into doing what would be non-traditional medicine, complementary alternative medicine, hypnotherapy, because I went through a divorce in my church and I needed to do something else, and I got an opportunity to do some hypnosis with a company that was doing this to help people lose weight. I saw incredible results these people, and just changed my life, changed many lives. And now, I run a large hypnosis conference every year, do a lot of continuing education professionals in that field. I, for 4 years, was adjunct faculty at SIU School of Medicine, and I've just had a wonderful practice since 2003 in Springfield, Illinois, and I'm just grateful, like many of you mentioning God and my own personal belief system, Jesus Christ, but my family has been very supportive, and I couldn't have done it without them, and I'm just grateful for all the opportunities that have opened to me, and I've been very fortunate not only to have a ministry at a church, which I still have, but also to have the ministry that I do through my secular work with people in medicine. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful.
Let's give them all a big round of applause. Yeah. I know for some of us, the journey to be seen, valued, and recognized and celebrated can take a lifetime. But just know that in this space, I see you, I believe in you, I celebrate you, and I'm grateful for your contributions, not only today and when you're home, where you live locally, but to the world. So thank you for sharing that mission with me. All right, this is a good time for everyone to give yourself a little love hug, because it's almost that time to have some lunch and get some of that nourishment for our vessels and our bodies. But I'm not sure that this room is hungry yet. So I usually recognize the symptoms of hunger, usually, like the moving around, the funny faces, like, oh man, I'm getting sleepy over here. I need something, some energy. So we're gonna do a really quick, fun something. We're gonna split up this room in 4. We're gonna do our best. I think this side over here feels like they're gonna be really loud, so I'm gonna go ahead and give them the first up. So anyone had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before? All right, so whichever part of this sandwich experience gets the loudest is going to lunch first. So challenge on. So you all are gonna say peanut butter, peanut butter. Just everyone at that table. Y'all got it? I'll do it with you. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Peanut butter, peanut butter, peanut butter. Okay, hold it, wait for it. And then this section right here, you all are gonna be the jelly, okay? You're gonna say jelly, 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 jelly. They're hungry. Okay. All right. Over here, you are the cold glass of milk. Okay? So you're going to say glass of milk, glass of milk, glass of milk, cold glass of milk. All right, glass of milk, glass of milk, cold glass of milk. All right, yoga? Okay. And over here, you all are gonna do bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. All right, so now we're gonna put this all together, okay? So I'm gonna point to the section, and then if I give you this, that means go ahead and quiet it down. But we're gonna see whichever section is the loudest is going to lunch first. I'm totally kidding. This is just for fun. You're all going to lunch at the same time. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Pea, nut butter pea, nut butter pea, nut butter pea, nut butter. Jelly, 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 jelly. Glass of milk, glass of milk, glass of milk. Keep going. Go, glass of milk. Bread, it sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread, it sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread, it sticks between your. Give yourselves a round of applause. So excited. Hopefully we didn't disturb the Technic Award ceremony too much. My bad, not bad. All right, everyone, we're gonna be dismissing at this time. We're really just taking our time to have lunch. It'll be again in the Pebbles 1, 2, and 3 room. There'll also be some time added on for networking. So we will see everyone back here at 2:27. What time? 2:27. We're getting off early, so enjoy your time. Feel free to chat and let us know if you have any questions at the registration desk. Thanks so much, everyone. Okay. Hajar, are you in the room? No, Hajar is not here. We're just waiting on one of our speakers for the fireside chat, and then we'll be getting ready to start. Okay? Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience in the delay to get started. We're so excited. Hope you had a refreshing break and enjoyed the networking opportunity. We're going to do our best to get back on schedule. We have a new topic that we're going to be discussing, exploring the future of healthcare, trends, challenges, and opportunities. In this insightful opportunity, a fireside chat will explore some leading trends, address some of the challenges, and highlight upcoming opportunities to shape the future of healthcare. Please help me to introduce, with a round of applause, William Mitchell and Hajar Sabir.
Alrighty. I can introduce myself and then you want to follow up? All right, so my name is Hajar Sabir. I am a recent grad of Cornell University. So looking at the crowd here, I understand that I'm amongst the outlier of the community, but that is one reason why I'm here today, and I made it a point to be here today. Full transparency, I'm still on the clock 9 to 5, but carved out some of my time on my schedule to be here today because that's how important this topic is to me. So I was a information science major in college, almost finished my business minor, and I proceeded to complete my master's up until one class at Cornell University. I'm a first-generation immigrant. Both my parents were born and raised in Morocco, came here to the United States, started from the ground up. Nothing. My dad looked at me in the face and told me he was willing to scrub a toilet bowl with a toothbrush for money. So when I speak about my perspective today, I want you guys to know that I come from a very different background, a very diverse background, and a background of struggle. But vulnerability is the glue of all relationships, and that's what I want you to sit here and let marinate today.
Very good. Yes. Hi, I'm William Mitchell. I was just up a few minutes ago. I'm grateful to be here today. I am in healthcare in the sense I help people with their health, but I'm really not a traditional medical practitioner. I'm really in what would be complementary alternative medicine. And actually, when I was at SIU School of Medicine, adjunct faculty was really in the CAM, complementary alternative medicine panel that I would work. And so that's really what I bring to it. I wish we did have a medical doctor or somebody like that up here with us, but that's my background. I'm in Springfield, Illinois, and delighted to be with you.
I'm so glad we have you here today, actually, because this is going to be interesting. It's going to be from a doctor's patient's perspective. Now, a little bit of background about me is that I've actually spent 165 days in the psych ward. So I'd love to hear your perspective on this discussion from a patient-doctor perspective. And this is something really special because I actually just got out of the hospital. And I'm making it determined that I will help people diagnosed with bipolar disorder, ADHD, ADD, mental health disorders. I understand that we are the face of the new generation, and I'm taking that into accountability, and I'm moving forward with that, understanding that. And I want everyone in this room, and these are the go-getters. These are the people in this room right now. I don't care how many people in this room right now. You guys are the go-getters. All I need is 5 people to start. Now, if you guys take this and run with it and we hold hands, we could really start that ripple effect. Now, make your money's worth. That's what I'm saying here. Let's see what we can get out of today and let's innovate, because that's my specialty, is innovation. So innovation meets doctor. So I would like you to kick this off, and then I'll run and trail after you.
Well, I think our topic's talking about the future, and when I saw the topic, I thought, well, what contribution could I make to this discussion? And I thought I'd talk about the fact that it's going to be an increasingly diverse medical field in the future, because not only in the United States, but all around the world, complementary alternative medicine is becoming more and more a part of what's happening. For example, some places, the World Health Organization, they add a T to CAM. It's TCAM, which stands for traditional, complementary, and it's integrated medicine in their case. But what we call CAM in the United States, complementary alternative medicine. But no matter where you land in the debate on the efficacy of alternative medicine, there's no denying the increasing popularity of complementary alternative medicine, especially in the United States, but really all around the world. In 2019, the projection was that globally, the complementary alternative market was $69.2 billion. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And the fact is, United States government survey showed that adults over 18, 36% of people 18 and older are using some form of CAM, complementary alternative medicine. Now, I'm also a minister, and that's my original training. If you add prayer to that, the number would go up significantly higher, be even higher. So that's not even counting people just praying for healing. But it's most often in the United States used for like back pain, neck pain, joint pain, anxiety, depression. And so you've got things like acupuncture, you've got botanical medicines, you've got mind and body healing, and that's where I really come in. Now, we all know about yoga, meditation, energy healing, chakra, but I do hypnotherapy, and then there's also things like magnetic intervention. Really, the list is huge. It's huge. And what's happened is healthcare insurance has actually started covering some of these, like acupuncture, chiropractic. In 2020, Medicare actually started covering acupuncture. So it's really come of age. So you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I think I'd piggyback off of that and hone in specifically to the mental health sector. And what comprises of the mental health sector? If you can think of two professions, what would you think of? Throw something out there in the audience. What is one profession out there that's in the mental health sector? Psychiatric, therapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, right? Those are the two right off the bat. So those are the two I can personally speak on from a primary experience, and that's what I'm going to speak on. I'm going to hone in on speaking on things that are primary experiences because I went through it, so I can speak about it. I also, complemented with that, have a 4-year degree in medicine that I studied in a vocational school at County Prep High School. On top of that, 2 years at Cornell University, I was a biological science major on the pre-med track. So I've taken my physiology classes. I've taken all my classes. I've had 1 except 2 classes that I didn't graduate with for pre-med track. So when I speak, I want you to take me seriously. But when I entered the psych ward, it was a whole different world. Now, when I think of trends, challenges, and opportunities, I think of back to my psych ward experience for 165 days. The day I graduated college, Cornell University, an Ivy League institution, my parents got a divorce, which sent me into a spiral. Sent me into a spiral that this whole year, damn near this whole year, I've spent in a hospital. This whole entire year in a psych ward. And I'm going to get a little bit uncomfortable here, so I'm going to ask you guys to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, but vulnerability is the glue of all relationships. So I want you to understand that I'm sharing my story. I'm giving you all a piece of me for being here today. But when I was in the hospital, after making a terrible, terrible mistake and a bad encounter with a sergeant, I was admitted under the 501c3 law, which means my background is fine. Like, if you search me up on Google, you won't find me on Google. I won't get in trouble for what I did. But they'll send you into a psych ward, and they'll make sure they reprimand you. They'll make sure. And they'll make sure that they'll keep you into the system. How do they do that, you say? Well, within my first 2 minutes of being there, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Now, I've never heard this word before in my life. I've heard of bipolar disorder as a diagnosis, but I've never heard it pertaining to my diagnosis. So when the doctor looked me in the eyes 2 minutes after me telling her what had happened with the sergeant, a little bit of background story, I got pulled over, and he said I was going 1 speed. I said I was going another. He threw the ticket into my car. I got agitated. I got out the car, and I did some things I shouldn't have done. I yelled. I screamed. I was manic. My parents just got a divorce. That's not an excuse. I take accountability. But the following events that happened after that was not an excuse. So I served 165 days in a mental institution because of one doctor's ignorance. Because of one doctor's ignorance. You have a question? Yes. They don't. They don't. Yep. Yep, they don't know how to do it. Why? Because they think it doesn't exist. Because all these other cultures put so much backlash. But when you are in a manic state, you don't even know you're manic. So you don't even believe it yourself. And that is the knee kicker for me. is that I didn't even know I was manic. I didn't even know I was manic. And here is this doctor not even telling me the definition of bipolar disorder, not even telling me what I have diagnosed, not even telling me anything, telling me, yeah, you're going to be in here for a while. You have bipolar disorder. I just told you my story. I'm expecting empathy, some care. I'm expecting you to say, sorry, your parents got a divorce, none of that. Yeah, you're going to be on Zyprexa. You're going to be on, what was that one that started with an A? Ativan. You're going to be on clonazepam. You're going to be on antipsychotics, and you're going to be on 2 monthly shots. Okay? You're the doctor. I'm the student. You got it, right? Little did I know that that set me even more manic, because then I went tunnel visioning. Oh, there's something wrong with me. I never knew I had bipolar disorder. I went undiagnosed. How did I get through Cornell? How did I get through Cornell University, both undergrad and master's, without knowing I had bipolar disorder? Without any medication, without no Adderall, without no Ativan, without no clonazepam, without any of these medications. How did I get through Cornell? So you're going to sit here and tell me, based off of one mistake, you're going to diagnose me with bipolar disorder for the rest of my life? I refuse to take that as an answer. Because I have 6 years under my belt studying the same thing you studied. And when I told her I went to Cornell, she said, this is why I don't like Cornell. Because all their students are depressed, and they have suicidal thoughts, and they don't do nothing about it. But what are you doing about it, Dr. Marshall? Go for it. I would love for you to ask for a question.
Yes. Well, hypnotism has been around many, many years. As a matter of fact, many people would argue, and I would believe convincingly, it's really the foundation of what we now know as psychotherapy, because many of the things we do in psychotherapy really root their way back into hypnosis. Freud, for example, did hypnosis before he ever started his psychoanalytic method. So hypnosis has been around a long time, but hypnosis has been used in many different ways for many different things, and some very appropriately, and of course, as you'd imagine, some not as appropriately. But what I do is primarily, I sort of specialize in habit control, which may not seem like a big deal because it's not as dramatic as something like, and I know a little bit about bipolar, it's not as dramatic as something like that, but what happens is all the time, I have lots of clients who come to me and they need surgery, but the doctor won't do surgery because if you're a smoker, it does inhibit the circulation and thus the healing to those parts of the body, whether it be the lower back, whether it be your knee, whatever part of the body it is. And so I help them stop smoking, and they have to get the nicotine out of their system before the surgeon will actually do the surgery. And this is pretty much standard of care across the board now. When it comes to weight reduction, I've been doing weight loss from the very beginning, started in 1997. And of course, there's some wonderful new things out there. You've got Ozempic, of course, you have the bariatric, but even with Ozempic and bariatric, you still have to change your behavior. And if you don't change the behavior, you're going to gain it back sooner or later. And so we help people make these behavioral changes. You're saying, well, how can hypnosis do that? Well, I should bring down my laptop, put a video. If you go to my website for my clinic, which is hypnoprogram.com, wonderful little video if you'll pull up the page on Stop Smoking, and it'll make you start laughing because she's saying, oh, I was sure I wasn't hypnotized, but she'd come back for her next session, so I got the video camera out and we videotaped it because she said she got home and she did manage somehow to get the cigarette lit, but then she started doing this. She couldn't get it to her mouth. So then she took her hand, thought, well, I'll make my hand go to my, and she did this and her head started going back, and then she thought, well, I'll take my head to the cigarette, and it went down. And that's actually just a simple little technique that can be done if they're deep enough in hypnosis. And of course, she quit smoking. And so that's just an example. You can do some amazing things with hypnosis, and people like that. I have one talk I give in hypnosis circles. Your clients want the wow, the magic, the hypnotic phenomenon. And then there's a whole list of hypnotic phenomenon that are just amazing. Just today, I got an incredible text from one of my students who consulted with me just yesterday, and it was about a new client. And if I may, I'll read it to you. This is a brand new student. She was certified in November of last year, just November. And she's in St. Louis. And here it goes. I got to get the right one. Yeah. She had told me this woman had a very difficult situation, and she's 80 years old, very sensitive to meds, anesthesia meds. She had knee surgery in 2015, came out of it with a stutter and panting. Lasted 2 years until she had a hip replacement 2017, then it went away. Recently went to physical therapy for knee and stutter. The stutter and the panic is back. The panting is back. Any suggestions? Of course, I gave a couple little small suggestions. So, and I make the point with all my students, a good intervention always starts with a good interview. And that's what I kind of hear you complaining about the doctor. Didn't sound like the interview was maybe as sympathetic as you would have preferred. But anyway, so she just sent me this text, and it reads, wildest session. She came in barely able to walk, extreme stuttering and panting, and sensing a horrible smell making her sick and nauseated. She didn't think trauma had anything to do with it. Could barely get her to calm down in the chair. Tried relaxation techniques, didn't help. Releasing emotions, she didn't think she had anything to release. Regressing to when she could function, turning dials down. Tried it all, and not much was helping or changing. Then she thought she was going to be sick from the smell she was smelling, and realized she was smelling the blood from her husband when he was shot 35 years ago. I guided her through that, had her give wisdom and love to herself at that age, brought her back, and the stutter, the panting, and the smell all were gone. She was shocked to realize it's the trauma, the emotions causing it, but relieved to finally understand what was going on. She was laughing as she left, a completely different person than when she walked in. And they said, I did recommend that she start to see a therapist on a regular basis to deal with any of the aftermath of all that. But in hypnosis, it really can speed up the whole process. And it's just amazing. Matter of fact, the code in psychotherapy often, when you're using hypnosis, is they often call it brief therapy. And the reason they call it brief therapy is hypnosis just speeds up the process tremendously. It just really speeds it up. So this is just an example. So I don't know if that answered your question, but actually, one thing I would say, people, if you do actually have bipolar disorder, whether it be bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, people with bipolar love hypnosis. My own mother was bipolar, and she just loved hypnosis. And eventually, she let me hypnotize her, and she quit smoking, which she needed to do. But another question over there.
Health, or maybe tuning into I'm so sorry tuning into your body, maybe sleep, eating, your nutrition. Are you thinking that more things like that are going to take a trend upwards, and not that they're going to take over traditional medicine, but maybe they can assist better than what we currently have?
Yeah, I think that's an amazing question, and I appreciate your answer. But where was hypnosis in the psych ward when I needed it for 165 days? Where was that?
Is your question, ma'am? Oh, I'm sorry. 5 minutes? Oh, wow, I can't believe it.
So
I was afraid just the two of us, we wouldn't have anything to talk about.
Hypnosis wasn't in the psych ward with me. Holistic treatment wasn't even in the psych ward with me. Simple book as a Quran wasn't in the psych ward with me. I was forced to read the Bible, which helped and then I realized I believe in the scriptures, the Torah, the Bible. They all kind of reiterate the same message. And then I realized, okay, so I believe in one God. And then full transparency, I believed in God, and I was like, God is all I have, and God is all I need. So I walked out of bipolar disorder. I'm on 0 medications now. But holistic treatment wasn't an option for me in the psych ward. Psychotherapy wasn't an option for me in the psych ward. So when we address exploring the future of healthcare trends and challenges, this is the opportunity. Now, what are we going to do about it? Here's the gap. Today, I presented to you the gap. But as a 22-year-old that just turned 23 2 days ago, I don't really have all the answers to that question. But what am I doing to try to help? I'm putting out a book that it's going to be called Raw. It's going to be very candid. It's going to be comfortable being uncomfortable. But I went through it, so I can speak to it. But all of these ideas you guys are fleshing out are so great, and I'm so open to trying them. But where were they when I needed them those 165 days? They were nowhere to be found. The doctor was nowhere to be found. She showed up Monday to Friday for 2 minutes and wouldn't talk to me after my 2 minutes ended. So when we address opportunities, here's the opportunity. You don't have to look far to innovate. You don't have to look far to be the next billionaire. Put Big Pharma out, because they pumped medications into me, 6 medications. I was on clonazepam, Ativan, I was on antipsychotics, I was on Zyprexa, I was on 2 shots a month. And now I'm on 0. But that's after that they did treatment over objection for me. That's after they took me to court and forced me to take those meds and forced me to go down the Big Pharma route. So what I'm asking for you all is, please be the face of that change. Be the face of the new generation, because that's what I'm trying to be.
Just compassionate care is very important in our field as being clinicians. I've been working in the field for almost 24 years, but I work with autism and special needs, and I work with comorbidity a lot. So for me, what I've seen is that we have to be very compassionate with the kids and the older people that we work with. I also do think that we should be looking into other options and not the big pharma for, and we also should, and whatever we do, it should be client-centered. I just think that's going to make a lot of improvement with our clients. And the psychological well-being of our clients is very important too. They have to be satisfied, and I think that would make a change.
100%.
So I agree with what you're saying, but there are a lot of other people who are going through the same stuff that you're going through. So I think your book will help them.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
That's so helpful. I appreciate it.
I'd like to say just one last thing. One, obviously, all of us in the room feel for you, and we're very sorry you had to go through that. What I would like to say about my practice is, while traditional medicine is perfectly it's not perfect in any way at all, and people that are in that know it. There's a lot of places we still try and fall short. My practice, I work very closely with the medical community, and I receive a lot of medical referrals to work with people, and so I like to see it more as complementary, what I do, as opposed to alternative, and complementary alternative medicine. But I work with the doctors, and I always tell people when they come to my office, I said, now, I'm like those TV commercials about medications you'll see. I might say, ask your doctor about, but I'm never prescribing. I'm never trying to take the place of the doctor. But just like in any profession, I'm really sorry you had that experience. Like in any profession, there are some times where people get it wrong, and maybe in your case, obviously, they probably got it wrong. Are we out of time there? Thank you guys for your attention. I really appreciate it. God bless you, too.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. It's not always easy to share some of the stories that we share with each other, which are our lived experiences, but it is really beautiful when we hold space for each other to share those moments. And so I just wanted to take another moment for us to applaud our speakers again and for them sharing their truth and some of those really painful moments in life that we are here to heal from together and forge solutions of possibilities moving forward. We have one more fireside chat ahead. Our session is called The Road to Health Equity, and it feels very was going. Health equity aims to guarantee equitable access to healthcare resources for all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity, and or other identities. Conversations surrounding health equity underscore the disparities in healthcare outcomes and access, ensuring a need for new efforts and many, many creative solutions to address some of the issues we face. By tackling these issues, we progress as a society where we hope to be approaching wellness and well-being, a state of permanence where we are in a state of wellness. I request our speakers, Kimberly Green and Shirley Miller, to join us on the stage. They will have a phenomenal discussion and provide their insights to the audience here. Please give them a round of applause.
really should give a hand to the previous panelists. Thank you, Mitchell.
Definitely.
Because that was a great segue to what we're going to talk about. I want to take these off so it can be more of a fireside chat between us. So I am here with Shirley Miller, and I want to thank HEAL Conference because this has been a great, wonderful way of coming up with ideas and discussing strategies and solutions. And my fellow healthcare mate here, Shirley Miller, has been amazing over the last week or two. We've really gotten to know each other and understand how our organizations are doing amazing things. So, Shirley, tell me a little bit more about your organization, what it does, and the products you produce, and help us understand what is it and why did you come up with that name as well. So look, this is like an Oprah chat here. So we just gonna talk it out, and you guys want to get involved? Yeah.
Of course, my background comes from insurance sales, motorcycle coach, and film acting. And owning the insurance company after my husband passed away, I decided to fold the insurance company and just go all out on Olivea. They are a wonderful company. We specialize in special nutritions that are plant-based, organic, and natural. I love the products because they've done so much for me, and I wish they would have been around when my husband was sick. So, that's how I got involved with the company. And Olivea, the name of the company came from the aloe vera plant because that is the main ingredient in our products. Ace Mannin is a very long time, well, God, I knew I'd forget the word I needed. It's study. That is the #1 studied plant, and that's because of the Ace Mannin that comes from the aloe vera plant. So aloe is how we get the first part of the name, and vea is because we're doing something different and celebrating. So Olivea, put together, that's our company name. It's also got love in the middle because the love of what we do of able to help children around the world. Right now, 7 million children a day die from malnutrition. And that's our goal, is to feed 7 million children a day. And we do that through our special business partner program. And it's the products. You buy Tom's shoes, Warby Parker, they're 1 for 1. Well, we've put it up a step, because now you buy a product from us, and it's not one child you feed, but ever how many servings in that product. So if you bought a product that's got 56 servings in it, that's how many children you will feed. And for example, if you're wondering what kind of children, well, orphanages around the world, Romania, one of the first recipients of our product, the lady said she needed something to help nourish the children because they were dying, 30, 40 children a year, this one particular place was having. And so they went on our product after the first year, went back, how are you doing? Report what's going on, because we keep records of how our product is helping. And she looked at Sam and said, "You're not going to believe this. We did not have one child die this year." So with our products, you're getting the right nutritions to help your body heal the way it's supposed to heal.
And I like that. You use data, which is one of the things I'm big into. So you did a before and after picture, and they were able to give you numbers and quantification of how your organization and your company is trying to improve the gap.
Right. And like they said, you're talking about the Eastern medicine, all the chemicals that they just throw at you. This is what you need. Oh, you're hurting. Take this, take this, take this. Well, there are alternatives. And a lot of people don't know that. And that's where we come in to show you the alternatives. Now, don't get me wrong, we want you to talk to your doctor before you do start any of our products, or if you do it on your own, that's fine too, but you know, make sure that it's not going to interfere with anything that you are taking, but you want to start introducing it into your body so you can get off of all these other medications.
So you have an educational aspect to this as well.
Yes.
I like that.
So yeah, like I said, taking our products, we, with us being affiliate, our products are not intended to cure, treat, you know, prevent diseases, but we are here to help the body restore itself on its own.
I like that very much. I love the name with the love in the middle.
Love, yeah.
Yes, yes. My name is Kimberly Green, and my company is Golden Crest Executive Consulting. My past experience in both health and education is one of operations, efficiency, data, and all those things that will make your number two, which is usually your COO, your company. So I take all of that and bring it together to find the gaps. And one of the things, for example, is provider networks, medical networks, and hospital networks. Monitoring that data to understand, did you hear that ring, girl? Yeah. Give me yours. That wasn't right. All right. One of the things we do is we take that data and we try to find gaps in the operations to improve. And what we're finding is this whole road to equity. I think about a journey. And I think about along that journey, what is it going to take? For me, during COVID and being in those hospitals where loved ones were fighting for their lives, this time, instead of being an operational efficiency specialist in the hospitals, I became a patient advocate. And I was able to be on the other side of the fence with families, seeing where these processes have broken down from the bottom up versus top down. And there's a lot of social discriminants, and there's a lot of data that shows there are social discriminants. For example, you might have 5 people suffering from COVID, as I remember it. One of them being a 69-year-old black male who's on Medicaid. Then you might have someone who is a 23-year-old athlete. And you're losing your doctors, you're losing your nurses through attrition and burnout. And you're doing the best that you can at these hospitals, because typically a crisis is going to tell you what's wrong with your processes. But they have to make decisions. And they have to make decisions with what they have and what they don't have. Which decision do you think they're going to make? The 69-year-old man on Medicaid or the 23-year-old athlete? Those are the types of inequities that we're starting to see more and more in every day in the hospitals. And the young lady that's just spoke, she talked about some inequities. And these social discriminants, they're not just in healthcare, they're in education. I sit on the board of the largest public charter school in North Carolina. And we work hard every day with these schools to clean up the inequities. And these equities can be, a lot of people think it's black and white because our country is all about color. We have schools in the rural area and then in the big city. And there's disparities between how things work in rural versus city, what the teachers need, what the students need, how it's hard for us to recruit teachers out in the rural areas versus the urban areas. Our schools in the city are considered Title I. But in the rural areas, those are different funded dollars, and they're considered differently, not because they're black, brown, or whatever, it's because of the economic disparity in the rural areas. So when I think of the road to equity, there's a lot of boxes, and we can't check them all. But with what we do, we take the data, we show you where the gap is in the process, and we show you how to improve the process. And like what you talked about, we do it before and after, and we measure those efficiencies. What I don't ever want to have to go through again, not saying it's going to be the last time, we don't know. I think one of the differences for me is because I knew hospital processes, and I was able to talk with doctors and nurses and charge nurses and going all the way up to medical directors. And I knew the processes. And it was hard for them to skirt processes when you're talking with a patient advocate who knows how to build hospital networks. But there are a lot of families out there that does not have my background, and they trying to save mama them, auntie them, and they don't know how to articulate. And that's where the education comes in. So all of us have an educational component to our organizations that we're representing. And that's where we begin to close the gap in equity, is we all have these wonderful gifts and talent, but in those wonderful gifts and talent, we have to take a portion of that and educate, teach, and hold people accountable.
Oh, exactly, because it's the same way with our products. You buy a product to nourish your body. So you're letting your body heal itself with these natural products. You start with yourself within, and it's holistic. It's different. It's not the chemicals that the doctors all keep trying to cram down your throat because, oh, you need to take this. Oh, you said that? No, take this, take this. We have had people in the company that were on medications anywhere between 15 to 20 pills a day. And they went down to either maybe 1 or 2, and in some cases, none. So it's all in what you like, the education of the product, the education that you're going to take in to help you through your next era, to help you stay on that healthy path.
And you have an experience, I think that was really wonderful to share that vulnerability. And you mentioned your husband.
Yeah.
Did that become a little bit part of your why?
Yes, it did, because when my husband passed, my daughter was 14. So yeah, I have to go on. That's my why, is so that I can go on and help others and help my daughter. It is a great feeling when I've got a client that calls me and says, oh my God, you can't believe this. I do not hurt anymore. I can actually walk around, do what I want to do. I can sit. I can get up without pain. And our products are safe from day 1 old baby to your 100+ adult. That's how safe our products are. And it's just amazing.
We've got a question. Hold on. I'm going to come on down there, girl. We're going to get you the mic. You don't need no mic. Everybody needs a mic.
I just want to say thank you for having this conversation and open the door about health equity. In clinical research, this is one of the things that I am passionate about. Let me not go far with your mic. But I wanted to say, I think a lot of times people are like, well, what exactly is health equity? You know, what does that actually even mean? Because I think it can mean different things to different people. But I'm just going to give a small example about when we talk about the health inequities. How many of y'all got a smartwatch on? I have one on. Got one on? You got one on? You got one on? Did you know that if you have melanin in your skin, because now we use these smartwatches to take blood pressure, heart rate. If you have melanin in your skin, it will not detect accurate numbers. Did you know that? Most people don't. That's what we're talking about when we're getting health equity and making stuff equal, right? If you are of a darker complexion, for the love of God, turn the watch around right here so you can get a better reading. But that is the one thing that we're talking about, of making things equal. The pulse oximeter. Don't call me right. I'm not a doctor. That's what's called put on your finger. If you got melanin in your skin, your oxygen is going to come out right because there's an infrared light in there that reads melanin differently. So I think once we're just acknowledging that there's even an issue in health equity, right, that it's not equal, and that's just down to the machines, right? We're not even getting to the policies that you all are diving into, right, where you're actually talking about people. I'm talking about the machine that when you go to the hospital, you, and all you go to the hospital, you expect the machine to work for you, correct? But just in the past few years, we've discovered these machines don't do the same for everyone. So even acknowledging there. So I just want to say thank you for this chat. I think it is well needed, and even understanding what health equity looks like. Because like what you said, people want to break it down so much to just black and white, but it goes so much deeper than that.
Thank you. And thank you, Crystal, because that's important to bring out these different types of issues. And one of the things is being able to share it, because if it's no awareness, you can't educate. Can't educate, you can't improve. Does anybody else have any other questions? Come on, come on.
Come on up here.
You know we got the mic up here, girl.
It's not even about black and white, it's also about white and brown. So we have a lot of folks that are brown that come from Asian descent, like South Asia, you know, from Mexico, from Latino descent. So their color is also a little bit different, right? So for them also, I think equity should look the same. I am originally from Pakistan, but you know, it looks a little different for me when health comes into place. And you know, I think that a lot of the AI that we're developing right now and a lot of technology that we're developing right now, it mirrors what the doctors are looking at from the perspective of what a patient should look like. So if the model is going to be not a brown and not a black patient, then the AI is also going, like just the watch. So do you understand my point? So again, you know, I think we should look at brown, white.
It's all colors.
All colors,
it's
right?
It's all colors.
So
it's not,
health equity should be for everybody.
It is,
right?
and that's what I said. We're not saying it's black and white. It's just most people see things black and white, and that's not our. You know, our world is colorful.
Yes.
Yeah. Everything.
We also need to be very careful. In America, we see things black and white.
Yes.
Because there's a whole big world outside of America, and it's about being treated through a cultural lens and understanding. Because that's one of the reasons I can't get skin laser. I gotta do all this waxing because it doesn't work the same with melanin skin, but bringing the issue forward gives them that cultural lens to work on those improvements and to come up with those innovations. Vanessa.
I'll go get it.
You got this for me, girl? See, look at that. Teamwork. Make the dream work.
Yes. Should I go all the way back to my seat? I don't know. Thank you for this topic because my background is mental health. And so, you know, we always look at things from a people perspective. This is a very hot topic for me because we're looking at data, you know, even in terms of women giving birth. The treatment that they're getting is very, very different depending on not just the practitioner, which is what you would kind of expect, but based on their ethnicity and their race in terms of the perception about how much pain they can tolerate. Some are getting, you know, medical treatment based off of, oh, we want to make sure you stay nice and comfortable, whereas others are given treatment based off of, you got it, you can take it, it's not that bad. You're strong, right? So these perceptions are very, very dangerous. They're killing us, right? So we're looking at systems, which is very, very important, but I also like to look at the people that are creating the systems. And I think it's important to look at the origination. We're creating the AI. The AI is not creating itself to have these types of discriminating factors, right? It comes from us. We're developing it. And so I think it's dangerous when we haven't really delved into that. And then we're creating systems that are just pushing out the same type of dangerous practices. So it's going to mirror us. It has nothing else to mirror, exactly. And so I love this topic. I'm saying all that to say I love this topic. I think it needs to be talked about a whole lot more because it's literally costing people their lives. And as we're developing systems, it's going to become bigger and bigger and bigger. So I think we need to take a deeper look at this.
I want to thank you for bringing that up. You're going to have to return the mic to...
Yeah, I'm coming.
Miss Cheryl, go ahead, girl. I wish everybody could see how cute them shoes are, though.
Thank you, hon.
I think, again, through that cultural lens, that's why a lot of these people who are in these DEI roles, diversity, equity, inclusion, their jobs are important because medical students go to school to learn medicine. They're not teaching culture in medicine. But as diversity is changing and the definition and kind of morphosizing into so many different things, these roles are so important in these schools that they're trying to take it out of these schools and these universities. Medical students, engineers, whatever, we all come from different places, immigrating from different countries, first generation, second generation, and we offer different cultural lenses to the practice. And just as a woman, that's a whole different box you can check. I mean, when we think about, the history of hysterectomy comes from the word hysteria, which they thought women had because of our uteruses, until there were more female doctors getting into the field, into the research and the practice. Now, women, for example, PCOS and fibroids can actually have non-invasive treatments. You don't have to remove your whole uterus because no one had understanding or cultural lens through that medicine. So hats off to any and everybody that are in roles of DEI, because you have to advocate why those roles are important. And this very topic is why. Can you explain some issues that you might have gone through in your practice, or for the people that you serve? What other equities have you come across?
Oh, there's a couple. I mean, a lot. Dr. Hertie, she's an immunotherapist, one of the most well-known doctors around in that department. They are using our products to help figure out how to help cancer patients, how they are helping cancer patients. I myself, I have not been down in the basement for 3 days with a cold rag, a bucket, and no lights in 10 years. That's a product of gold to me. If you've ever suffered one of those, I can't even talk now. Well, anyhow, you know what I'm talking about. It makes all the difference in the world because now I can function without having to know, oh, wait a minute, what this month? Oh, I haven't had one this month. Oh, I haven't had one this week. It's not having that is a blessing. And when I can offer something to somebody else and it helps them, I'm helping them, plus we're helping children around the world. And we're all doing it naturally. And with Ace Manning coming from the plant of the aloe vera plant, that's, the doctors found it in the plant. And the molecules of it, there's not any place that you can get our product or close to it other than one person carries it. And that person only carries it when she is carrying a child. She produces Ace Manning in her breast milk because that's a natural remedy. Think about it. How long does that go back for? Because that's how they were building up their immune system when they were born. Still are today.
And just what you mentioned, some of these things, they were unheard of 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, maybe when our parents or grandparents in the 50s, they didn't have this kind of knowledge when they went to the doctor and what have you. And a lot of the doctors didn't have this knowledge. So again, the advancements in technology, the advancements in information, some of our greatest innovations have come from those from other cultures who immigrated here to lend us wonderful things that they bring from their country here to say, hey, so when you're on these research panels, all these wonderful doctors from all over the world are getting together to do these double-blind studies and placebos and this and that. When you read these medical journals, these are doctors coming together as a team from all over the world, and they're bringing their cultural lens to solve a problem. that benefits the world. We're not going to get into this whole Henrietta Lacks, because that's a whole nother subject for another day. Okay, girl, right? That's right, and we're going to leave it for that. So if there's any more questions, any other further comments before we wrap up? Well, I want to say thank you to Shirley.
Thank you, Ms. Kimberly. It's been a
And
pleasure.
a wonderful, wonderful company that I hope you guys can look into. She is on LinkedIn, and she also has her information that is in all of the packets that you have received. So I think that's something we're looking into.
Well, thank you. And I look forward to sharing our company with you, because it's amazing. Once you look into it and you see what a difference it makes, you'll be thanking me, thanking our company.
All right.
All
Thank
right?
you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Song we haven't had an opportunity to sing in a while. We're going to do call and response. Out with the old. You all know it, but instead of in with the new, we're going to say in with the great. Okay? And then you'll hear what? Out with the old, in with the great. It's the new remix, so please don't hate. You did a great job. A great job. You did a great job. A great job. We'll try it again. Out with the old, in with the... Aha! It's a new remix, so please don't hate. You did a great job. Great job. You did a great job. A great job. All right. We have a very special recognition session at this time, and we would like, I think we'll do it this way. Ideally, we would like to honor a very special guest in the room, but before we honor the guest, AV team, do we have the marketing video, the video set up? So we're gonna watch a very special video, and then I'll let you know what happens next.
Are you ready to level up your contract management skills and become a true guardian of contracts? In our training program, we've crafted a comprehensive solution just for you. Whether you're new to the field or looking to enhance your expertise, our expert-led courses will equip you with the knowledge and confidence to navigate complex contracts with ease. From negotiation strategies to risk mitigation techniques, our program covers it all, empowering you to streamline processes and maximize the value of every contract. By investing in your education, you'll gain invaluable insights into best practices, negotiation tactics, and risk management strategies, setting you apart as a contract management expert. Imagine stepping into a role with clarity and confidence and the tools you need to succeed from day one. That's exactly what our program offers: practical knowledge that you can immediately apply in your daily tasks, elevating your performance and unlocking new opportunities for success. So, are you ready to embark on this transformative journey and become a guardian of contracts? Buy the course now and take the first step towards mastering the intricacies of contract management.
Please give another special applause as we offer the Certificate of Appreciation to Crystal Fouché, founder and managing partner, C&D Consulting, LLC, taking this opportunity to express our gratitude for your extraordinary support and your contributions that have made such a significant impact. Come on up, Crystal. There you go.
Okay, so I'm just going to take a few minutes because I'm completely in shock. I thought I was done for the rest of the day. I'm just here supporting and seeing everything else. So this was a complete shock when I saw that video come up. you know, wow. Well, thank you very much. I was not expecting this. I had written a speech for tomorrow, but not today. But thank you to the HEAL conference for even, like I said, hosting or creating a platform to actually let up and coming, I would say, entrepreneurs, business people, teachers, tech, even being in this space, and then being able to connect and talk to one another, because our fields overlap. I was kind of skeptical when it first started. I'm like, do our fields really overlap? But now being here, it certainly does. Again, this is a complete shock. I am totally grateful, but just thankful to my team, right? Because I'm the face of it, but it's not just me. It takes a team of people to actually make this business work and grow, and without them, I would not be here today. So special recognition to my family, my husband, my mother, my son. My mother takes care of my son, so I can go out and do this. So that is wonderful. My husband supports, and he's a business development manager by trade, but I pull him in sometimes to help me sell this company as well. So again, just thank you. I'm completely shocked. You totally got me. I was not expecting this at all.
Congratulations again, Crystal. Well received and deserved. We have several participants who were not able to join us in person this time, yet they are connected with us in the live stream, they're participating, and they also have been contributing in meaningful ways to the fields of education and healthcare. And so we'd like to take a moment to watch their video recognitions and celebrations, being recipients of awards and celebrations, yet not being able to be physically here to receive it. So in the spirit of all things good that we've been created in this space together, let's go ahead and give everyone a round of applause whose video we're gonna see and celebrate them in advance of everything they share.
Hi, this is Humaira Junaid from UAE. I'm truly honored and grateful to HEAL Conference for giving me this opportunity and recognizing my efforts as an education leader and a life coach. I'm truly passionate about inclusive education and equitable access to education. I believe that every child, no matter where in the world, must get an opportunity to succeed. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the event, but I'm sure this hall is filled with amazing education leaders. And I congratulate you all for all the work that you've been doing all your life and your commitment towards the education sector. Let us continue to innovate, collaborate, and lead with a purpose. Thank you so much, HEAL Conference.
Hi everyone, my name is Tazir Hassan, and thank you for having me as part of the HEAL Conference. I'm excited to be here and give my testimonial in video. Unfortunately, my schedule didn't allow me to show up in person. A lot of conflicting things, such as my daughter's college graduation, so I hope you all understand. So as background on me, I've had 20 years plus of experience at JP Morgan, and I also currently work in commercial real estate in sales, as well as a loan originator for ComLoan, and support many other startups in many different industries, from Happy Gum in Germany, Appraise in India, and in the US, High Moon Capital, as well as Stories for Generations, amongst many others. I'd like to take this time for thanking my family, friends at JP Morgan, who've trained me over the last 20 years to be successful here as an entrepreneur. It means a lot to me to receive this award. I'd also like to thank God. Without him, nothing else is possible. So then I wish you all the best of luck, and I look forward to working with you in any capacity that our paths may meet. Thank you very much.
Greetings, my name is Dr. Brian T. Long, and I just wanted to first say thank you, HEAL Conference, for choosing me for such a distinguished award. I just wanted to take this moment just to thank my higher power for giving me a second chance to be able to help someone else's life be an example. I thank everyone who was in attendance, because you are putting in the hard work and making a change across the globe. So congratulations to my fellow nominees. This wasn't something that was just handed to you. You were selected because of the work that you have been doing across the globe. So unfortunately, even though I'm unable to make it, I just wanted to tell you all thank you for choosing me and allowing me to share this moment with you all. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you, HEAL Conference, again, for celebrating me.
Hi, my name is Kara Cusack, and I would like to thank the HEAL Conferences for the Influential Leader in Healthcare Award. I am very sorry I can't be there with you today, but thank you very much.
I feel like if someone put a tracker on me to see how many steps I've done, it would be a really fun story. We are getting ready to go on our afternoon break. I'm just trying to assess the room. You know how we did before lunch to see if people were actually hungry? Like, do we really need a break? I'm totally kidding. We're gonna do another chat. But there is a really fun and exciting way to come back from all the energy and all the fun that we've received. So maybe we could try 2-3 rounds. Let me see, who's really good at listening, active listening, and remembering something you've heard? Just show of hands. Anyone in the room really good? All right, so those hands that are up, I'm gonna need at least 3 of y'all to keep it up. That means you're gonna volunteer to be in a line, an imaginary line after me, okay? So I'm gonna choose over here. I got Donna, I got Betty. Brother, what's your name in the back? Okay, Barry's last. Okay, so we got our 3 volunteers, okay? Y'all ready? So everyone, we're gonna clap together. So we're gonna clap in rhythm. Okay? And I'm gonna do the cheer, and as you learn it, you can sing along with me. P-O-W-E-R, we got the power 'cause we are the HEAL Conference. My name's Malika, yeah, and I'm first on the list. I get my reputation 'cause I do it like this. She does it like this, and you do what I do. She does it like this. She does it like this. P-O-W-E-R, we got the power 'cause we are the HEAL Conference. Her name is, yeah, and she's next on the list. She gets her reputation 'cause she does it like, she does it like this. She does it like this. P-O-W-E-R, we got the power 'cause we are the HEAL Conference. Her name is Betty, yeah. She next on the list. She gets her reputation 'cause she does it like, she does it like this. She does it like this. P-O-W-E-R, you gotta stand up for Barry, as we. If you stand up, we're going on break. Do the HEAL Conference. His name is Barry, yeah, and he's next on the list. He gets his reputation 'cause he does it like, oh, he does it like this. Oh, y'all better skippity-doo out this door. I'll see you all at 4:15. If you have interviews, we'll see you right outside. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the break. Hello. That was just another way to grab people's attention. I think earlier I modeled the can you hear the sound of my voice? And sometimes just a visual cue is enough. And you all just nailed it, knew exactly what I was doing. Welcome back, everyone. We have our final sessions for the day. We have a panel discussion and a fireside chat. And we'll be closing our day at 5:30 to resume again for tomorrow. So Taylor would like to share with everyone that she has to excuse herself as her new wifely duties have mandated an immediate meeting with her husband. So she will not be able to join our panel, but she would like to wish the panel all the best. So please join me in welcoming panel discussion, Nurturing Great Leaders from Early Seeds, Unleashing Potential in the Early Years. Round of applause for Katarina Mahadeva Cadwell, MD. Okay, and Hiba I got it? Okay, MPH. Please join our panel with a round of applause.
It's a more intimate round today. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Closer? Like this? You can hear me now? Awesome. All right. Well, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone, to today's panel discussion with this fantastic topic of nurturing great leaders from early seeds and unleashing potential in the early years. And I just want to say that I was really impressed with the discussions that we already had, the fireside chats that went before us here today. They actually brought up a lot of points where I kept thinking, oh my God, I can talk so much about that too, but I need to tone it down and not get overly excited because some of that will lead into what we will be discussing. Especially when we brought up things of health equity, cultural understanding, and empathy, actually. So I'm Dr. Katarina Mahadeva Cadwell, internist and palliative care specialist with 20 years in clinical practice. I'm also an integrative nutrition health coach and a Stanford Lead graduate. And I'm also an executive contributor to Brains Magazine. I have taught residents for about 7 years at UNLV Family Medicine program, their training program, and I've mentored them as assistant professor. And I have also lectured to other healthcare professionals on palliative care specialty topics, among other things for Project ECHO. Nowadays, I focus on empowering patients through harnessing their thought leadership for their own health, specifically for reversing prediabetes and chronic disease prevention through my company, Vivo. All right.
Yes, thank you. That was wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Hiba Al-Khatib. I am a Master's of Public Health. I did my undergrad at UC Berkeley and my Master's of Public Health also at UC Berkeley. I'm the founder of Palestinian Public Health, and a lot of my work is centered around health equity, but not just health equity, health justice. I believe that we do need a just system, and we do need to tackle the systemic inequities and barriers in order to achieve health equity. So I do a lot of speaking and webinars and advocacy around health initiatives for diverse communities and a lot of different collaborations and work, community-based work and research. So happy to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hiba. You have accomplished so much already, and I'm very impressed with your resume at such a young age, so that is really fantastic. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about empathy and leadership, especially in healthcare, because I think that is a really important topic to discuss and to keep developing in especially today's healthcare system, and especially after we've heard a lot of the grievances and problems that were discussed in the previous chats today and panels. And so as our young doctors and students transition into leadership roles in healthcare, we really have to understand the foundations that are required to help them succeed. And there are 3 pillars that I want to touch on for that, and those are, first of all, meeting the young leader where they are, a topic that we spoke about early this morning, and I think that is really important and ties really well into education as well. The second part is fostering self-awareness, and finally leads into developing a growth mindset so that our young doctors, as they step into the leadership roles, can overcome their limiting beliefs, their biases, and also their perfectionism, which we all struggle with. So let's begin with the first pillar, meeting them where they're at. So when I work with residents and medical students, I do recognize the very impressive paths that they have already traveled to get to that point. And even though they're still early on in their career, they've already shown immense dedication, resilience, and tenacity to get to where they are in their career, even though it's still early. And we have to remember that each individual comes with their unique set of views, personalities, experiences, and perspectives. And our first step as a mentor for them is to really listen to them with an open mind and ask really good questions to understand who are they really, where are they coming from, where are they starting. And so as these young docs start moving into leadership roles in healthcare, they will be the ones shaping policies, systems, and innovations in healthcare, something that was touched on earlier as well, and I think that's a really important point to consider, that ties directly into innovating for equity and cultural diversity that is really vital to providing adequate and better care for everyone. And so we as mentors actually act as a coach and take that coaching approach where we show them that way what kind of leader they can grow into and show them what their potential is. And then on the other hand, understanding their aspirational selves as a leader is also key, because in order to know what you're going to be, you need to know where you're going. What kind of leader do they want to become as they grow? Not when they grow up, but as they grow and keep growing. And we have to really help them articulate that vision very clearly, and it provides a good sense of direction for them to move along that path, to become that leader that we need. And so the way we can do that is through open discussion, self-reflection, and sometimes even journaling. Journaling really helps, but that active self-reflection really also helps them to raise their self-awareness. And self-awareness then leads directly into the next pillar of, building that empathy as they become aware of, this bias that somebody mentioned, one of you, about the COVID patient, the decisions people have to make. There's unconscious biases in there as well, and we find them within our data system sometimes as well. And that makes me think about the Apple Watch that was mentioned earlier too. And I recently read that actually. And I thought, wow, that is wild, but we need to know these things. We have to have accurate data as well, and having that self-awareness for that, and having self-awareness in recognizing your own patterns of perception is really, really important. And so why is empathy so vital especially in effective leadership, is that it really helps in taking a better perspective and really enabling leaders to see their impact within a larger context. You know, what is their role, not just for themselves, you know, I'm doing this job and I'm just doing it. You have to actually look out and see how does it affect everyone else, because my actions will affect everyone within that healthcare system, from patient to administrator, maybe even to the data person who is developing AIs. And so understanding that impact is really key to then also foster supportive and innovative team environments where that kind of thinking can be perpetuated. And then we can hopefully affect a culture change for that as well. And so one way we can do that is then by using mentoring programs, which we have in place in healthcare. You know, we have older docs teaching younger docs, teaching students, teaching younger students. So it just kind of goes like little organ pipes. And as it is used to bring about any kind of positive culture in healthcare, we also have to be careful to recognize and not to perpetuate any kind of old biases and unhelpful behavior patterns, which, you know, anyone who went to medical school and has been through residency and is, you know, working in healthcare, there are a lot of those patterns out there, and I've experienced them for the past 20 years. So there's a lot of work to be done still. So finally, adopting a growth mindset evolves out of all those other those two foundational pillars. And that growth mindset also will help, you know, coming back to the young leaders that we're shaping directly and personally, it kind of help them overcome their fears of failure and imposter syndrome. A lot of us struggle with it. And people talk about it, and you go, my God, I mean, you're so smart. Why do you think you know, what's going on? And it can get them really stuck, and that perfectionism then will in turn also lead to burnout. And we can't afford to have our healthcare leaders burn out. We need them, we need everyone. And like what was mentioned earlier in our first discussion, everyone needs to do a little bit to come together, move in the right direction, and then we can perpetuate that change in a more positive direction. So as mentors, our job then is to recognize all those limiting beliefs that underlie that stuckness, so to speak. And we have to examine it, and to examine such limiting beliefs, you can only really do that if you have a safe environment where you can say, no, every learning opportunity or every stumbling block is a learning opportunity. We're, you know, psychologically safe to express fears, limits, biases, whatever it is. And then we can work on reframing those perspectives, and out of that say, look, you learned something from it. What can we do to move forward? What can we do to get into the right direction here? So we're coaching them all the time. That's what we should be doing. And it's really, when you boil it down, about developing a lean startup mindset. And I really love the term. I talk about it all the time. My colleagues will probably tell you, yeah, she talks about lean startup a lot. And what it really does is it encourages experimentation, iteration. You know, if something doesn't work this way, you know, sometimes you don't have to try harder, you have to try different. But you have to keep looking, you have to have a 360-degree view and a full perspective, and you have to listen to different perspectives. And you have to make sure that you're not missing perspectives, because sometimes there's people that we forget to ask. But that's, we still have to do that. And this kind of mindset will help us get there. So in the end, if you have a leader like that, it really empowers them then with a skill set to create more patient-centered solutions and then also shape more meaningful policies. We really need that. We've all, looking at healthcare these days, it's like, yeah, we need something better. We need to move with the times. We need to move forward. And so we have right now this very interconnected landscape in healthcare. Everything is globalized. There's a lot of digital tools out there for patients to get connected. Finding the right tools sometimes can be, oh my gosh, don't even want to get into that. But in order to perceive that whole landscape and boil it down into something meaningful, you need to have a leader who is open-minded and has that polycentric view, or that ability to take a polycentric view, is critically aware of any perception biases, and is then capable of driving those solutions towards better healthcare that streamlines workflows, that serves patients of all cultural backgrounds better, and then also reduces burnout, again, because you make it better, and it's like, oh yeah, actually now we're making an impact, and that's why we're here in healthcare, because we want to make an impact, we want to help people, we want to make a genuine difference. That's why we went into the field in the first place. I did at least, so. And so that's kind of just to wrap up my initial thoughts on the topic of how we can nurture and raise our upcoming leaders that way. And now I'm going to give the floor to Hiba.
That was wonderful. So many insightful thoughts that we can learn from. My journey with leadership, I think, I kind of touched on this in the previous panel, was, internally, I love to help people. I love to talk to people. But there was also this gap, right? There was this need for representation. And I quickly caught on to that and realized that as young as like middle school, when I would open a textbook and on the map, my country of origin and where I'm from was not there, and my identity was not represented. And so as I got older, and my family had certain struggles, and I would talk about women's health, and I'd be in these spaces and nobody else was talking about it, or it was not acknowledged. And so when I got to undergrad, being in the healthcare field, this was a big problem, is that, why is one group of women, and this isn't just the case for Palestinian women, it's the case for a lot of marginalized groups, why are they not being talked about? It's this dehumanization, it's this like subcategory, why are we not caring about it, right? So this is a larger problem in the healthcare field that many patients have also experienced. From my experience with working with like physicians or in a healthcare setting, is like they get discouraged from going to a doctor's appointment or being in a healthcare setting because they don't feel seen. They don't feel like their concerns are being addressed, and we've seen a lot of statistics on this with Black mothers and the fertility rates there, right? And the same case for Palestinian mothers due to the occupation dying, so it's, I always say that, at least for my case, a lot of our people are dying not from life-threatening diseases, but from man-made diseases, right? Racism, occupation, systemic inequities, right? So for me, leadership is coming into this space and thinking, how can we, and this directly relates to public health, we really love the upstream approach. How can we dismantle these inequities and barriers from an upstream, right? If we can get rid of the root cause, right, racism, oppression, all of these things, we can make for a really nice flowing stream of healthcare, more equitable access to healthcare. So it's, instead of going to the doctor when your foot, right, you break your foot, for example, you go to the doctor, he fixes your foot, but the doctor didn't ask you what was the reason. The reason was you probably had, or for example, your housing situation is really poor. Your stairs are like broken. So every time you go down the stairs, you fall. So now you come to the doctor again, your foot is broken again, right? So he fixes your foot again. Next week, right? This is like a made-up scenario, but you get the point. It's like he's not fixing the core issue, right? He's doing a very important job, which is fixing the issue you have at that moment, which is we still need that. But the people who are, in other fields and part of this health field should be thinking, what are the societal issues, right? The systemic issues, right? How can we get him more accessible housing? How can we fix his stairs, right? How can we fix the root issue, which is that his home is not equipped for him to live safely? So my sense of leadership was like, how can I be a leader that is trying to promote equitable access to resources? And so I created my organization, Palestinian Public Health, for this safe space. It started, with students who did not feel seen, and it was this diverse community of students from all over who had one cause, which is to raise awareness to health inequities from silenced voices, right, locally. So this was in the Bay Area. We have a lot of communities locally who need to be amplified. Their voices need to be amplified. A lot of systemic issues, housing is a huge crisis across the nation. And all the way globally, right, to places like Palestine, where there's occupation, there's oppression, there's checkpoints, there's barriers, right? And none of these issues are far removed from us, right? I said it on the other panel that I, just by chance, happened to be born here. I could have been born where my family was born, and I wouldn't have had all the opportunities I have. So it's really taking away this mindset of like, oh, this could never happen to me, and being like, oh, all of us are just one paycheck away from being houseless, right? And, on the line of mentorship as well and being a leader, when I think about the most impactful mentors for me, I mentioned my mother previously and her words of wisdom and inspiration, and just, sometimes her not saying anything, but just being there as a sort of support system. And then I also think about like my favorite professor from college and why she was such a great mentor for me. It wasn't because she told me, oh, apply to grad school, or, oh, apply for this job. It actually was never like that. It was because she was compassionate and she uplifted me. So she uplifted what I believed was right and the change that I wanted to make in this world. So, and it was another key point on mentorship is it, which relates to public health as well, our beliefs in public health, is that it should be a sustainable relationship, right? Anything long-term sustainable is going to have a longer impact down the road. So even after she was my professor, she still would check in on me. And something that I'll never forget is when my house, during my master's program lit on fire and we lost, we were displaced from our home because of the fire. She had texted me that night, and because we had a meeting, right, just like a check-in, a mentor check-in, and she had texted me, oh, do you want to come sleep in my home? And I was like, oh my God, like that just shows that, it's such a, like that compassion, that care for you as an individual goes such a long way. And I think that we should be working to build relationships like that within the field, within our education system. And this really goes for, I like how physicians deal with their patients, right? The same way that we have a screening for depression, we should have a screening for systemic issues, right? Societal issues, barriers that your patient is facing. And something that I'm currently working in is on medical legal partnerships. And something that we see, basically this project initiative, is it merges the health field and the legal field. Something that most people, or maybe some people, don't think about is, they're just stuck in their own field, but they don't realize that they are intersected, right? All our fields are intersected. And something we see, because we specifically work for Housing for Health, is that there will be patients who will tell you they do not go to their checkup appointments because they are afraid that they will be evicted from their homes while they are getting checked up. So they can die from not going to get their checkup, whether it be a screening for cancer or a screening for diabetes or a mental health check-in, because they are afraid of losing their home. So that is a systemic issue, right? Nobody should be in such fear of losing their home to the point where they're not going to their doctor, right? And then the same thing when they go to their checkup appointment, there should be a care, right? And this is something that is deeper than just, saying there should be a care, right? There's time constraints for physicians. A lot of them are overworked. There's a lot of issues that we need to tackle, but there should be a care with, what's happening outside of this office. Why did you not make your appointment? And then there's transportation, right? When I got in an accident and my car got totaled, there were a lot of times when I couldn't make my appointment because I no longer have a form of transportation. So that's the case for a lot of people who don't have a form of transportation. And the same thing I worked a lot with like food equity. Why are certain backgrounds healthier than others? Is it because they like junk food and or there's cultural foods that they love? Maybe. We all love our junk food and cultural food, but to a certain extent that's usually not the sole reason, right? It may be because they live in a food desert where there is not a grocery store right next to them that they can conveniently get to, right? They don't have a car, gas is too much. And then if there is a grocery store, it might be like a gas station where there is not, a plethora of foods and healthy options. And then the prices, right? So now you have like a financial issue, you have a transportation issue, you have a home issue, you're probably taking care of multiple kids. Maybe you are the kid who's the provider, right? And then that merges into like the education system. Why is this kid not performing well in school? Is he a bad kid, or does he have things going on in home that is not allowing him to show up as his full version of himself, which relates back to how can we be better mentors and leaders that are uplifting kids from a young age, which is our discussion today, which is nurturing these seeds, right? How can we nurture these kids to believe in like humanity, that, we care about them past just the grade on the assignment, right? Because one kid might be getting a really good grade because he can fully just focus on school, versus the other kid is taking care of his family, working, maybe has a chronic disease that you do not know about, right? Because people are not telling you everything they're going through, right? And I saw firsthand with losing our home, my health definitely deteriorated, right? The home is the center of your health. If you do not have a safe place to make food, to sleep, right? Sleep is so important. To feel like calm, that is going to make your mental health and your physical health deteriorate, and you're not going to have as much energy, right, to show up as your full self. So I think there's a lot of topics within the health field that we can improve on. I think public health has a lot of frameworks that we should be pulling from for local and global issues that we can learn from, and there's a lot of opportunity to be better mentors and leaders, to nurture seeds, right, which is our like future generations, our children, right, our siblings who are smaller, to plant that seed of like hope and that you can make an impact and that you should care about other people past just what you see from the outside, but thinking deeper as like, what is the root issue that is causing this chronic disease, right? Why do they have diabetes? Right, diabetes, you need, you will know this much better than me, right? You need a whole holistic plan, right? You need to exercise, you need to eat well, you need to rest. You can't just give them medication and be like, here, right? That's like not gonna cut it. So there's, a lot of thoughts, but hopefully that.
Well, Hiba, thank you so much. It was very insightful, very informative, and I think you brought up a lot of really good points. And the last part that you mentioned really makes me think about patients come to the doctor, there's not enough time because the doctors are overworked, they're burnt out, a lot of us still reeling from COVID and haven't recovered, where there's something even called empathy fatigue that actually has rolled through the provider system. And that's pretty disastrous because it works against what we're trying to do, trying to move the needle towards a more holistic approach to health. And that's, a lot of the points that you brought up work into that, where you need to really have a system that makes it easy to get that information quickly, so you don't have time to talk to a patient for an hour every day. You'll never get a doctor's appointment ever again. So there has to be a solution that brings that picture into a holistic team of providers, doctors, nurses, social workers, spiritual workers, counselors, and have the patients, of course, at the center of that. And where you then can go and say, hey, this person, oh my God, they're just non-compliant. They just get labeled. They're non-compliant, not taking their medications. Well, why not? Because they're facing things that you were mentioning, and that is very, very common. I see it every day when I admit patients to the hospital. They don't understand why they're taking it. Nobody's explained it in the words they can understand. There's cultural issues where it's like, well, your pain tolerance, but you're okay, you don't need pain medicines. Oh my God. And then looking at, there's depression going on, there's grief going on, there's loss going on, there's food insecurity, some people are dealing even with a great deal of spiritual pain for whatever it is they're going through, and that often remains unaddressed. And having a leader who then has that, as you mentioned, has that curiosity to learn more and to say, I'm willing to really just ask a few questions and get to know these people and see what can we do. And maybe not everybody, not every provider can say, I'm going to go out there and go shop for them or drive them around, but you can move that first domino at least. You can say, I can take a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra effort, a little bit of, care and curiosity and say, what's going on? How can we help? So then when it comes to designing any solutions, all of that needs to flow into that as well. So Hiba, what I wanted to ask you is, what do you think, what are some qualities of an impactful leader, especially in the context of everything that we've discussed so far?
Yeah, those were some great points. For me, an impactful leader, I've touched on this a little bit, is someone who isn't merely giving instructions, but is helping others feel empowered, right? So in terms of specifically the patient journey, right, it's how the patient can be an advocate for themselves, right? They can feel empowered to ask questions. Like you mentioned, that is so incredibly true that a lot of times you go in for your checkup appointment, it's very short, right? The provider has a list of other patients, and I've seen this firsthand working in the hospital with physicians, shadowing the physicians. They will go through the patients, and they're on a time crunch. So they will just tell them, oh, okay, like this, that, here, take this. And if you don't, right, you should ask questions, right? And sometimes as a leader, it can go a long way to tell your mentee or who you're talking to, like, hey, maybe ask a question next time, right? So I think impactful leader is somebody who guides somebody, but at the same time, they're empowering them to use their own agency. So it's a sustainable relationship where you're growing with them, right? And it's not somebody, as a leader, you shouldn't feel like, oh, you know everything, because you don't, right? You should ask questions. You should learn. A lot of times you can learn from the person that you're mentoring, right? And then this leader is also somebody who really wants to make an impact and a change that isn't just helping themselves, right? And we see globally there's a lot of leaders who are selfish. They think about themselves. There's a lot of capitalism. There's a lot of monetary gain, right? Colonialism, where they're not thinking about the way that this impacts people for generations, right? Your impact, if you are put in a position of power, that is a great responsibility. Like, your impact, what you do during your time as a leader, doesn't just impact the current people who are alive, but it impacts the people after them. It impacts the way that those people raise the people after them, impacts the opportunities that other people have. So it's somebody that really wants to create this positive change that will hopefully last for, right, it will carry on. Like, their legacy will carry on and people will reference it back. And Malcolm X has, he did the speech where he talked about how young people need to think for themselves, they need to see for themselves, and they need to listen to themselves. So he was really emphasizing that don't just listen to what leaders have to say or what people have to say, but use your own agency to think. Like, somebody tells you something, think, does this make sense? You hear something in the news, does this make sense? Like, does this have evidence? And when you look it up or you write, that's not even enough. There's a lot of ways to fabricate things. So it's really you using your own agency to not just listen to everything you hear, but think, what is the impact that I want to make, and how can I make a difference? And another really, like, something that I really think about recently, I'm sure you're all aware that there's been a genocide in Gaza for the past 8+ months, and we've lost countless physicians, countless healthcare providers. Our hospitals have been bombed. Things that we take for granted here are non-existent there, right? There's no food. There's a famine, right? A man-made famine. There are our hospitals that we value so much are bombed. Our physicians that we value so much have been murdered. And there was a Palestinian nephrologist, Hammam al-Loh, who stayed in a Shifa hospital providing. And one of his last interviews before he was murdered, they asked him, which I recommend that you all go and watch, it's on Democracy Now! They asked him, why did you not evacuate, right? Why did you not leave the hospitals so that you could, try to survive? Because it's very dangerous, right? Providing and honestly existing anywhere within. And he said, I did not go to medical school and study for 14 years just to think about myself and not to think about my patients' lives. So that, to me, is an impactful leader. That is how our mindset and mentality should be, that our actions are to inspire and help and uplift and save other people. Like, we do not go to school, we do not become successful simply for ourselves, our own accolades, money, things like that. That is monetary happiness, that is momentary happiness. That is not fulfillment, and that doesn't leave a positive change. So I always reflect on his words. I think I reflect on his legacy and the fact that his legacy persists till now through voices like mine who remember him, who remember physicians like him, who carry on. So his death was not in vain, right? There are people talking about him. There are people who remember what he did and the stance that he took and the fact that he thought about his patients' lives just as valuable as his own. So that is, the health care provider that I would hope to be, the public health leader that I hope to be, is that it's, someone you can come to that you can really rely on, that they're there for you.
Absolutely.
They want to help you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Wow, what a wonderful insight. And so we've discussed so many really good points today in this panel discussion, even though it's small. I think it's been very powerful. I want to hear what are your thoughts, what are your questions on that topic of what we can do to raise impactful leaders and nurture them.
I'm curious, Dr. Cadwell, about two things. In my work in healthcare systems in the U.S. primarily, there is an ongoing conversation about how to make the transition from illness-based education for docs to what it is to think about lifelong health.
Mm-hmm.
So one angle is social determinants of health and getting healthcare systems more integrated into communities to understand all of the dynamics that Hiba and you have both talked about. But there is a great deal of resistance on the part of the docs who are highly rewarded and regarded for their deep expertise, not so much rewarded for their humanity. So that's one question. Yes, I understand empathy, but to make this bridge from illness-based to health-based, it's going to require that they get rewarded a little differently. So that's part one of my question. And part two, a little story. One of the docs a cardiologist that I was doing some coaching work with, he and his emergency room team. And he came into the office one day after we'd been working together, maybe 3 months. And everybody was in a tizzy because this patient would not agree to the next piece of surgery, and without it, he was going to die. And they're all looking at the doc saying, can you fix this problem? And he remembered something that we'd been talking about. And he got everybody out of the room, and he sat down on the end of the bed, and he looked at the gentleman, and he said, what are you worried about? And the guy got a tear in his eye, and he stayed really quiet. The doc stayed quiet, and he finally said, my wife is home alone, and she doesn't know how to go to the grocery store and get food. I have to go home. And he called in his nurse and sent her to go get groceries and deliver them, and had the phone dialed so the wife could speak to the husband and assure him that he was okay, that she was okay. He had the surgery, he survived. That's the moral to the story. But the point is that this was a doc, highly regarded, right, captain of a ship in his emergency room, very sought after cardiologist. That isn't what won the day. How do we help hospital systems create rewards for that?
I love your question because I've had similar situations, and I've also, as a palliative care provider and specialist, those are points that are actually, they're part of our palliative care work, actually. And so let me briefly answer the first part of your questions, where we get into value-based care, which actually is being promoted and pushed forward currently by CMS and Medicare, because there's this realization that our healthcare system cannot function on a fee-for-service basis for much longer. It'll bankrupt, it's expensive, patients are suffering, and there's a lot of cost, not just monetary cost, but cost of human life and suffering, and not just life in the term of life and death, but life with no quality burden in the system. And in order to correct that, which will take a long time probably, but in order to correct that, CMS is bringing in this idea of value-based care, which addresses exactly that. How do physicians and providers get rewarded? How do health systems get rewarded for keeping people healthy? And so when it gets into value-based care, it takes a lot of principles from palliative care, which is, for those who are not familiar with palliative care typically works together with hospice, end-of-life care, but palliative care is not end-of-life care. It is care for symptom management, pain control, chronic disease management, and quality of life focused, and takes a holistic approach that goes all the way from physical to spiritual care. So with that huge tool set and skill set that palliative care has, it moves it into other parts of healthcare that are outside of palliative care, so outside of patients that, let's say, are suffering from cancer, undergoing chemotherapy, or said, I don't want to get chemotherapy anymore, but I have this chronic pain, I need to have it addressed. And it moves it towards preventive care, where the focus is with that holistic approach to say, over here, the patient is still okay. They have some risk factors, they have heart failure, stage A, they're at risk, they don't have it yet. How do we keep it from happening? They're pre-diabetic. How do we keep it from happening, moving down the line with diabetes, losing kidneys, eyes, and whatnot, and what have you, and all those other horrible things that go with it? So there's reimbursement for that, and the difficulty with value-based care is to really capture that quality model, the quality measures and the management. And there are several healthcare startups in the US that are working on that and that are building and have built and continue to do so and grow healthcare models based off of that. And your second question, your second part of your question, how do we instill that empathy and that caring and that active listening into our doctors? And I think that that harkens back to when we talked earlier about how early do we start? Where do we coach them? Because we have to coach them. We have to actively demonstrate. We have to show this is the kind of leader we want. This is how you want to act. I've had a very similar conversation with a patient not too long ago. Didn't want to be intubated. I said, or the nurses came to me all in a tizzy. We have to do something. You have to drug him. We have to do the blah, blah, blah. He's going to die. And I thought, that's all true. But let me talk to him first. So he didn't know he was going to be in a medically induced coma. He thought he was going to be awake with a tube stuck down his throat. And he thought, well, I'll be gagging all the time. So, and it took 5 minutes to get that answer. So everyone who already does that needs to continue to demonstrate that behavior with others, not just patients, but with all all team members of a healthcare team. But it's a culture change, I think, that when we start teaching medical students still, and I talked about this with the mentoring programs that we have in place, a lot of times still we perpetuate those old ideas. And I cringe when I see those things happening, and I go, oh my God, let's talk over here. But I find that when you have that open dialogue, you have that open discussion, and that's a skill set to develop as well. You have that open dialogue with your students, you will find that they actually open up and say, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then demonstrate that actually you save a lot more time by doing that. Because otherwise you're gonna end up in a power struggle with a patient who says, no, I don't wanna have the surgery. I mean, you've probably seen how that can go. There's a lot of butting heads and yelling, screaming, and arguing instead of just sitting down and a few minutes later you have your answer and your understanding. And it takes so little to intervene sometimes. Not always, but sometimes that's all it takes. And it takes just so few, it takes so little time to just ask that question. So I think maybe introducing a coaching skill set into the medical school curriculum is very helpful. And as a coach myself, once I became a certified coach, I thought, gee, why don't we all do this? Everybody needs a coach. Everybody should get coached. Everybody should coach someone else because, thank you, because that coaching relationship is the container for that coming together and that understanding. Because those skills, those are basic skills of human interaction. And I think those are basic skills too that overcome those, those human basic brain programming that we understand of, there's us and them, and that's group thinking that behavioral science is looking at, and research, I'm not going to get into that, but there are ways to overcome that. And
Thank
that's
you so much.
one way
I'm
to
so
do
sorry to interrupt, but we are over
Thank you so much.
time.
I
Let's
get
give our
very
panelists a round of
passionate.
applause, please. And an invitation to continue the conversation because it is a really important one. We do have one final fireside chat, and I want us to be able to conclude with paradigm shifts for educational transformation. So please welcome Andrew Bacon and Dr. Donna Hyatt to the stage.
Can you put it in the middle?
Hey everybody. So, I'm Andrew Bacon. I work at the Oak Center for Educational Advancement with Dr. Hyatt, who is the founder and CEO. We are going to talk a little bit about sort of the sum total of a bunch of the things that we do, professional development and coaching and mentoring, and how they all come together to do something bigger and more important, which is, what do we do when a school's in trouble? When a whole school needs a philosophical transformation, when a school needs a cultural shift that will make the services that it offers to its students and the way that it treats the teachers and everything that it does more effective. So I'd like to start by just asking, what are the red flags? What are the things that we are looking for when we see that a school might need some help.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for the final session. I know it's been a long day, but we're really excited to be here and be presenting, and we'd like to also hopefully engage you in a little discussion if we have time. So when you think about red flags, I mean, there's so many challenges in schools today, and so we're just going to talk about a couple of the major challenges or red flags, and one of them is top-down leadership, and that extends beyond education. I see some of you nodding your heads, so.
We were just talking about this.
Yes, right? This whole notion of somebody saying, this is how it has to be, this is why, it's a rigid structure, and I see that a lot in the work that we do, especially in more traditional schools, where there are leaders handing down an agenda. And then also with students and teachers, right? In classrooms, teachers want to maintain control. And so there's, the less innovative approach is, okay, I'm going to get up here and lecture and make it rigid and focus on content rather than focusing on learning goals and skills and really interacting with students. So that's one of the major challenges.
So there's a fundamental conflict in a way between the idea of accountability and the way that public officials or the public at large asks schools and educators to prove that they're doing their job right. You have to measure that. You have to tell them why you're doing a good job. And those things generally take the form of standards that are written down and passed down. So we've got a top-down structure that all of the schools and all of the administrators and all of the teachers and all of the students in some way unknowingly are serving. What do you, there's a built-in tension there between trying to get a school not to be top-down and be accountable to a system that is top-down.
Yeah, that's a major struggle, not just in education, but in other industries as well. And so I guess a question is, how do you leverage change within a structure that can be really top-down, where you have state guidelines that you have to follow and districts, school districts, mandating what has to happen, right? And there are so many schools that are doing innovative things. This is, just a generalization about some of this structure, but there are ways to address that.
Okay, so it happens at every level. A district controls the schools control their teachers, the teachers control their students. Does this just all come from the top down? Are there districts that are more innovative that give their teachers and students more freedom 3 steps down the ladder of accountability?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to generalize. We're such a big country, and there's so many different types of educational institutions. So yeah, there are definitely ways that teachers can engage, schools can engage, right? And even within a rigid structure.
How have some of the schools that you've worked with done that, been innovative and been effective in making change while reporting to this rigid structure? Have you got an example of something like that?
Sure. So there are collaborative structures in schools where teachers can interact with each other, right? Where they're giving agency and voice in the classroom. Do you want a specific example? Or okay. So I'm trying to think of a specific example. All right. Here's one. So we were hired by a school organization, a charter school organization. They wanted a mentoring program for their beginning teachers, and they said, we're just not, we're in this program that's very rigid, and we're answering to state guidelines, and teachers don't have a lot of choice, and we want something that really is more aligned to our mission and vision. We're an anti-racist school. We believe in teacher identity. We believe in reaching all kids. We believe in community. How do we do that? And so we engaged in a 1.5-year process of design that incorporated all stakeholders, right? So we had teachers and kids and people who are already mentoring and school leaders. And so it really takes that collaborative effort and that, just really leveling the playing field. And it also takes a lot of buy-in. If school leaders can't buy in, then it becomes much more challenging. But our challenge in that structure was we still have to answer to state standards, right? The state of California is saying you have to do these things to demonstrate that teachers are actually learning and growing and developing their skills in this program. So how can you be more innovative within a structure of rules or more rigidity? And we were able to do that.
I think that really demonstrates that tension between top-down accountability and bottom-up creativity, and the sort of ongoing battle that a lot of people probably who aren't in education probably don't have any idea about, I would imagine. But I wouldn't know because I don't know them. What other red flags are there besides control issues, besides top-down authoritative presentation or operation, that go into determining whether a school might be ripe for some sort of transformational shift like we're talking about?
Well, okay, this goes back to that top-down rigidity. Teachers not feeling like they have any autonomy and kids feeling like they have no voice. And that contributes to a lot of teacher turnover. It contributes to, you know, a more dysfunctional dynamic in schools. So that's one aspect. I think another is lack of resources, that we are strapped in our schools, right? And they're all resourced differently depending on where we are in the US. And so some schools have lots and lots of resources and lots of money, and some have none. And I started my career in a school that had no resources in Oakland, California, just very bare minimum, 45 kids in a portable classroom, trying to figure out like just how to get through the day. So, you know, the resources are a major challenge.
A lack of resources in that way, when teachers are expected almost to go and spend their own money to buy materials to get a classroom to a point where it can work at all, it seems like not a morale booster.
No, yes, it's not a morale booster for sure. And of course, we care about our kids. We care about, you know, making sure that they're successful. I mean, and they're coming sometimes with limited resources. So as educators, we are spending our own money. We are, you know, investing our time, our energy, our money in ways to leverage reaching kids. And yeah, it can be a little bit demoralizing in some ways. We need more money. We need more resources.
So positive begets positive, and negative begets negative. And if you end up in a spiral that goes the wrong way, you end up with a failing system, which a lot of people think that we're in right now, which is there are lots and lots of reasons, lots and lots of good points to be made that the education system that we've got is failing our kids. And so that's one of the reasons why we're all here to try to figure out some ways that we could do that. So let's move from what are the red flags that tell us about a school that needs some help to what does a school look like after it's been helped? What is the ideal end state for a school that has, and I don't want to put a finality on this because there isn't any end to this process. You get better and you get better and you get better, but you never get where to the end of all things because knowledge continues to increase and we continue to get better. But what does a school look like once it's gone through one of these transformational shifts, and what are the differences that you see when we end up at a place that's better?
Well, one of the major differences is just making sure that there's more equalized leadership. So leveraging expertise within schools, also listening to kids' voices, like forming panels and groups where kids' voices are actually heard, incorporating kids' perspectives into how they learn and how they're assessed. You know, one example is saying, okay, here we are, we're engaged in this learning process, and we're going to, you know, have this, here are our learning goals and our outcomes. How do you think you should be assessed and why? Right, really involving them in the decision-making process, which I've done a number of times, and it's hard to do, right? And it can be really messy because you want to go in and say, okay, here's our outcomes, here's where we're headed, here's how I'm assessing you. I have a vision. I'm the expert. I'm the person who's educated in the room. But without their voices, right, then you don't have that authentic buy-in from your students, and they know what they need too. I mean, they all have, you know, very different ways of learning and various challenges.
It seems like it's really easy for people who are quote unquote in charge of something to slip into that top down, I'll say authoritarian rather than dictatorial way of running things. Here's how it's going to be because I know the answer, and you all are going to do it this way. It's easier to run something that way, but the harder way is better.
Yeah, learning is messy. I mean, and I think this is probably true in other industries as well, right? So we need to have collective voice. We need to work together. And it's not easy and it's not pretty. And it's so much easier in some ways to come in and say, I have a vision and this is how we're doing it. And, you know, and it's this rigid approach, but it doesn't impact kids. It doesn't impact teachers. It doesn't give people agency. It doesn't leverage learning in a way that reaches everyone.
So it sounds like, you know, democratizing from the bottom up, all the way from students to teachers to administrators to districts. The actual democratization of something, although not formal and not elective, is something that improves outcomes and improves morale and addresses multiple problems at the same time.
Yes, and here's two examples. So one is a school with a leader who says, okay, we have a very kind of traditionalist approach to education. Our teachers lecture a lot. We're losing students. This is an independent school in California. And how do we shift that? And how do we make learning more student-centered and differentiated? And how do we approach all these different levels of learning? Where do we start? We have a lot of work to do, and change takes time, and change takes buy-in, right? And leveraging all these relationships. And so this particular school leader said, how do we work from the bottom up? Like, how can we all work together? Another example is another school that wants to be very innovative, and the school leader is very authoritarian, however, presents in a way of saying, oh, we're all in this together. I'm going to form all these panels and gather your input, but really has an agenda on the other side, right? And is carrying out a methodical plan and is, you know, just, like, I guess it's like a pretend, you know, buy-in or a pretend collaboration. And so those are two very different models in schools that we've worked in.
It sounds to me even more morale destroying to have a leader pretend to pay attention and then do what they're going to do anyway and ignore all your input than it would be if they just were honest about it and just gave orders, although that's terrible. That's how that worked. That particular person is losing tons of her staff, so because they're quitting. So okay, that was depressing.
All right.
Go ahead.
And yeah, we're curious too. I mean, because I did say I wanted it to be more interactive. Like, what are some of what you've all experienced?
Yeah. So I'm an educator in mathematics, and your plan that you described very much the school which I've worked in for a very long time. So we are a Title I school, but within it we have a magnet school, which is a smaller school that operates slightly differently from the school itself, with a gifted and talented program. And we experiment with a lot of the ideas that you're talking about, empowering the students, empowering the parents, giving much more freedom to the education as a whole, community-based learning among the students, where I'm up there for a very brief amount of time talking about the mathematics, and then I let my little Greyhound student run with it. You know?
Yes.
Is that because they're fast?
I can't keep up.
So the Greyhound metaphor is because they're so fast. Yeah, okay.
So it's exciting, it's rewarding, it does work, but we have some terrible burnout and some unfortunate occurrences that always get in the way. That I think that we as you know, when we look to find the solution from educators and administrators, we will fail. We have to have a very large, almost media. We need to get away where we have the students and the parents all fighting together to improve the classroom and the educational system. The big thing that interferes with this model that you're describing is it works beautifully for several years until one family is upset. And then there is the complaints, there's the hostility, there's the challenge, and the administrator is under the legal gun.
Yes.
And we have to go back to the rigid system. Okay, all this flexibility, all this freedom, look at the results. Holy cow, our kids have done amazing. We have to stop now.
Because one person out of 100 has another idea.
Yeah,
And
that does happen.
we find our teachers that are like absolutely loved by the students and the parents are suddenly yanked from the classroom. And we have a complete disruption of this educational process to the students. The parents don't understand what's going on. It's all done in complete secrecy. Well, why did, Mrs. So-and-so suddenly vanish? Oh, we can't talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a complaint. When you bring in this flexibility, when you bring in this student freedom, there's always a small percent that doesn't operate well within it.
Yeah, and the question is like, how do we address that, right? Because
How do we protect our teachers? And how do we protect our administrators? And how can we still even help that family? It includes the whole family. It's not just the child, it's the family as well. How can we help them? How can we give them what they need without destroying what we've been working on for years?
Yes.
Because your method is very fragile. And that's why we always go back to this rigid method of education that's broken.
it is, and it's why I started this organization. I saw a need, and it's really hard work, right? And it's slow and painful at times. But yes, we do operate within this rigid structure, and that's what we default back to. What's comfortable? What we know, right? This more industrialized model of education. So, yes, it's
Simpler. One of the most
Simpler,
one of
safer,
the
yeah.
one of the most intense things that I experienced when I started working with Dr. Hyatt at the Oaks, being having a technological background. I'm an IT background, digital communications background. Was how much more difficult this is. And you mentioned this earlier. Computers don't talk back. They don't say no. They just tell you if you're wrong. And then you give them new instructions, and then they're right. And you give them new instructions until it works right, and then you're done. And this is human. And it's not just students, and it's not just teachers, it's parents, and it's the people that you're talking about, the 1 out of 100 that's like, I'm scared by this idea, and it did something I don't like, so I'm going to dedicate my life to stopping it. And you have to bring them in. And you have to figure out a way to reach them and make it okay. And sometimes it's just not possible. But the thing that strikes me about being relatively new to the education space is just stop for a second and give yourself some credit for working in one of the most difficult environments, one of the most impossible environments to get the right answer that I have ever seen in my entire life.
We have some input.
Because you just talked about, I will always say I have so much respect for teachers. I don't know what to say. I'm a doctor actually, but I think they're
I
not.
have a lot of respect for doctors.
Yeah, but they're not compensated enough. I think we should really advocate for them to get paid better, because think about this: all these professions they're coming from schools because of the teachers. I think it all starts with the teachers. So I think it's Germany or one of these countries. One of the European countries. They actually pay teachers the most, and I agree with that, because teachers. I cannot teach kids. They're amazing. Some of these teachers, I have so much respect for them. So I think compensation also. We don't like to talk about money, but it make a difference, because I heard over the years with my 3 kids, I'm not paid enough to deal with this. And I don't want to say I agree with that, but I feel like I sympathize with that. I mean, their job is hard. Math teacher, I can't imagine, or English, whatever the topic. But I think to be a teacher is amazing, and advocating for their pay, I'll be the first one, honestly, to do that. I think they should be valued more and respected more.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
right? It's one of the most undervalued professions in
Right.
our country and in other countries as well. And why? Because like you said, everything stems from education, all these opportunities.
Right. There before, because of my teacher, I'm like this. Because of her teacher, I mean, we all came from some teacher. You know what I mean? So we should really respect them and pay them more, in my opinion.
I think one of the reasons that it is hard to make that I don't want to say it the wrong way, but to make that sale, to convince people that teachers are worth being paid more, the answer that you get is, well, prove it. Prove you're worth it. And then, yes, but prove it in a way that the legislature can understand. And so then you have to come up with a set of numbers that says, here's what you did better, and here's why it's true, and all of this stuff, and then you end up with standardized testing, and we know where that goes. And so that's,
Yes.
so
Yes.
it's that tension again. That's top down and bottom up. That's exactly where we started the conversation. And it's not ever going to be easy, and we just have to keep hacking at it until we find the best answer. And that's one of the things that Dr. Hyatt and I work on all the time, is trying to find better answers for small things and being able to figure out small ways forward, because every small thing multiplied 1,000 times is a big thing. Do 1,000 of them.
And we have another question or comment.
So I'm not an educator, but I have high respect for educators because I build the technology platform for education. So like I work on the nation's report card, the NAEP project. So
Oh, wow.
I have like I'm just thinking back, right? So whether is it the curriculum to blame, right? So what I'm saying is it the what I find amongst my son who graduated, all his peers, like he graduated from computer science, but all his peers don't have a job. Like the industry is like, what are we producing from the education system? There is a total gap with respect to what the industry needs, right? So I think it's high time we collaborate from a technical viewpoint with the educators to build a platform that works together, right? Because
let's do it.
Yeah.
We're here.
Yeah.
I know, we have all these powerful people in the room.
Here you
Let's
go.
find some
Yeah.
innovative solutions.
Yeah, so everyone can hear you.
I'm sorry, don't mean to be taken over, but I'm a math teacher. I do this all the time. Sorry. I think your concerns are vital to education, and a lot of the standards and the curriculums failed to achieve what our students and your children need. And the route to it is getting those students to be independent and in charge of their own education and active in building the environment. Everything that you need for your children won't exist in the school system unless what they're doing takes place. So, and we know this in the GT program. We get at least this chance to experiment. Our little guinea pig kids, like guinea pigs on our kids, right? You know, test them, send them through the wheel and see what happens. When we put the learning in their charge, we're teaching them to think. I'm not teaching them, hey, this is the flow chart to understanding mathematics. What we do is, this is the shape of mathematics. This is its form, its motion. Where are you sending it? And you can't do it unless you accomplish what they're doing. And to keep what they're doing alive, more than money, you have to protect the administrators, you have to protect the teachers from everything that they've been working for being turned off and shut down instantly because of a complaint and a lawsuit.
I would also, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I would like to call back to, I've lost my train of thought, I'm sorry, I got caught up in apologizing and forgot what I was going to say. Please continue.
Right.
And I know we're almost out of time as well.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted you to elaborate on that. As a parent whose child is going to be school age in a year, how do we do that? Like, how do we, I mean, do I need to put on my cape and go down to the administrator's office? Like, how do we help as parents, or parents, you know, local community, how do we help to make sure that things like that don't happen?
No, go. I actually want you to answer that question, and then I have an answer too.
Yeah, you stepped in it now, brother. Welcome to the show.
Is there another chair up there?
Yes, actually, why don't you come on up here?
You can have mine. I do like digital communication.
No. I'll just take somebody's purse, move it there.
It's Dr.
I'm
Hyatt.
sweating up a storm now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not an expert on this, but yeah, maybe I do kind of sound pretty passionate about it. We work very hard in our program, and it is well known nationally. But it is under a lot of attack. I think a lot of the trouble that we are having in education is we keep looking to the administrators, we keep looking to the teachers, we keep looking to even our legislators and saying, hey, how can we fix it? You know, teachers do what they do not for the money. If
Clearly.
all we were doing it was for the money, we're a group of people who are not very bright. Because there's no money in what we do.
Not sure
and
about
we
your
know
messaging,
this.
positioning here, man.
Right,
But
we
okay.
know this. We do it because we believe in it. We're passionate. We care about your kids, even the ones we sometimes want to strangle. You know, we do care about all the kids. But I think what we need is, and I don't have an easy way to do this. This isn't a teacher-driven thing. This is a family-driven thing. You want to help. Your child is getting ready to go into school. I think it's you and hundreds of thousands of more moms and dads just like you who say to their kids, hey, school's a good thing. You know, there's a lot of positive things. Yes, you're going to have some hard times because middle school is kind of like a scary place, even for the teachers. But you start creating, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a nonprofit, an organization, a podcast, a social media community where you're bringing up the positives of education, the positives of what you experienced when you were young. And sometimes that means including some of the unfortunate things. And what did you gain out of the negative moments in education? Because even our suffering makes us stronger and makes us better people and defines who we are.
Only.
Well, no, some of my successes really did a good job on me too. but yeah, you're right. But the hardships are often positives. There's a positive element into it.
You had an answer to her question as well.
We're focusing on the negative as a nation, and we really need more families to step up and start being heard. Social media lets everyone be heard, but we're listening to the negative right now. We're negative driven. And if we can find as a community, as a nation, as a people, talking more about the positives, you know, I think we'll start being heard. And you don't have to pay us more then.
I was just going to add to that. Community, all of us coming together as a community, right? Leveraging, I think we were talking about this earlier, the grassroots, small change, small start. What's a small step I can take today, right? How can we all take a small step forward? What does that look like? How do we involve communities in our schooling, whether it's parents, organizations, you know, I mean, there's so many multifaceted aspects of community, and too often schools are siloed.
And to one little thing that occurred to me, get to know your teacher. Go, right? It's a community and it's all relationship based, and trust comes from familiarity and the understanding that somebody's going to do something a certain way or apply a certain amount of brain power or have a certain perspective or have a certain sensitivity. And in order to know what all of those things are, we need to get to know all of the people who are working to educate our kids. You're going to be running the PTA board, and yeah, it's going to be frustrating.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our extra guests. We always want a teacher voice at the table. And I will say the following, and this is something for us to consider. When we talk about public education, we actually might want to go back to the historical beginning of the purpose of public education as framed by those who invested in creating the model that persists to this day, which is part of the continuous tension in the paradigm shift, because if the goal is still to produce obedience and workers, right, then we will have that tension ongoing, right? Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that we're not getting what we need for kids don't know how to get the jobs and do the industry and stuff. Yes, and monkey wrench, is that the most important thing? it is unimportant thing because the economy has to run. But having a school system that was built to produce industrial factory workers
And the
limit-
curriculum to persist to this day.
and it's still here, right? And so we have to, I think we need to be careful when we think about that.
And so, I think I've heard this in different ways in a lot of our sessions today is how do we reimagine what we understand as public education? How do we interpret Lisa Delpit's book, Other People's Children, and seeing other people's children, as our teacher has shared with us today? Because that's the kind of teacher that I am. And so everywhere I go, I'm still a teacher, whether I'm in the classroom, I'm a learner at the same time, because everyone can be my teacher. And so we're talking about fundamental human values that we need to really dig deeper. And when you go to a school, you can go to some of the best schools, some of the schools that have some challenges, and when you ask them in a professional development setting, what is the goal of education? That's a really hard question for teachers, school leaders, and everyone who's there in the school to answer. And so if we have a problem just from the base definition of what it means to educate, to be a part of facilitating a learning experience, because it is about the critical thinking. Earlier someone said, if we flip Bloom's taxonomy, and I'm completely in favor of that, if we start with creating opportunities for young people to make their own connections to self, to others, and the world, then everything else takes care of itself. And not only will we have great workers in all kind of capacities, but they'll be critical thinkers, and we won't need strong leaders because strong people don't need strong leaders. So I'm going to get off of that part of it, and I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate that we have the people who have the will in this room. And that's why I continue to be a part of these moments, because I have done every level of the field of education possible in all angles, in the juvenile settings, at the universities, and I see the issue is everywhere because there's still a need for healing. Because every person who commits to education is still overcoming their own personal traumas, their family stuff, and so without meaning to, at any moment, that student, that teacher, that colleague, the administrator triggers it, now we're in a wounded space in an educational setting, and we don't realize projecting those emotions. So we have a lot of things healthcare and education and wellness need to do together so that these conversations can actually forge forward with future possibilities in action. The Dream Keepers by Gloria Ladson Billings is another key book. So if we wanna, I would love for us maybe to consider, I'll bring tomorrow some chart paper, and just the old school way, we just write lists of books that we can share and continue maybe with book conversations for parents also, because Freedom Schools was all about parents. Without the parents, there was no Freedom School. We start every morning with pulling together, like I pull us together, and we're pulling together to end, and we'd get excited about learning and reading, and all these cheers and chants that I do, and I've only shown you a fraction of them, are all about, I ain't scared to read what, I ain't scared to read what. I'm outside Freedom School, and I'm reading my book. So when we learn to speak the language and deliver the message in the way the students can receive, because if I keep putting an 8-track record on somebody who's streaming on Spotify, and they're like, what is this device? We have a huge translation issue. So we are going to continue to work on this. I'm excited about the people in this room, and I'm excited even more to see you tomorrow, bright and early, so we can get on with day 2 of the HEAL conference. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. On your way out, if you didn't grab one of those really nice white bags, the tote bags, we have some notepads tomorrow so you can get everyone's information, take some really copious notes, and be ready to, in the networking session, forge these solutions. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. One more thing, if you look on Google, free things to do in Las Vegas, you're gonna find 5 websites with all the free things to do in this area. And I'm not just saying do the free stuff, I'm saying that's amazing add-on to everything else that you're experiencing, but there's so much to do in the area. Tomorrow is Juneteenth. For those that are celebrating, I will be going immediately after this event to the Juneteenth Festival where I'm an artist and a vendor. So if you are interested, it's a free event. It's 5 minutes down the street from here. Just Google Las Vegas Juneteenth. Monday is a federal holiday in honor of Juneteenth, the emancipation of our enslaved African ancestors. So I just want to put that out there. Happy Father's Day for those who are not going to be here on Sunday. We will wish you a great weekend and see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, team.